Welcome, guys. Hey, Harvey. Good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Any more hikes for you this weekend, Harvey? Well, my day has been pretty good so far, Harvey. So, I'm doing good so far. So, how has your day been, Harvey? I hope everything has been good for you too, buddy. And I really hope there will pop in some more people because that would be awesome because we wait and see because there is something I would like to do before we get into everything else. So, well, let's see if there pops in some more people here. That would be nice. So, until then, it's you and me, Harvey. And we are 1 minute and 40 seconds into the stream. Well, there is always a delay on when people drops in, so it's always a delay. You have to keep going for a couple of minutes, and then people just drop in. So I've been very busy with computer things, leaked donors list for the freedom protesters and such. About 90,000 patriots in Canada and USA were doxed personal even for released. Hey Maverick, good to see you, buddy. Darling OFW vlogs, welcome. Good to see you all. It's good to see every one of you. And we wait a little bit more and see if there will be more people in here. Aliens Daily Life, you're very welcome. Good to see you. And it's good to see new people in here. I appreciate that a lot. So, Cyprus. That's cool. So, Aliens Daily Life, how has your day been so far? I hope it has been good, and I hope the week has been gentle to you guys. And Jenny Nonia, good to see you. Yeah, that's okay, Jenny. Oh, is the protests crazy today? Oh boy, that's not good. Well, the world are going crazy. Thank you, Lynn. Victoria May, Life Unfiltered. Good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you all. Before we get into everything else, as I said to Harvey, that is something I would like to do before we get started. 6 Ontario 1 Adventures 3, you're very welcome, buddy. Good to see you. And that is one important thing I would like to do. Hey, Guardian. Good to see you, brother. Guardian, just click the link and just pop up here, buddy. It would be nice because I'm pretty alone up here. So the elevator goes down, Guardian. Just open the door, click the button to the top floor. So, how are you doing, Guardian? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. Well, I had done my laundry today. Uh, pick up a package today, and well, that's it basically. And been on YouTube as well, of course. Hey, Matthew P. Good to see you, buddy. Ah, from Canada. Good to see you, buddy. All the way from Canada. Matthew P. is also a new one here. He just subscribed to me today, so you're very welcome. So, Guardian, just click the link and pop up here, buddy. Well, Harvey find it. So he will find it. So that's, yeah, I know, Matthew. I know. I were on his stream. Well, you and I were on the same stream he had. So you are not at home. Okay. Well, that makes everything more difficult. But I put the link out anyway and see if somebody pops up, because people has a tendency to do so. So what are you doing now, Guardian? When you said you are not at home at the moment, so what are you doing? Now I'm getting curious. Well, guys, let's see if there pops in a little bit more people here. We must try to keep the steam up here. We can't not let the steam cool down, because we all get wet in that case, and that would be not a pleasant. Victoria Maiden. Well, guys, if you're new here, please feel free to get to know the other people who are in here and get to know each other. Feel free to do so. So, hey, CR, good to see you, buddy. Hey, CR, why don't you click that link and pop up here? It would be nice if you did, CR. I send that link out again. Send the elevator down to the lobby and please hit the button to the top floor. There are only two buttons. One to the top floor and one to the lobby. CR, get your butt up here. It would be nice, because I feel a little bit alone up here, so get to go. Click that link. Thanks, Ontario 1 Adventure 3. That is a good idea. Hit this thumbs up button. That's good for me and for the channel. So, well, let's get. Well, I think we get to the more a little bit more on the serious things. Um, um, and before we get into the whole stream, so and this one I need to do. I feel a need to do. It's a little bit more serious thing, sad thing. At Friday morning, I were on Grayman's Prepping's channel. And the sad thing is that I heard that we lost a member of the community. We lost a man, a good man. And he had a channel, and he was known as the prepping preacher, also known as Brother Tim Hickman. He died Thursday morning, if I'm correct. And he was an awesome man with a good heart. And he had a sense of humor. And he could be a little bit fired up on his live streams. And I know, and he become a good friend to me, even if I didn't know him for that long. He was always happy, but as I said, he could be a little bit fired up on his live streams. And what makes me so sad is that he was on one on one of my live streams as a co-host. So guys, what we can do here is to honor this man because he deserves it. He deserves it because he had a huge wish to help people, and he did. And he was a dedicated Christian. Welcome in his creations. Good to see you. So, guys, I think more channels would do like this. Those who knew him. Brother Tim was an awesome man. And it hurts my heart. Because he was one of my co-hosts on one of my streams. And I send my condolences to his family. He was a dedicated family father and he was he loved his wife and his family. But most of all, he put God first. And then he put his family as second. And he loved his family, and I feel sorry for his family. Hey, Vanessa Kitty. So, guys, I want you guys to share this. And I want his family should know that I do this for his for his their her his family. I want his family want to know I do this for him. So what we can do here, guys, is I think we should light a candle for him. Because he deserves it. And we put it in this without burning my fingers. Guys, this candle will burn for the prepping preacher, and my condolences to his family. And I want his family should know that I'm doing this for them and for Pastor Tim. Guys, he was also a Marine, and he was proud of it. So, guys, there is one thing I can do for him. The highest honor we can give him. And I mean that is the Scout's salute. And a Scout never use the Scout salute to a person who are not a Scout. And if a Scout do that, that is the highest honor that person can receive. So, guys, he deserves a Scout's salute. Guys, rest in peace, Brother Tim. And may God take care of you. Amen. That's
Amen.
it. This hurt me, but he deserves it. Hey, his Homestead. I butchered that name again. So, go ahead, Sierra. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was letting you say this. I thought it was very silent in there. Condolences to his family, people that he knows. I didn't know him that well, to be honest. I did hear about this on the grapevine, like I said earlier. So, regardless, we've already reached a lot of people, helped a lot of people out. So, this is the least I can do, or we can do. Anyways, thanks for having me on, Shadow, once again.
You're very welcome, buddy.
Yeah, again.
I begin to feel alone up here.
Yeah. Where's GP? Come on, Guardian. Where's Bob? Bob's pretty busy, actually. Now that I think about it.
Yeah,
Nice to see everyone. Nice to see Harvey.
it's good to see
Darling.
everyone in here.
Some Canadian people, too.
Yeah,
Hard. Yeah. Oh. Wait. Can't can't forget this. It's a random mitt.
Cute.
Yeah.
Really cute.
So again, I'll wear the backpack again.
Thank you, Guardian. Much appreciated.
Again. So, did you consider what I said earlier, Shadow? About the stream topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's run for it, buddy.
Yeah. A little bit more on a serious note. I mean, well, I'll joke around every so often. I'll pun it. I'll throw a pun in. Right? Sometimes a little laughter is good. Every so often. Yeah. Sometimes a little laughter makes you appreciate the seriousness. And the seriousness makes you appreciate that you can still laugh. Right? Because life is about not just preparing, but enjoying it too. Because you never know. Just how it is. Hey, Second Star.
Hey, Second Star. Good to see you, buddy. You're very welcome. So how are you doing, Second? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy.
Yes, hopefully all is well with everyone.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Again, I'll wear this backpack just for fun.
Yeah,
Just for
and
fun.
you will probably wear it for another 6 hours.
I know, right? Just wear it.
Maybe.
Well, I just kind of figure if I can't just do this, obviously I'm not walking like 5 kilometers, right? If I can't just do something as simple as this, right? Where I'm relatively a safety net, right? I can sit, I can lay down if I want to, right? Because I'm at home or whatever, right? Because you start to get used to it more. It's just like, because I've noticed sometimes with the banks, I guess it's like shelter or exposure, right? 5 minutes is 5 minutes, 30 minutes is 30 minutes, an hour is an hour. But you start going 2, 3, 4, 5 hours into it. Are you still saying the same thing?
Well, CR, you got a question. What's inside the backpack?
Well, you just don't have to wait for that video. Oh.
Well, I'm doing good so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's good to. I mean, I have more substantial kind of backpack, but trying to get used to this at least first.
Get used to that and the weight.
Well, not just the weight, but like is it comfortable enough over time, right? That's what I'm doing it for. It's one thing to walk, okay, but I just want to see comfortability over time. Because if obviously you're not get tired as you're walking, right? That's a given, I think, right? But me just standing here with the backpack on, I can see, hey, is it comfortable? Is it digging into my shoulders? Do I need to? How long does it take before I need to sit or rest again?
You got another question. Is that a hiking
seriously?
backpack?
Okay. I went on walks with it, technically. This is the exact same bag that I put in one previous video.
What are you? Is that something you wonder about? Second Star?
I don't think he showed up after we talked about it.
Yeah. It was the prepping preacher. He died Thursday morning by some complications from the Charlie Victor. I got that information at Friday morning. Well, it was Thursday evening when in US when I got the information. So, yeah.
Like I said, I heard about this on the grapevine out there from some other people yesterday, I think.
So, that is a fallen brother.
I didn't know the channel that well, but still. He's trying to help some people out, right?
Yeah.
It's more proactive. That's why I put the proactive on to this time around.
Yeah. Proactive is a good thing. We should all be more proactive.
Especially now. Maybe now more than ever. Right? You know.
Yeah.
If you have been doing stuff, maybe it's time to up your game even more. Right? If you're starting, now's really a better time than any start if you haven't already. You know?
Yeah, second
start doing something today.
It's a great loss for the community and for his family. Actually, I feel really sorry for his family at this time. He was a very kind man with great knowledge. So, what happened to CR now? Well, he pops up again, I guess. He just need to probably reboot himself. Yeah,
sorry,
that
I hit the wrong key in there.
Ah,
It refreshed by accident. I was just like, I'm trying to see my screen. I'm like, no.
Hey there, Thor. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Thor.
Hey, Thor. Are you feeling up for it to take the elevator up to the top floor?
I still have that for. I still have it. I'm just saying. Just saying. I got stage props for everyone. I gotta work one for you, Shadow.
Yeah. You want to come up, Thor? It would be awesome.
Yeah, wear a backpack like I am. For fun. For fun.
Yeah, that backpack you have is good for hiking.
Well, I mean, this would be like maybe like a level 1, maybe where lower in weight technically, where resupply is maybe more easily available. What's up, Thor?
Hey, Thor. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Well, I'm doing pretty good, so.
Hi.
But my stomach is still messed up, but that's okay.
Those damn ulcers. You got to stop drinking as heavily as you do. Maybe if you stop going through like a bottle of rum a day, you'll be okay. But seriously.
I don't drink that much alcohol.
I haven't had a drink since like October. It's been a third of the year almost.
Yeah, nice.
I almost went a whole year.
That's awesome.
I have 365.
Notice a difference?
No.
Oh.
I just did it. I just did it. No, I
thought you would notice a difference after you stopped.
I didn't say I quit. I have my reasons for it.
Hey, it's all good.
Yeah. So yes, I had the proactive name on this time. I think for to honor him, we'll talk more about preparedness in this stream. Because I think he would want us to be a little bit more prepared.
You get a question, Thor.
I am new at chicken tracking number of eggs a day with an app. Is that all I should do? We don't track our eggs at all. We just go out and grab them. Our thing is, I think we have, I'm trying to think how many we have, 7, 8 that are supposed to be laying right now. We thin the herd down for the winter, and we don't really track it. It's just we go out and grab the eggs that's there. We probably should, but it varies all the time. Like with, I think 7 or 8 that are supposed to be laying, we usually get anywhere from 2 to 4 a day right now because it's winter. I think once we get the sun shining a lot more, then that production will go back up. And we'll probably start saving some of those eggs soon too, so we can start putting them in the incubator and start being parents again.
Well, you better get cracking.
Welcome, Miss
Come on,
Worm. Good to see you,
said I was gonna
Miss.
find every so often.
Yeah.
Right?
Long time
we'll
no
be serious,
see.
but I want to vary it up every so often.
It's really exciting doing
I
that
know,
kind of
right.
stuff, hatching
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Exciting.
I'm
You
waiting
have
for the
such
side
sense
chat
of
just to go-
humor,
I'm
Thor.
waiting for the side chat to put like egg emojis up.
That's
Yeah.
my kind of humor.
Yeah.
Please
Nice. Dad
don't
jokes.
throw eggs at us. Please don't. Don't waste food right now.
Yeah, I probably should do a lot more than I do with basically tracking that kind of stuff, monitoring everything, even like monitoring how much food we go through, how much money we spend on food and hay. But we kind of just,
Well, I guess that'd be like inventory, right?
yeah, for us, there's, it doesn't matter how
know,
much
even
we
a simple
spend on the
chalkboard.
cows. It just,
Chalkboard,
they bring us
pancake.
so much joy. It doesn't matter what it costs really too much. So
how's your preps going?
good.
Or
Good. Continue, every week, every other week, I'm kind of stock a few things away. It's something that, it's always ongoing. You always want to, if possible, grab some cans or grab some jars or something, or do something anyway, just to stick something away, even if it's like a couple cans of beans or something like that, just something.
Even doing the inventory of it in general, right? Where you're rotating it, it's like, okay, let's make sure the fresh stuff's at the back.
Stein
more
North.
Exactly.
Welcome, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's-
Now the great Stein North is here. The one and only.
Nice.
Well, hey
Yeah.
Stein,
see.
come up on here and join us, buddy.
It would be nice too to track what we have stored away, and then it would be better, like I'm thinking almost like put a blackboard up where in the one room where our stores are, and then we can, mark stuff off as we use it, kind of thing, so we can kind of keep better track and inventory stuff. And then if we're going out to the grocery store or need to order stuff online, then it's easier to track that way.
Mm-hmm. And besides, you would just know. You're not assuming, right?
Exactly.
Right, because when you start assuming, there's like, oh, I thought we had more than that.
Yep.
Whatever,
Oh,
right?
exactly. That's just it. Yep.
That's just like assuming in your bag or whatever.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not a big fan of pre-made kits to a certain degree. You take that because you don't know what's inside.
I'm not a big fan of the pre-made kits, whether it's first aid or bug
They're
out,
not all bad.
get
I'm
home.
They're all,
no,
they're not all bad.
No,
there are some
exactly.
Just
Just
ones, great ones, right? But when I'm
they're to make some money. Usually they'll put a lot of filler in there.
Well, I think like anything you buy out there, right? The business or company still has to make money, or else it's not profitable. They still have to make money. It doesn't really matter, right?
Profit is not a dirty word.
No, I know if whatever we're buying, right? You're buying food or whatever, the profit still has to be made, or else.
Yep. Otherwise,
They're
that
selling-
business isn't going to be there anymore.
At best, they're selling it at cost. At
Yeah.
best, but usually it's not like that, right? Because they
No,
got
that's
to pay
just it.
employees, pay for the power, pay for the machinery, pay for shipping, all this other
Yep.
stuff somehow, right? So
Come up here,
Exactly.
buddy.
this worm uses a whiteboard.
Just click the link, Sty.
Yeah, so I actually just finished editing another video. It's doing pretty good. I've been watching a whole bunch of YouTube videos, trying to get better at doing some slow motion transitions.
What are you using,
match-
by the way,
for
the editing?
I
Sty.
use Movie Studio 17. How's it going today?
It's going good. Going good. Yeah, it's great to see you
It's good to see you
guys.
again, Sty.
It's my YouTube
Wow,
day.
I feel honored. We got this guy. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say, everyone.
Yeah, it's my YouTube day off, so I spend
Good
it
for you.
watching you on Saturdays. You know.
Nice.
Yeah, I was getting a kick out of your egg production conversation. Boy, I tell you what, my ex-wife and I, we had a, what you would call a hobby farm for several years. And I was raised, I spent every summer on the grandparents' farm working with them and that. And I should have known better, but we got wild. She just loved the baby chicks, and I told her, I ordered some, go pick them up. Well, I ordered a dozen, right? Laying hens. And I come home from work that day and I go out to the hen house where she's got them out there in the brooder, keeping them nice and warm and cozy. 50 frickin' chickens. When they matured, I couldn't give the eggs away, man. We were running between 40 and 46 eggs every day.
Man.
During peak season. And you're absolutely right, Thor, that weather plays a big role. It plays a big role. Boy, when it gets bitter cold, they're burning up all of their feed just to stay warm, just to make it through the winter. So they produce less. And their calcium levels go up in their bones and down in the eggshell production. So there's a lot of things that affect how many eggs they put out during that winter months. But when you were talking about it's getting close to that time to start incubating,
Yep.
Our second year running chickens on the place, we culled a ton of chickens out of there, got it down to where we only had, I think, about a dozen. But there were 2 hens that I didn't keep in the hen house and in the pen. I just let them run loose on the farm with a couple of roving roosters out there, and they would go in the barn and nest naturally. And I would just let them nest instead of incubating. And sure enough, one day you'd walk out there and here comes the hen. She's got a big old string of chicks following her out of the barn,
Oh, that's the easy way to do it, eh?
Let Mother Nature raise them little buggers,
We
But
got all excited and had a whole bunch of chickens, a couple years ago. And this will be great. We can start selling them. And then, everything happened in the world. And all of a sudden, everyone else is buying chickens because they're thinking the same thing. And it's like, we couldn't sell any eggs. So it was like, all right, we'll have to go back to just a few chickens.
I got a question real quick here. And for everyone inside chat, what do you guys do with the eggshells? I know what I expect to see some answers that I expect, but
we throw them back in. We throw them in the compost. We throw them back to the chickens. Sometimes we'll throw them in the garden every so often if we have problems with slugs and stuff, but not usually. So usually it's compost or back into the chickens.
Yeah, exactly. So you recover it, so it always hopefully cycles back in, so they can use it or the plants can use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of going about it.
Yeah. Ours went to the hogs. All of our
Nice. Yeah.
all of our shell usually went to the hogs or into compost. And
Yeah. Nice.
everything on our little farm. If it didn't have a dual purpose, I wasn't going to mess with it. I just wanted to see everything come back around. A good example. A good example of that, if someone trying to set themselves up so that everything supports itself. I was down in Missouri. I was hauling freight, and I hauled a big load of powdered milk. It was odd. But I delivered that powdered milk, and I run into this guy at a local restaurant, and he was talking about his catfish farm, right? And I said, well, that's pretty cool. You're raising catfish, huh? He says, you got some time? He says, I'm only about 6 miles from here. Come and visit. I said, yeah, I'll do that. So I drove my truck over to his place. Here, his property is tiered, 3 tiers. And at the very top of the property, he's got a dairy barn, and he's running 50 head of milk cows, right? And I said to him, I thought you were a catfish farm. He goes, oh, I am. You'll see the ponds here in a minute. We went below that big dairy barn he had, and here he's got these big, long sheds, and he's raising feeder pigs, right? Below the feeder pigs, there were catfish ponds. And I go, that's pretty cool. You got dairy, you got pork, and you got catfish all on the same property.
Nice.
And he goes, and my feed costs are reduced by over 60% compared to any other farmer. I said, how's that? He says, you ever notice, you take a look at cow crap. He said, they only digest about 45% of what they consume. They crap out the rest of it. So that crap goes down to the pigs. The pigs actually eat that.
Yeah.
He says, all my cow bedding with all the crap in it and everything goes down there. The hogs root through it. Their waste then goes into the catfish ponds, and the catfish eat the edible portion of that waste.
That's awesome.
It's got a filtration system in the catfish ponds that actually gets rid of any of the toxic waste out of it.
We found that with our pigs. They were always trying to get under the fence because they're right beside our Highland cows. So they're always trying to get under the fence to eat like the cow manure and the mud and any feed that's like the cows have left around the fence line.
Yep. So it was pretty cool to see how this fella had it all rigged up. He said, my biggest expense is the cows. He said, feeding the cows. And he says, but I got 60 acres I put up in corn, and I got, his hay pastures. So really he had, and that's it, is being diverse. That's so many people, they want to specialize in one critter on the farm. Oh no, you
gotta diversify, whether it's animals or fruit and veggies or trees, that kind of thing. Yeah. I noticed Huga's comment there. I'd be in trouble too with trying to start a fire without Amazon boxes. We get so many, it's awesome. I hate Amazon, but they're the only ones that will deliver in the middle of nowhere where we are. So
that's the only way to get it when you're out in the when you're
no
out
one else will deliver.
I live out west, so I can't just go over there. Hold on, I'll be there in a week.
That's
No.
You overnight here? No, sorry, not quite.
But I think you're right that like diversification in all of that kind of stuff is such a benefit, because you don't run into, say, if you just do an orchard of one style tree, then you run into problems with pests and that kind of stuff. Whereas if you diversify and do everything from maples to apples to pear to, that
Yep.
sort of thing, then there's not that big, huge mass for them to attack. So,
Right.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not only that. If one goes down, you still have something else, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's
I
it.
think that's the
it.
more important thing, right?
Yeah.
Because
That's it.
eventually there will probably be a time where one goes down. Well, hey, it's not all. Because you're not
Right.
keeping all your eggs in one basket. Yes.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Ba-doom.
See, I'm
Ah.
bringing it back in. It all comes back to the chicken and egg. Which comes first? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, second star survival. That's a great point. I actually did that out in western South Dakota. We were out in the prairie, and we camped for 3 weeks out in the prairie. There were 4 of us, and there's no wood out there. There ain't no trees, man. You look everywhere. Yeah, you got grass everywhere, but no trees. And we learned some great skills out there because we were just outside the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and they run buffalo out there. They've got natural buffalo herd there on the Pine Ridge, and there's buffalo crap all over the place. It makes an awesome fire if you're cooking with a Dutch oven, man.
Yeah.
It makes the best coal base you ever seen. Cow crap, buffalo crap. If it's dried up, it's a great fire source. And so is prairie grass. Especially depending on the season. But you can rake up the old grass from prior season, or if it's at the end of the season, size some of it down, bundle it into bundles, and burn it like blocks of firewood, and it burns great.
Hey, can you guys hear music or anything in the background here?
No.
Were you?
Why?
Okay.
No,
I can hear the kids watching TV. So if you're starting to hear it, mention it, and I'll go shut the one door here.
if I hear something, I tell you.
I love your back wall there, Thor.
Thanks.
I mean,
Thanks so much.
That's great. I love it.
Yeah, he has a really nice back wall. I like that too.
Yeah. I love.
For just to add, you know what you need to add on that wall now? A picture, an egg somewhere.
An egg.
Or a hen or something.
A golden egg.
Yeah.
He needs a golden egg on there. You know?
Hey, there we go.
Yeah. Kind of like your YouTube button when you earn that. He deserves the golden egg.
Hey, that could be something for Easter, right?
There you go.
You live out Easter? I don't know. Whatever.
Hey, have you ever done this? I freaked my wife out, man. It took me 2 weeks. But the first time I went out, collected eggs out of the hen house and brought in a Tupperware bowl full of pink eggs, she freaked right out. You take food coloring and put it in the chicken water for 2 weeks. You got to use quite a bit. But if you keep putting that food coloring in their chicken water, the shells will turn pink. And so will the baby chicks if you take that eggshell and soak it in a real heavy concentrate of food coloring, blue, green, or red. The chicken will hatch.
That's
chicken will
crazy.
hatch pink, blue, or green. Because the color soaks through the egg, gets into their feathers.
Too funny.
It is. They shed those feathers and turn white,
Yeah.
But yeah, they're born colored. Yeah, she freaked out. Something wrong with these eggs. They're pink.
Nice.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Hello, Hero.
Hello.
Good to see ya.
Good. You guys too. How's everyone doing?
Awesome.
Wow, we need Guardian up here. Come on, GP. Come on. Where are you?
Well, he's not
Ask him
at
where
home at
where are you?
moment.
I'm back. Where are you?
I was a little colder this morning. We had a foot of snow fall the other day. So I still had to finish
Cold?
snow blowing it.
Minus 20, minus 30 cold?
Oh, CR.
It's like 15 below freezing. So not
That's about
too bad.
minus 17 Celsius is 0 Fahrenheit. By the way.
Is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's around. So
It's
for
almost
you guys
zero
in the
then,
US,
Fahrenheit. Yeah.
yeah.
And the snow's still coming down, so I figure I'll probably have to be snow blowing again tonight too.
Mhm.
I looked out there this morning and I just like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll take care of that tomorrow. We only got an inch of snow yesterday, but
Is it?
45
Oh, I'm sorry. That was just so
45 mile an hour winds.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Damn.
That, I tell you what, that's an inch of snow over thousands of acres. And all of it blew into my sidewalk and my driveway. So there's 0 inches everywhere else in the county. It's all right in
It's
my
all there, yeah.
sidewalk.
Yeah, you got the drifts.
Yeah.
1 inch here, 6 inches there,
Yeah.
1 foot over
Here's-
here. Yeah.
Isn't there half
And
a
it's
foot
it's
there?
one of those deals where do I fire up the snow blower? Because there could be 12 feet, no snow. And then there's 12 inches of snow. So do I have to Armstrong it with a shovel or do I
Yeah.
fire up the snow blower? I think it's a waste of gas really to fire up the snow blower.
Yeah.
If you don't have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
yeah,
I'm getting old and lazy, you know.
I hear you on that.
Yeah. The old snow blower. Yeah.
We have to because we've got quite a bit of snow to blow as well as quite a bit of driveway. So it's
Yeah.
I ain't shoveling.
Yeah.
Well, it's
That's why
fun.
I made something for that. I'm
Yeah.
eating it like that. Oh, look who's here!
Careful with the firecrackers.
Welcome, Mark Wildman Survival. Good to see you, buddy.
I'm just
Sty,
fixing my bracelet.
what do you think about my new microphone?
Sounds pretty good.
It's,
I
it
upgraded
sounds
it.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's
What
a
did-
BM700 condenser microphone. It's used
Sweet.
for made for recording podcast and YouTube and
Podcasting.
streaming and things like
Beautiful.
that.
Nice.
Good deal.
Because
Good
I-
deal.
Because I needed a new one because I used my gaming headset with a microphone and that is not made for streaming or so I
Yeah,
needed
what I
something
use
better.
with my streams are these earbuds. That's what I use.
Yeah. Yeah.
It definitely makes a difference.
Thanks, Second Star. Good to know.
Yeah, that's the way to go, Yoran, man. A piece at a time. Man, you know, I
Make
got
progress.
a video. I got a video going up, I think tomorrow, that shows my new studio. I started with a $60 Kodak camera 6 years ago, and I didn't even know how the hell to use that. You know, and that's how my channel started. Now I'm sitting in a $3,000 studio and 3 screens, multiple cameras, all the bells and whistles,
I just
And-
heard this.
But that wasn't overnight, right? You
but
made
it took
progress
6
with it.
years. It took
Yeah,
6
exactly.
years.
Yeah, you made
Yeah.
progress. It's
So
just
that's
like preparedness
that's-
made progress, right?
That's $500. That's $500 a year, right? And you're absolutely right. It's just like preparedness. People think I've got friends out in northwestern Montana. We went together. There were 5 families. We went together and we invested $50,000 in supplying ourselves with 25 years of supplies for 5
Nice.
families. Guess what? They dug a big hole and dumped $30,000 worth of it in that hole and buried it last year because it expired. I mean,
Oh,
it was,
no.
and a lot of it had gone bad. A
Oh,
lot
okay.
of it had gone bad.
Because a lot of
Oh,
stuff
yes,
will
sir.
go past the expiry date, but you can still use it. But if
Right.
it's actually gone bad, then
See,
totally
and that's
different
why-
story.
That's why keep in mind, we invested 50 grand, 30 grand of it
Ah,
went to waste.
I
And
just
that's where that young fella down in the corner what he said was absolutely right, is getting in that habit of inventory rotation.
Yeah.
And I sold my share of that 50 grand out to the other 4 families and got out of it. And then I found out what happened last year. And I was furious. For one thing, I told him, I said, what do you mean you buried it? Well, it's bad. It went bad. They had containers, barrels, 55-gallon food grade drums full of red winter wheat that molded. Well, that's because they didn't keep it in the right environment. They didn't check the barrels, and that there's a lot of things that go with it.
Yeah,
Plus
like maintenance things.
Plus, they didn't rotate. And I told them right from the get-go, 1982, I said, we have to rotate this food. We have to be consuming and replacing. Consume, replace, consume, replace. Once you get to a certain level, always start consuming and replacing. Don't
optimize that freshness as much as possible.
Oh, exactly. That's just it.
First in, first out, you know?
Just real quick, I just now realized something. Just real quick. All of you do survival type videos on YouTube. I do knife reviews, but I do survival stuff on Twitch. But on here, all I do is knife reviews. I just noticed that.
It's always good to put more out there too. You know, change it up a bit, expand the videos.
Yeah, but that's why my username is what it is. Everybody can knives because I do knife reviews.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for like 4 or 5 years now.
You know, and that's another thing I tell people with preparedness too, is there's things you want to be prepared for. For trade value. There's things you want to prepare for yourself. Well, I know so many people that have prepared for themselves with things they've never even tried. They've got cupboards full of food they've never even tried. And they said, oh, but look, it's got a shelf life of 25 years. And I said,
are you gonna eat it? Do you like it?
20 years from now, you're finally going to try it because we're in a crisis, and you're going to go, I can't eat that crap.
Yeah, like if there's a bad taste and stuff. Land, you can swallow bad taste stuff. You can't swallow it that well.
That's it.
People don't think of that.
No, and you got to make sure you prep stuff that you use daily, because that's the key. Is if you're not going to use it daily,
almost every day.
The chances of using it are slim to none. And then by the time you go to eat it, it's like,
good to see you.
Yeah, exactly.
I had a friend that just to challenge himself did 30 days
14
with nothing but those survival bars.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The ration bars.
Yep. And he was 9 days into it, and he said, you wouldn't believe it. He said, the rest of the 30 days, I sat there and kept looking at my handgun, thinking, I'm going to go, boom, boom, boom. He said, he said, I lost so much weight because I wouldn't eat. He says, I just couldn't eat those ration bars. They are so terrible. He said it got to the point where that was the worst part of the whole 30 days was trying to eat. Because he said it's not that he didn't have the nutrition available. He just couldn't stand it anymore.
Yeah. Some are good, some are bad, some are...
Yeah.
Mine had no taste.
Yeah.
But they're like, but it was like compressed sand for the texture.
Yeah.
No taste.
Yeah. Yeah.
I keep that kind of stuff in my truck. So if I go off the road or something happens like that, then I have something, but it's not something that's, I'm going to stock hundreds of, so that,
Oh, Cliff bars are great, man.
Yeah, I got that from a sporting goods store.
But see, I'm that way too, Thor, is I got that type of rations as get-me-throughs, I figured that I will not survive on those things for over a week.
No, exactly. You want them for like
I-
24 hours, 48
Yeah.
hours max. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
And see, I did a video series called Live or Die Off the Land. And one of the videos in there, one of the specific topics was I'm in a crisis. It's a survival moment. What am I going to eat? Not so fast is the best idea. Don't be so fast and worrying about what to eat.
Yeah.
Because you're going to die of thirst
Yep.
in a matter of
3
days.
days without water, 3 weeks without food, approximately.
Yeah. 3 weeks without food and still be able to physically be productive enough to gather food if you can, if it's available. And that's it. Is you're not going to starve to death if you're out there for a week. You might be uncomfortable, but you're not going to starve to death.
No, exactly.
Right.
And people, I know so many people that they prep up where they're going to have 3 square hot meals a day if there's ever a 3-day tragedy. I don't. What I got in my pack, I'm not even touching that food until the 3rd or 4th day, because that gives me that many more days.
Yeah.
I can fast for 3-4 days without any issue. And
Yeah, I have put like cooking stuff in my kit as well as fishing stuff. I got this and I got this.
yeah,
I can use a stick.
that's it.
I got some water filtration in my bag too.
That's me. I go hiking with guys on a 4-day hike, 4 or 5-day hike,
I
and
haven't done that yet.
I'm wearing a small rump style day pack with a harness, and they go, wait a minute, we're going to be gone for almost a week. And I tell them, yeah. 2-3 days into the trip, I'm sitting there having fried fish over the fire, and I can enjoy myself, and they're sitting there eating their mountain house meals, and
Sounds like me.
I tell them, yeah, I got a couple of mountain house in there when I want that hot and ready quick meal, but
Yeah.
but my gosh, there's so much to eat out here, and I like fresh fish, man, and I like squirrel. Don't take nothing to snare me a couple of squirrels, or I got my little 22 survival rifle folded up and stuffed in the day pack. I
I
pulled
don't
that
have one of
up.
those yet.
I tell you, you get one of those little 22 Henry ARs. They're just sweet.
I would get one, but because of my autism, I have a guardian that I live with, my grandma. She
Sure.
will not allow to have firearms in this house.
Yeah.
Sadly.
That's understandable.
Yeah. But she's
But-
not anti either, though. She just doesn't like having them in the house.
But I'll tell you something, buddy. Are you allowed to use a slingshot?
True. Yeah.
Get yourself an awesome wrist rocket, man. I tell you what, I've taken rabbits. I've taken
I
used to kill skunks with mine.
know how to make spears. I can make spears out of stick.
Yeah.
I've done it before.
Yeah.
Like, very easily, too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's lots
Gar-
of ones too that you can buy aftermarket too that are basically fish spearheads or regular
Oh,
spearheads,
yeah.
and just
Yeah.
throw them on a
Or
piece of
or
wood.
these are made to be turned into a spear.
Oh yeah.
The hole right there is meant to latch to a stick.
Yeah.
This is my army survival knife that I got. I wasn't
Yeah.
in, sadly. I would if I could, but nope, can't.
Yeah, Guardian, you're right, man. Water source is key.
Yeah.
Source is key. I'm fortunate. I live
Okay, CR.
only about less than half a mile from the shoreline of Lake Superior, and I've only got about 18 rivers within 30 miles of me. And
Yeah, it definitely depends on location for water.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like Canada, the US, a lot of places were extremely lucky. You can't go, half
That's
a
it.
click without hitting water.
Water.
Whereas some places are like hard pressed to find water. So
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get in the arid areas, man. I used to do New Mexico every year and up in the backcountry down in New Mexico, and that's tough, man. That's tough. Yeah.
These are all the time. Well, survival guidebooks,
nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Always good to have.
Yeah.
right?
And that's it. That's why I follow Uranus, man. He's pretty key on the preparedness side of things, and he takes the relaxed, calm approach to it. And
Yeah.
I like that. It's encouraging because so many people kick themselves into panic mode, and then they
Oh my God, get out there right now. You got to get this. It's going to be too late.
Yeah.
I know a guy that spent almost $30,000 excavating. He had his house raised and excavated out a basement and put a basement in his house, and he was just about done with it. And I go, boy, what got into you that you put a basement? This is a 4-bedroom house. It's a huge house, and it's you, your wife, and 1 kid. I need it for prep. I need it for storage. I said, are you bloody mad?
If you can do it, by all means, go for it.
And that was the
Take care,
problem with
hedgehog.
that was the problem with him, was he really couldn't afford to be doing that. And by the time he got done, it was 10 years later before he could afford to start putting anything in the dang basement.
Yeah.
And I told him, with the size house you have and your family size, you can discreetly prep. You got so much space in your house. I said, you can get 6 months easy
That
of
was
supply for your family without it even showing.
Yeah.
You don't need to put a whole new basement under your house just to prep.
That's probably like a waste of money going by what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be nice for whoever buys the house from them and wants
True.
a big basement.
Yeah.
It's true.
Now, we've put away a year of meat and 6 months of veggies and fruit, and it doesn't take that much space at all. So,
No.
Yep.
Well, that's me. It's just myself and my son Running Water, who he drives over the road truck. He's only home 4 to 5 times a year, and he's only home for about a week each time. We've got enough food just in our kitchen and my camp supplies in my trailer and my room. There's enough food for 6 months for the two of us, and we don't have to change our diet. I mean, we'll eat like we always ate for 6 months. And I'll tell you what,
that a lot of people forget is, changing your diet has a huge impact on you.
Yeah.
And,
Especially when you do it quickly.
yeah.
And
Then you got to change what you're eating, how you're cooking it, if you really like it or not.
And people don't realize the moral, how do I put it? Oh Lordy,
Mentality?
just the life quality goes out the window when you don't eat good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really tears your morale down if you don't get a nice hot every day. If you're not getting at least one good hot meal to look forward to every day, your morale goes right through the floor. And
it's funny. I did a video on, survive versus thrive. My attitude is like, it's good to know the skills you need to survive, how to survive, what you can eat out in the bush, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And, be prepared that way. And if you want to go out and spend a week doing that, it's great. But at the same time, I'm going to work hard to try and be comfortable, to try and have a great house and great farm and that sort of thing, so I can thrive before I have to survive.
Yeah.
This has recipes in it and everything.
Yeah, that's a good one, that cookbook. Yeah. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, Thor, but that's how I started YouTube. Is I had a business back 2000. I started it back in 2014. Ended at 3 years we ran it, and I wish I still had it, but there was a partnership thing that fell apart. But we had
Those are hard.
we had a primitive skills camp, and it was called Wilderness Thriving Fundamentals.
Nice.
And that was our motto for our camp was, come to us and we'll teach you primitive skills that you will thrive in the outdoors, because we don't believe in surviving.
Exactly.
Survival is a 72-hour or less affair.
Just getting by.
Anything beyond 72 hours, you better know how to thrive in the outdoors or in the world in general.
That's where Eagle Scout comes in handy.
And that's what we taught in our course study was, when you leave here, you won't know how to survive. You're gonna go, oh shit, put the car in the ditch, and I'm 150 miles from anybody in any place, and nobody ever uses this damn road but me. What am I gonna do? I could end up being out here for a week.
Well, tonight I'm eating stuffed fish with wild leeks and some blueberries for dessert. And
that's it. I guess I gotta get myself comfortable and make myself at home where I am. It is true. Home is where the heart is. And if your heart is in getting by and being comfortable while doing it, you don't need to worry about survival, because it's going to just come natural to you.
Yeah.
We're born to survive. What's the first thing we do? Man, the minute we come out, we're going, oh, thank God I can breathe.
Yeah.
And that's it. We're naturally born to survive. It's the world that confuses us, and we forget how to just get by on our own, Yeah, common sense goes a long way.
The survival instinct are really strong. That is nothing that can beat that.
No. That's I always told my students that on the very first day. I said, well, I hope all of you brought plenty, because every morning you've got to take a double dose of common sense. Because that's how we start our days off, just with a double dose of common sense. And
people need to relearn that.
Yeah. And it's not that difficult. It really isn't.
I think it comes almost from more life experience than anything else.
Yeah.
Because from what I see from people who I would say don't have common sense, have almost been institutionalized. They haven't had a lot of life experience. They haven't seen a lot.
They haven't gotten their hands dirty.
Yeah.
Or like, I hate to say it like this, but probably even being too sheltered.
Exactly. Yep. That's just it.
I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with coddling that little baby.
No.
But when you're 40 years old, you're still being coddled. There's something wrong, man.
There's definitely something wrong at that point.
There's something wrong. And that's society today. We're coddled. I mean, everybody's trying to take care of everybody else. Here, let me do that for you. Let me do that. No, that you're not doing people favors by doing it for them. You're doing them a favor by showing them how to do it themselves.
Yeah, I'm guilty of
that. It's easy to say, hey, that guy's willing to split the wood. I'll sit here by the fire and just put the wood on the fire if he's going to split all the wood. It's easy to say that.
Hey, I'm old now. I just say that anyway.
That's it. No, if you guys want enough wood to get through the night, you don't want me splitting it. I'm old and slow. Yeah. One of you should do that.
Hey, go for it. I don't want to spill my drink right now.
There you go. Hey, that hatchet is what? Is that one with the breakdown handles?
Yeah.
I did a review on that puppy. I love that hatchet was awesome. I
Yeah.
gave it I gave it a 10 out of 10. I
I've
also
had
got
this thing for years.
I
Yeah,
also
watch
got
that video, Sty. I watched that video with that headshot.
oh, I don't remember the name of it.
Well,
I got 930
IUNIO.
I got 930 uploads. What's that?
Comes in this pouch is what
Yep.
mine did.
That's it right there. That's it. Exact same one. Now,
Yeah.
I got to tell you, though, I also did a review on their shovel.
I don't
They
use
got
that.
a
I'm
sur-
not that one.
I remember
got-
that one too.
That survival shovel.
Yeah.
I was thrilled with it, man. That puppy is the hardened steel they use for the blade on that bugger.
Probably like carbon steel.
I hate
I
all
split
survival shovels.
Yeah.
shovel. Me too. I hated them. Folding survival shovel. I got this one
Military
from my.
equal.
I got that one from my boy, and I split wood with it, cutting through roots that are an inch around. Man, just cut right through them. Shit. And that bugger, and it's got all the survival gear in the handle, and I could adjust the length to it. So if I'm just making a privy hole, man, I just hold the shovel out. It's about that size. Otherwise, I can.
Military tool.
Otherwise, I can add the handles to it, make it long. It ends up being 3 feet long. I can use it as a regular number 2 shovel, and
Nice.
I was so impressed with the damn thing. And I'm rarely impressed with it. I had another little survival piece that, it had a blade and a saw and pliers and all this. And I took it out, and it's got a little hatchet head on it. And I'm trying to just split kindling with it, and the damn thing falls all apart in my hands.
Yeah, I don't like those things.
Yeah,
I
remember that one too.
I don't get people saying, "Hey, Sty, will you review our stuff for us?" They won't do it because they know if it ain't worth a shit, I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you.
There's someone I watch. There's like someone who basically I consider them a mentor in the knife reviewing committee, not committee, but community. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Who was a 91B in the army when that was a combat medic, and he's just like that. Both knives. He gives his exact honest review.
Yeah.
No one sponsors him, but because they know. First
You'll be honest.
Sponsors because he doesn't want to be lying about anything.
Right.
Now,
and that's me.
If he's honest, then that'd be different.
Okay, Blackbeard Firestarters. Has anybody looked at them? Blackbeard Firestarters.
I use this and dry lint.
No.
Yeah. There's so many home ways to make your own fire starters. But
yeah,
someone's
I go to fat wood and dry lint.
I was sent Blackbeard fire starters. They're supposed to be waterproof and blah blah blah. You can soak it in water; it'll still ignite. And I did the review on there. Yeah, they actually contacted me and they said, "We wish you wouldn't have presented it the way you did. We think you did something wrong." I said, "How can you do something wrong?"
Yeah,
I said, "It will or it won't." That's
right.
Plain and simple. And I filmed every second of my review. You get to see everything I did. And I soaked it just like you guys did in one of your videos. And that SOB wouldn't light. You couldn't get that crap to burn. If I would have had a butane torch, I couldn't get that crap to ignite. What they do is they drop it on top of water. And they say they soaked it, right? But they don't show it. So I soaked it and I filmed it soaking and took it out and it would not ignite. Then I watched another one of the videos saying it's the best fire starter in the world. Well, if you keep it in one solid piece and you soak it in the water, you take it out and dry it off, wipe it off.
Yeah.
Cut a chunk off of it. Well, the internal fibers don't get wet. Now it'll ignite. So they're not telling the whole story, and that was the whole point. Is I made it clear to the people that are watching the review, if you treat it a certain way, I give it a 10. I give it a 10. But you gotta treat it a certain way.
Yeah.
If you allow it to get wet internally, it will not ignite. Yeah. Don't fall for that crap, you know. And well, they didn't like that. They didn't like that I led down that trail, that there are circumstances that crap ain't gonna burn.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm like that with my knife reviews. I'm like,
Yeah. If it's not a good product, it's not a good product. And
right. People try doing cop outs. Like, seriously, just take responsibility.
And that's like, I don't have it handy here. It's upstairs, but I've got this old St. Lawrence, Japanese made St. Lawrence bushcrafting knife. It's a big knife. And back in the day when I bought that knife, it was $20.
Mora.
And everybody's Moras. I got a case of Moras, by the way.
Only one so far.
I got a box of 24 Mora companions.
That's what this is.
Yep. I gave a companion to everybody that come to my school back when I had the business. Everybody got a little survival backpack with the five C's in them, you know, and there was a Mora companion in everyone. But that old St. Lawrence knife I had so many people beating me up over that, and I got pissed, and I just did kind of like a private little video and sent it to these guys that were pissed at me for showing off this cheap old knife, right? Well, I've been carrying that knife since 1969.
That's a long time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's been used in the backcountry continuously. I've got scars to show you how sharp that bugger is. That went right to the bone. But
two of my favorite knives are cheap ones. They're like, both are like butchering knives, and they were only like $19, $24.
That's it.
And their oils are very, very sharp and all that. I think I did a review on this one. I don't know. I'll check on that.
I held that St. Lawrence, $20 St. Lawrence in 1969. Right now, you can actually buy them for about $25. They're not as good a quality as they were back then, but
it all comes down to what you want to do with it.
Yeah,
and that's it.
So
I compared it to my
butcher knives. I'm not going to take out to the bush, even though they'd probably work. Tactical knives, I'm not going to take out for butchering because
this has been proven
useless.
To work a lot of things.
It's like
this has been proven to work.
Yeah.
On $24.99. Actual army issue knife.
Yeah. I usually carry, if I'm going to be out and I know it's going to be overnighter, I usually got 4 knives on me.
I used to be like that. I still am on camping, but I used to carry around 4 at a time.
Five if you count the machete. but the machete's got my gutting and skinning knife attached to the machete. So
this time machete?
Oh yeah, that's a smaller one than I carry.
Is that one of the omnivores?
This is a carnivore, yeah.
Yeah, the carnivore.
Carnivore X.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good.
Yeah. These were actually one of the most hated machetes there is by a lot of people.
Huh.
A lot of people say these fall apart quick. Nope.
No, I've beat mine up. Yeah. I love the handle too. It's got a good grip on it compared to some of the cheaper machetes where they're like plastic and you'll cut your hand up where the 2 sides meet. So
I have 4 machetes. Only one of them I bought myself. The one I bought is what I just showed. Those are gifts to me.
Boy, if I'm going to come hang out with you, Jorn, I'm going to have to now that I got this nice big studio, I'm going to have to get this whole bottom shelf filled up with all my bushcrafting gear in here so that, guys showing off what they got stuff. Yeah, I'm sitting here looking around. I'm going, no, it's all just studio crap. I
know. I'm thinking of start grabbing stuff here and
you gotta be the temptation's gotta be.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, shit. May have lost my other one. Oh, it's basically
there you go.
2 of the
there
same
you go.
So. Like I said,
what was that? What brand?
Hardcore Hardware.
I I haven't heard of that brand.
So these ones are made in Australia. They are
Uh-huh.
D2 tool steel.
D2?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's my favorite
So-
steel type. It's great.
This one is the Tomahawk from Hardcore. So with these though, they're designed for tactical, not
Yeah.
hunting, not bushcraft. So this one here, you don't really take out into the bush because,
Yeah.
you know, the only thing you can really do with it kind of is baton wood, but
Yeah.
you can't skin stuff with that.
Yeah.
You know,
That's like I got an
Essie.
Essie that cost me $285, right? $285 knife. Well, that peg weighs almost a pound.
yeah.
And it's the most
these-
uncomfortable knife to try to field dress and skin out a large game animal that it's not worth carrying all that weight.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to
This
think where
one's
my
a
other
D2.
Tomahawk is, but this compared to the regular Tomahawk I carry is quite heavy.
Yeah.
However, my other one will get beat up. This one actually went to, I want to say either Iraq or Afghanistan with a buddy, and it also went to Philippines on a dart mission. So it's taken out brick walls, it's cracked
Yeah.
coconuts, it's done that kind of stuff.
Right. See, and
So-
that's I love the direction you're taking it, Thoris, because there again, if people want to walk around with all the name tags on their stuff so that people just go ooh and ah when they see them, go for it. If you got the
Go for
money to do it, go for it. Because
But
I'm
know-
sorry, but
know where
everybody,
to use it.
that's it.
Yeah.
I've had many of people I've taken out and guided in northwestern Montana show up and they got just the top end gear. And I start laughing at them and they go, "What are you doing?" I said,
What a brick. So
Yeah.
if you lost,
I said, how's that crap going to hold up out here? Because I said, you know what? Your fancy name brand's going to look as rough as the gear I'm carrying by the time we get out of the woods. What do you mean? Oh, no, you're going to put it to use. And you watch them, they're scared to death to actually put anything to use because they paid $400 or $500 for one little piece of equipment.
Yeah.
And
So
they're
it's
saying,
That there,
bargain knife.
if I'm in the city, say in a,
yeah,
you know what, hit
urban
the
setting.
fan,
yeah,
good. Because I can put that through a car door. I can put that through a car window. No problem.
exactly. Yeah,
But
that's it.
again,
You
I can't
prying
skin
a
a
door
squirrel
open.
or butcher a deer with that.
Yeah. Yeah, you could butcher a deer with it, but it would be butchered.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're going to butcher it. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like you got to remember that everything has its purpose, its design.
Yeah.
So you want
Yeah.
to utilize it for its design. Like
The
I
right
have-
tool for the right job.
Yeah,
I
like this
have
one, I use
another
my
one of
main knife, and I
these.
use more as secondary.
but it's this long. It's
Yeah.
it's a really big tomahawk. Again, it's D2 tool steel, but these are not meant to be thrown.
No.
So I threw it multiple times and actually cracked it here.
Oh,
So it's basically like useless now. But
that's
I mean, you can
it.
fix that kind of stuff, but it's just the fact that cracked when it's a tomahawk. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about that.
but no, but it's D2 tool steel. So I can, it's something that you can take and destroy a vehicle with, or take
Yeah.
down a building with, or open a
D2 is
door
amazing.
with. But it's not designed for, say, like a $45 tomahawk wood one
No.
where you can throw. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
This thing is
That's-
a D2 also. Oh, this is mainly a work camping knife. D2 and G10.
yeah. So again, it's like
Ruby flash. It's pretty awesome.
pick
Beautiful.
your equipment based on what you're doing.
That's
like
it.
on the field, this will be my main. My more will be my secondary.
But if I'm killing zombies,
There we go.
Here we go. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
kukri.
yeah.
yeah.
That's a giant
That's a
kukri.
nice thing.
So-
That looks like a Spartan sword.
No, it's a kukri.
So that one's made by Zombie
swords are-
Tools,
like that.
and it's called the Decapitan. And this
Seriously,
thing is
rename it kukri.
crazy.
I cringe at the renaming that kukri. That's a knife person anyway. Blade
But that'll
protector.
chop wood too. It's
Yeah,
wild.
kukris are great for that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Plus, the giant recurve make it to where you have more slicing power.
Oh, Kingdom Princess. That's that's not a bad idea. That's
Yeah.
not that. That's it. Is if somebody wants to put the effort in to get a good selection of different knives, different builds, and cover what the purpose and utility of each one of them are, so that a person can, when they go looking and they're shopping for just the right knife for the right purpose, they'd have a good idea of what to look for. That's a very good suggestion.
I will try to see if I can get that put together.
Yeah.
I'd
say in a quick overview, get a good, not a good folder, but a nice folding knife that you can carry with you all day, every day. Something that you don't mind opening packages with, or cutting some cord or that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
If you have a good fixed knife that also has kind of round front like this, that's great for basically almost everything.
Yeah. But Klingon, on one of my videos, comment about it to remind me, because I'm actually wanting to get that put together now.
Nice.
as a knife channel.
Yeah.
I've got a buck 110 that I've been carrying for 42 years.
Those are nice.
I have one buck. Where's that?
And I field dressed, skinned, and fully butchered a bull elk with that buck 110. And people say that's impossible. Oh, there you go. But
if you could carry one knife, I'd suggest like a fixed blade, something with a nice curve to it.
Preferably full tang.
Yeah, exactly.
Or bare minimum a full stick tang, bare minimum.
Because with those, then you can do the butchering, the skinning, that kind of stuff. But then, if needed, you can also pry stuff with it, or baton wood, or that kind of thing.
You're not really supposed to baton with knives, but if you have to, you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean,
that again, the right tool for the right purpose. If you got the right knife, you baton all day with that thing. That St. Lawrence I have, it's got dings on the top of the blade, because I had situations where I took a hammer to it. And so I dinged up the blade, pounding it with another piece of steel. But I batoned, I bet you, with that knife, just the camp wood I batoned with it, I bet you I've batoned 4 cords of wood over the 40 years I've been carrying that knife.
It's funny, Klingon Princess, one of my EDCs, actually, I think it's upstairs, but it's actually, I forget what it's called, but it's like a little Gerber
dime?
No, it's
smaller.
It's about this big, but it's folding scissors. So the two sides fold up to hold the scissors together, and then the two sides fold down, and then you can use it as scissors. And it has a bottle opener, a screwdriver on either side, but having basically a solid set of scissors like that is almost as good as a small knife. So
this is my Victorinox Tinker that I got from Smoke Mountain Knife Works. This thing's been used. It's an autism one because me having autism.
Nice.
That's why I have this.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Very good.
Welcome back, CR.
Definitely should be more awareness about that too.
ACR.
Yeah. On my Twitch, even on my YouTube, I'm very open about my autism.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. A lot of people think of it as a curse when it's not really not.
No, it's you, man. It's you.
Yeah.
Like people say that disabilities are curses. Yeah, sure. Maybe Tourette's, but not autism. Tourette's, I say is because it sucks.
I don't know. Sometimes I think I have trucks. Fuck.
It sucks.
Beans.
My oldest grandson has Tourette's and
Yeah.
and he's fully functional. Functional.
There's
I am on
And-
the high end.
And he's spent his lifetime, learning how to live with Tourette's, and he's done a very good job of it. I mean,
I'm trying to think of the name, but there's a great YouTube channel. She has Tourette's, and usually the videos are her and her mom. And
It's in the kitchen.
yeah, and she does stuff like she reads books like Wonky Donkey. And that
I
kind
know
of
who
stuff.
you're talking
It'd be
about.
like, hey, after it's also.
And it's amazing to watch because she dispels a lot of myths about it, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's Gemma's.
and she owns it and she loves it because it's like
knows
it's funny
Gemma
too.
real well. Yeah. Gemma's Journey Grace. She's a sweetheart. She's autistic, and her whole channel's about autism.
Nice.
And she definitely is a champion for people accepting the fact that autistic people are just people.
Welcome to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're just
exactly.
people.
Might be slower, but oh well.
They're just as different as Thor and I are of each other, or you and I are of each other, or Jordan and I are of each other. They're just people. I mean, yeah,
People-
and they got to get away from this. Oh, autistic people, that's an illness. It ain't no illness.
Okay.
I
It
tell
is
you what,
not.
if anybody's got an illness, it's me, and it's called age. I got a
Hello,
bad
Eggshells.
case of
Welcome
age.
to the
So
stream.
there's one
Good
thing that
to
really
see
ticks me
you.
off about people. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Tammy.
Like,
Ivy Styles.
I'm also someone that's very into science stuff. One thing I hate hearing, every time I hear it, I go off on the person who says it. Vaccines causing autism.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Life's way too short to start tagging and titling people.
Live
and
and let live.
Yeah.
that's it. And I'll tell you what, it all comes down to the fact that each and every one of us, it could end up being all about us, just us, and all these great people in the world that we have the opportunity to interact with could be gone.
For
Could
me,
be
it's
gone.
usually all about me.
That's it. It's all about me and mine.
That's gonna be
You know,
self-centered.
My family, my immediate family. It's all
I'm a
about
little
me
bit.
and my-
Yeah.
a little
I can't
bit
lie
what?
right now. I can't.
Oh, conceited, arrogant, self-centered. You
Oh,
nah,
Jesus.
it just
That's it. You're not narcissistic at all, right? Okay.
probably. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
One thing I hate hearing is the R word. I hate hearing that also.
What's that?
Yeah.
Hate
Retard.
hearing which?
R word.
Oh,
Retard. Yeah.
Wait, with people that
Yeah. I came to this close to beating the crap out of someone for that.
yeah, that's another one of those.
Like they said the right to me.
Titles.
I messed up.
It's another one of those titles that is just, I mean, totally unnecessary.
Yeah. Like someone's called me. I was like, okay, you've done messed up, and I just went to throat chop them. Like, nope. Yeah, I was not happy. Then on Twitch, after that, someone asked me, and I was a friend of mine, which one was the R word. I was like, okay, you know what? Block, ban, report. Like, screw you, bye, have fun.
you just got to remember there's too many people out there that don't feel good about themselves, so they want to put other people down to
This person was highly cocky. When I
make
throat
themselves feel better.
Yeah.
When I
That's it.
throat chopped, he's highly cocky, and he's lucky I didn't go off on him more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
That's
say the things he's done, but I'm not going to try to get this thing taken down for certain law things, legal reasons.
and that's another reason why I love hanging out watching Yorent, because he's got the same rule on his channel I got on mine, and that's respect each other. Everybody respect each other, man.
Yeah.
That's all it takes is some simple respect. I mean, and if you keep that in mind, everything goes good all the time,
I don't know about respect, but if
The first thing, yeah,
For-
people need to
for me, it's like, okay, I'm not going to tell you how to live
Right.
at all.
So don't tell me how to.
As long as you don't hurt an innocent person or,
That's it.
that sort of
That's-
thing, then you can do what you want to do. No
That's
problem.
it. Well, that's
But-
it. Is I don't want someone to be fake either.
No,
I
hate
want
that.
to know who they are and what
Yeah.
they what they think, and
Even if they're
and-
snakes, like
and if you
know it.
start quashing everything they say because you think they might be a little narcissistic,
Yeah.
you're really
Hey,
not
leave
going to
me
get
out of
to
this.
know.
No.
Just take a look at Thor. If we
Yeah,
didn't let him just rattle on, we wouldn't know what he's all about.
Yeah, that kind of stuff would suck.
I'm a person lover because I depend on people being different, and sometimes their differences, I might not like them, but I do like the fact that at least they let me know where they're at.
Yeah,
rather
than being an idiot and just lying to you the entire time.
And that's the thing that to me, that's a disrespect, is
Right.
lying to people. I don't like liars, man.
Liars and thieves.
That's it. And if it's not yours, don't touch it. And if it's not true, don't say it.
Right.
That's
Now,
plain and
there's-
simple.
now to the line where there's a thin line in my eyes, because there might be something that you don't know for sure, but
That's why I don't like
people are told you
politicians,
it's true.
liars, and thieves.
Yeah. But that's a pre-qualification for them guys.
So, like, if you say something that you were taught was true, but it's not, you might be lying, but without realizing it.
Well, okay.
There's
Now
a very fine line in my eyes.
and I'm a big promoter of this. I am a person. I don't like someone jumping down my throat and telling me I'm wrong.
Yeah,
You're wrong. You're wrong. Because what I have just said is the truth as I know it.
Yeah.
Everything I've heard, everything I've seen, I put together, and I told you that. And now you're telling me I'm a liar or I'm wrong. No, I'm not. I'm
Right.
telling you what I saw and heard.
One
And
thing
and that's what I know to be the truth.
Yeah.
So I'm not wrong and I'm not a liar, but I may be mistaken. I may not have gotten enough information
But
yet.
you may only be
think
mistaken
differently.
based on your
my knowledge.
experience, your location, your
Right. Your
that
environment,
sort of thing. So,
everything.
One
Yeah.
thing I don't understand is, like, when people who are mistaken say something that they're mistaken, and then when they realize they were mistaken about it, they say that they lied. It's like, no, you didn't.
No,
Like,
because
everyone's
at
like,
the
"Wait, what?"
time, that's all they knew. That's
Yeah.
all they knew.
Yeah.
And
No, like,
Yeah.
sorry, I lied. I was like, no, you didn't.
I don't like people calling someone a liar when that person that's calling them a liar hasn't
lying.
even heard the whole story yet.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen. A person's trying to explain something, and halfway through it, someone calls them a liar. Well, you haven't even heard the whole story. You guys shut up.
Yeah.
They're
I'm
too,
guilty of that.
they're too busy at jumping in the middle of something and making a
That's the case, and
judgment.
you don't like what someone's saying and all that. Depending on what it is, you're just like,
Yeah. Plus,
Let it go.
my anger issues.
it's
It's
how they've experienced life.
Clean up,
That's
right.
it.
Right.
But there's a difference between, the kind of stuff where it's like, oh, a blue F-150 is the best. And someone says, no,
Princes.
black Chevy is the best.
No,
whatever.
a black Ford F-150 King Ranch is the best.
See that thing that we can, there's no truth there.
Right.
But
It's the best for them.
yeah. But
It's the
when
best for
someone
them.
says something like,
Ford's
guns kill
like that
people and we're going to take
Ooh,
your
that one's
guns
big one for me.
away. See, now we're getting into something where you're now telling me how to live
Right.
So this is not going to happen.
That's take away freedom in America.
And
That's-
it's like,
In my eyes,
That's where to me, people that make those kind of judgments aren't willing to look at the whole
Yeah.
picture.
They're like, hey, I'm just gonna step
That's-
halfway through and start telling everyone on what's like, you know what I mean?
That's
Thanks,
like you see a big riot going on and they arrest 6 people.
Yeah.
But there were 600 out there breaking windows and burning buildings, but they arrested 6. They're the guilty ones. No, all 600 of them are guilty. Those are only the 6
those
they
ones
had
are more
room to put.
guilty.
That they're more guilty. Yeah. So it's
They started the whole thing. Yeah, whatever.
it comes down to
There's a difference.
reasonable, mature judgment.
Yeah.
And
In some cases, like with the riots or protests or that, where you're grabbing the instigators who have started it and you're pulling them out.
yeah,
Yes and
Yeah.
no. There's, you can go into a whole discussion about the right way or the wrong way to deal with it.
Right.
That.
What is the balance? What's the balance of responsibility in it? And that's it. Is that? But again, that takes a mature, reasonable thought process to give a balance of responsibility to things.
One
And
year at the high school. Oh, sorry.
I always say, and that includes me, we should hold each other responsible for the things we say, do, and our own actions. I mean,
we should hold ourselves responsible.
Exactly.
That is totally gone, I think, from modern society.
It is.
Oh,
being
yes.
responsible for your own actions.
Long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone. Yeah, I agree. That's I just did a show on Sty Times that was titled "Admit Our Mistakes." I mean, that is something I wish everybody would practice. Is when they make a mistake,
you don't want me
admit
to get started on admitting my mistakes. We'll be here all night. And
that's what I had to say in my show. I only have an hour, so you're only going to hear a few because I've got 65 years of mistakes, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling you what, it'd take me 65 years because I make one every day.
Yeah.
But
I want to point out one thing here. First of all, don't judge anyone before you have all the facts.
yeah. People jump on the bandwagon way too quick.
Yes,
It's easy
absolutely.
to judge anyone. It's easy. If you see a person on the street, it's easy because that person is different, has different clothes and everything. It's easy to judge that person. That is a bad guy, or that is a homeless, or it's not necessary. The person is homeless.
Yeah.
It's just
You know why
maybe
that's so,
poor.
though?
So you need to have all the facts.
You should see me when
before
I
you
go
judge
out in
that
public.
person,
Everyone's
or
like,
if you
"Oh,
see a
homeless
person,
guy."
another person who has a strange behavior, that is a drug addict, or
they're high.
but that person can have a handicap that makes mental disabilities that makes that person have that behavior. So
And
don't
again, it
judge
comes down to
anyone
live and let
before you
live.
have all the facts.
Yeah.
You know what? You know why that's so common though, for people to judge so quick? It's natural because I'm not saying that as in I'm okay with it, but like I'm not. But it's actually natural for people to be scared of what's different, and that's why that happens.
That's it. They're fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
Yes.
And see, they're afraid of the unknown, but they're also afraid to become known. They're not going to put that fear aside and say, I'm going to get to know what's really going on. They're
That's
afraid
why I
to
don't
do
eat
both.
Taco Bell. I'm afraid of the unknown.
That's it. I don't know what that paste is that they say is the taco meat because it looks just like the refried beans. Why? Why? The unknown, so I'm going to judge.
But it's true. Anything that's different, we kind of go, oh, yeah.
Yoren's absolutely right on that.
Yep.
That we are so fast to prejudge things. And I got a perfect example. This little old lady, neighboring town to mine, everybody for years and years they call her the bag lady, and she's got a home, but look at her, she's just, you watch her, she'll look in people's garbage cans and blah blah blah, and look at her shoes, she's got duct tape around her shoes. And I ended up working with her son, and I found out about her, and when she passed away, that whole community freaked out. When she passed away, she willed to her son $18.5 million. She was independently wealthy.
Yeah.
And she looked like a bag lady. And it was because she lived through the Depression and never got beyond the Depression.
Yeah.
Even though she acquired all these riches.
Yeah.
She acquired all those riches, but still lived like she was in the Depression.
Yeah, because the mind stayed the same.
And right, her mindset never changed. So,
No.
But the community judged her on it. The whole community judged her and said they would bring her food, they give her things, they try to help her out. And she kept saying, no, I don't want it. I don't need it. But they'd still help her out. And then they find out here she's independently wealthy. Well, her son did what he knew she would have wanted to do, but he felt that she was just kind of snubbing her nose a little bit at the community. He took half of his inheritance and invested it in the community.
Nice.
He built a big community garden and all kinds of stuff he did. But that's what Joran's talking about, is we're judging people just on what we see, and we don't know nothing, and we just judge them,
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous thing. That's a dangerous thing.
Very.
Because that person could be a lifesaver for you someday. They might just be there when you need them most. But
I didn't realize how much of an ass you were.
And there you were an ass towards them because you prejudged them, and then when you needed them, they weren't there.
Yeah, I was like,
bye now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens a lot.
We go from blades to judging people.
Yeah.
Hey.
I just realized that.
These discussions, that's what gives me, that's the last glint of hope in the world, is that people can get together and have these discussions.
Yeah.
And
like most of the, I would say this, most videos say is like, screw everyone else.
Yeah.
Like, just like,
I'm almost at that point. I've gotten to the point where I'm like old and cranky, and I get off my front lawn.
I'm only 18.
I don't do that. If they come and they hang out on my front lawn, I know who they are. I go down to their place a couple days later and just go take a camp chair down there, sit in their front yard. And when they come out and they go, "Hey, you old fart, what are you doing sitting in my front yard? You were using mine the other day, so I decided I'm going to come down and use yours for a while."
Exactly.
I'm cynical that way.
Yeah, and then you get shot. That's what.
Well, that's one thing that age does have an advantage, because a lot of times they do what Joran's talking about. They judge you. They go, he's just a crazy old fart. That's how he is. They don't know I ain't crazy. I got all my gears are running just fine. I'm doing this crap on purpose because you think I'm a senile old fart. That's what I like. I like throwing people off when I drive through town in the summer, hot summer day. I got a King Ranch crew cab. I put all 4 windows down and I crank up the hardest freaking rap I can find on the radio. Crank that shit up, and I'm just jamming that shit. And I'm going down Main Street, and all these young folk walking down Main Street are laughing. They're laughing and pointing, and I'm going, "Hey, man, get into it." And they're like, "What the hell? He's crazy. How the hell they give him a driver's license?" And they don't realize I'm not crazy. I'm out here having fun with you morons thinking that I'm crazy. Yeah. I mean, and that's the same way, guys, with preparedness and survival.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
my family's that way. Like that.
you need to share this information with people of like mind. But
Yeah.
those people that aren't of like mind, let them wonder. Let them wonder.
I'm kind of starting
I
doing
mean,
that to family.
We can't save the whole world.
No, we can't.
We
That's
can't save the
impossible.
whole world.
Like we can and help them, but it's up to them anyway.
That's it. It's,
Whether they let you help them.
if you don't understand why I'm out here in the woods and I got all this specific gear and why I feel so good and I'm happy out here, if you don't understand that, ask me, why are you this way? And then I'll share it with you. But if you go, look at that crazy survivalist nutcase, that
like hogging everything.
I'll give them the finger and keep walking. You know, I'm sorry, man. You're gonna die. You know?
Hey, no, have fun. I'm being dead.
You know?
Bye. It just survives like another 10 years till everything's over. Everybody else did.
People judging each other like that. I tell you what,
religion is like one of those that's like.
I hosted a campground last summer for 6 months. I lived right in the campground, and I had a customer reserve 3 campsites, and when they got there, I freaked out. Man. It was a huge church group, right? And they're an Orthodox. I'm not going to go down what religion they were, but they're Orthodox, and you know the women dress a certain way.
Judgment right now.
No, I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid people judging these individuals.
Yeah,
but they dressed a certain way and they had their belief rules, right? But there was such a huge group, 3 full campsites full of them, and I thought this ought to be interesting. Oh, they were the funnest bunch you ever saw. I didn't prejudge them. I just said this could be interesting.
Yeah,
and it turned out to be very interesting because they were awesome. They were awesome. All of a sudden, this pickup truck pulls in, and it's got 8 kayaks in the back of it, and they're yanking kayaks out. And these gals wearing these long dresses and bonnets are out there paddling them kayaks all over the lake.
Sounds like myself.
And I'm watching these people enjoying life. They're in the outdoors. They had great campfires. They're inviting me over to their camps, never once trying to convince me of their religious base. No. Just to invite me over as a person, you know, just come on over. Get to know us.
Yeah.
And if you didn't look at the way they were dressed and some of their traditional actions, I would say, their aura. If you didn't look at just that, they were normal people. They're just like you and me. They cry, they bleed, they breathe. They're warm-blooded. They're just like you and me.
Well, that's just it. Once people realize that most other people just want to be left alone and have a great life by themselves, and
give
be
it
happy
to them.
And yeah. It's those ones that want to interfere with your life. That's like
it's the ones that don't learn the lesson are the ones that stick their nose just far enough and they get the tip of it cut off, you know.
Yeah.
I tell people that guess where your rights end? Where your rights end? Right there. They end at the tip of my nose, man. You come in contact with me, your rights, you just gave up all your damn rights.
Yeah.
But stay just off the tip of my nose all the time, okay? Because I don't want you invading me.
Exactly.
You know? And that's it. And people say, oh, well, that leaves it open to anything. I said, no, you don't realize if I own 10 acres, the edge of that 10 acres is the tip of my nose.
Bingo.
Yeah. People don't think of it as like you have to be that close. They're like, nope.
No, the tip of your nose is where your bubble ends.
Yeah.
And they don't realize it's like Thor's saying, maybe you just want to live in that bubble. You don't want to go outside that bubble. people should appreciate that and say, "Hey, that's cool. I won't come in your bubble. I'll let you be. I'll leave you be."
Yep.
Yeah.
That that's,
And as soon as
that-
you start asking for laws to be enacted to take away stuff from people, that's stepping over the line. That's now you're in my bubble.
right,
way too far into it.
and that's it. Is people don't realize how big each of us are.
Yeah.
We are actually large. We've got an awful lot of bubble around each of us, and people are coming in and violating our bubble every day. And like Thor's saying, if you make it clear, hey, this is my bubble, man, cut it out, back off, get outside my bubble. Respect that and do that. Step outside their bubble.
Mhm.
And sometimes those bubbles have to come together.
Yeah.
That's just like husband and
yeah.
wife. Husband and wife, you bring your two bubbles together. Now your bubbles doubled in size.
No, now we're getting into the naughty thoughts.
I was waiting for someone to say that.
I don't want to burst your bubble, but
Hey, easy there. Wow. Now you're getting into my bubble, hey?
That's it. Now you're getting into my bubble. That's the yeah. Why would you responded to Princess with quick release earrings? What was that discussion about?
Shurikens in earrings.
Seer and throwing stars for earrings. So I said,
Quick release.
yeah.
Is she in the US? Because they'd be legal there. Here, like that stuff's not legal. It's like crazy.
Yeah, Kingdom Princess is in US.
You're not
I'm
allowed to
sure.
have nunchucks
wrong.
here or throwing stars. They're prohibited here. It's like seriously prohibited. Like
The only thing that's prohibited in my town, blade-wise, is a ballistics knife.
a which?
Ballistic knife.
Against,
It's a knife where the blade comes out, shoots out of the handle with a spring.
Okay.
And the blade goes, boom.
The old-fashioned switchblades are legal here in the state of Wisconsin.
The autos are allowed, but
not here.
the ballistic knives are not.
It's the dumbest laws. Like seriously, like okay. People can own guns, but not nunchucks. Like really?
Right. Or that machete you're showing off.
Yeah.
But not nunchucks. Yeah.
I can legally carry a sword anywhere in Canada on my back, but not nunchucks.
Yeah, that's
I it right here.
Yeah.
It's so
A
dumb.
sword is much more lethal than a nunchuck, and you have better reach with a
You
sword.
would think so. Yeah.
But ballistic knife, it's not like automatic. The blade is like a knife gun.
I'd be a little.
Handle shooting at people.
It's like politicians started watching too many ninja movies, and we're like, "Oh my god, look at what Bruce Lee just did to 50 guys. We got to ban those. Those are now
probably is like that.
Yeah, it's the same with suppressors up here. So
now I heard
suppressors in Canada are totally prohibited. In US, you pay your tax fee and you can get a suppressor. In most European countries, especially like Iceland, they put them out on the counter so you can buy them for hunting so you don't hurt yours or anyone else's hearing. Here in Canada, it's like, you're an assassin. Oh, horrible.
That's it. And I had someone say that, well, that they're real strict about the suppressors here in the U.S. because if you have a mass shooting, you don't hear where that gunfire is coming from, and everybody's falling all over the place. And I said, for about the first 30 rounds, and it gets louder and louder and louder.
Yeah,
and louder.
because those
masks
the gas, but eventually it has to come out sometime.
I'll tell you what.
It's a suppressor, not a silencer. You still hear it.
You're still hearing it, and that's it. Is what they do is they misconstrue things. It's just like these goofballs that say, "Oh, we got a limit. You can't have there's no way that you can have a clip of over 10 rounds."
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why? Why?
Yeah.
Because when that clip is
A
gone,
10
it's
10-round
totally
mag is
gone.
fine, but an 11-round mag is evil.
Well, and
High capacity.
and when
It's
they're
the dumbest
when you
stuff.
get these morons on there saying once they've used that mag, it's gone.
So
No, they take it home and reload to some bitch. You know,
Yeah.
they do not. They throw those away. Oh, yeah.
This is not Call of Duty.
Not at $38 a piece. I don't.
Yeah, this is not Call of
I'm
Duty.
not
It's thrown
throwing
everywhere.
them away. Oh my God! I wish I had the money to throw my mags away when they got empty.
it's funny here in Canada, up until I want to say just under 2 years ago, we could have basically everything. ARs were okay, no problem at all, but they were restricted.
Mhm.
So then they prohibited them and a whole bunch of other guns, and we're still fighting that. But it's like in Canada, unlike the US, we have what's called a firearms acquisition license. So that's kind of like your driver's license. You've been pre-approved because you're not a criminal. They've already run your background checks. They run a background
Right.
check
They
every
don't
day
do
for
it each time that you,
Exactly. It's constant.
Yeah.
So you get your license and they're like, yeah, okay, no problem. You're a good person. You can have these firearms. But then they go, okay, well, you can only have these firearms because these ones are extra dangerous. And then these ones here are super dangerous. It's like, okay, so you said I'm a good guy. I've never committed a crime. I'm, I'm a benefit to society. You approved my license, but somehow this gun versus this gun versus this gun is going to change my attitude towards people or how I feel about things or what I want to do in society.
your level of responsibility, you're not going
it's
to change
like,
that.
like-
Yeah.
Okay,
If
if I have this gun to take out hunting, my heart will be, okay, I'm a good guy. I'm going to do this and I'm just going to go out hunting. And suddenly I get a full auto. Suddenly I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to like go do some evil stuff. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No. The yeah, that it's such a it's so ridiculous. I mean, that's
personally, I'd like
like
to see kind of a combination of US laws, Canadian laws, and European laws. So like, get rid of the tax stamp for suppressors. I think everyone should be able to own suppressors. To me, it's like, it's not assassins that are out there. It's, people who are going hunting and say they're hunting close to a village or something like that. You don't want to hear them. So it's like, yeah, that's okay. You don't want to wreck your hearing. So there we go.
Yeah.
But one thing I like about Canada, kind of, okay, is the firearms license, where it's like, okay, you've been pre-screened.
Now do they have you renew that every couple of years?
So it's every 5 years.
Every
so
5
you're
years.
Pre-screened.
Okay.
They call your ex, they call your girlfriend or your wife, and make sure you're.
So that pre-screening they're doing and that license is just like my conceal and carry.
Kind of, yeah.
Because my conceal and carry every 5 years, I have to. And you have to do it. It's got to be live signature, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
In fact, one of them I have to show up right at a courthouse, and but it's only once every 5 years, and that conceal and carry is good from that point forward.
Yeah,
and unless
with us,
unless I commit a crime,
run through a database. So if a crime is committed, everyone who has a firearms license is run through that database to see if anything checks off with it. So like if the gun triggers your name, then you come up. So the problem for us is that the firearms license that we have is actually tied to the criminal code. So say we forget to renew our license, or a license comes in late, or something happens with that, suddenly now we're a criminal under the criminal code.
I don't like that.
Which is just silly, because it might be some sort of paperwork or that. And then the other thing is with that, you're kind of in the system, which we've already seen our system hacked by biker gangs and other organized crime organizations. So that's a bad thing as well. However, what we see from the US, for example, is, they run a background check every time you buy a firearm. So what happens when that person 2 years, 3 years down the road commits a crime? It's not like it triggers something where they're like, oh, maybe we should take a look at some other stuff. So I think a combination of the two would be really good. But again, it's like, sometimes there's that government overreach. I just went way out on a tangent here, didn't I? I would just like take over the whole show about this. But,
there you go. I'm pretty sure Jorn would have shut you down if we weren't interested.
That's true. Okay, so I'll keep going anyway. So my thought is like, okay, you've given us this license and you've pre-screened us and you continue to check us, then we should be allowed to have everything up to full auto. Because basically, if we can take that to a gun range and be able to shoot it, there's no difference between that and a regular firearm. To me, in my head, a firearm is a firearm. You're still going to do damage if you have one. So what the hell? If you've pre-screened me and said, I'm a good guy, I'm a great upstanding member of community, you trust me with a firearm, why don't you trust me? You trust me with this one, but not this one? Like, come on.
This is, some people might think, well, what's that got to do with it? But this is where you took it, is like here, I got pulled over one time and I jumped out of my vehicle and I ran around it and I went down in the ditch, and the officer gets out of his car. He's looking at me like, what's that crazy fool doing? And I'm looking all over and he goes, what are you doing? And I said, where's the body? And he goes, what do you mean, where's the body? I said, I must have hurt somebody, or did I run over a mailbox? Where's the damage? What did I do? And he goes, well, you were going 5 miles over the speed limit. I go, oh. I said, thank God it wasn't my fault. And he goes, what do you mean? And I said, it's your fault. He was a state trooper, by the way. And he goes, what do you mean it's my fault that you were doing 5 miles over the speed limit? I said, you're the SOB that gave me the driver's license, said I was competent, knew exactly what I was doing. I said, the state of Wisconsin gave me this driver's license because I was competent and I knew the laws and I was going to obey them and blah, blah, blah. They sponsored me. They made me pay them. But on the license, I don't have mine handy, but right on the license, it says this license is the property of the state of Wisconsin. Write yourself a dang ticket. Leave me alone unless I ran somebody over or broke something. Otherwise, it's your problem. You're the ones that said I can drive okay. And that's it, is if when they take it to the gun law side, and just because your name comes up out of a database and they suspect maybe he's attached to it, and all of a sudden they're going to go into a full depth investigation and they're going to include you, but to me, that's an infringement. If they gave you that license and said, we've already checked this guy out, once we know he's got the license, okay, just if anything, give it a flag. If his name comes up 2 or 3 times, let's look into it. But boy, oh boy, on a per incident basis, if we pre-approved him, if he's the guy that did it, then we didn't do our job to make sure that we said, yeah, he's good, you know. and that's it. Is I agree with the overreach side of things. Is you just don't want to allow them too much overreach.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he did write me the ticket, by the way, Tammy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He enjoyed writing.
For me, the first thing I do is I'm not jumping out of the vehicle. I'm rolling down my window. I'm putting my hands on the steering wheel because, you know, I have lots of cops who are friends, lots of military who are friends, and I'd say the majority are awesome guys, and they're after the bad guys, not us. So I want to make their life easier. That's it. If they're coming up to my window or pulling me over, I want to make sure, one, they feel safe.
Yeah.
So after that,
I need to qualify that. I did know this officer.
Okay.
So this wasn't like I was.
Then it's up to the officer to determine how this whole scenario is going to play out.
Right.
So I've had guys where I used to own a business and sold firearms and all that through that business. So I had a big logo on the truck with the target and, you know, the name of the store. And so it was like pretty obvious what I did. And, you know, again, in Canada, if you run a license plate, you'll know whether that driver has firearms or not.
Right.
So when he comes up to the window, you know, I've got my hands on the steering wheel, the windows rolled down, I'm nice and polite, and, you know, I'm answering his questions. I have no problem with that. But then he's like, so do you have any firearms in the car? I said, no, I'm just taking some gear up to some buddies up in the military base. He's like, are you sure you don't have any firearms in the car? I'm like, no, I just told you I don't have any. Well, I'm pretty sure you have fire. I'm like, what? Okay, now this is going like, now you started to cross the line. Like, sure, I'm positive. Like, you probably asked some people, some criminals who want to disobey the law, that question, and they've lied to you and all that. But, you know, I've been upfront with you. I've been very forward with you. I've been answering your questions. I've shown you my ID. I've shown you my business card. I've like, okay, there's a point where it's like, now you're crossing the line. So
yeah, the one thing I found is I've worked with law enforcement for many years, and one thing that an officer doesn't want to see when he walks up to your vehicle window is when he says, I need to see your driver's license. And if, like here, they know I have a conceal and carry, I need to see your driver's license, conceal and carry, and insurance. And you go like this. Here you go. Don't do that. No, don't do that.
You're going to be accused for bribing the cop.
Yeah, but if you do that and that cop has a shocked look on his face, you go, "Oh, how did that get in there?" I'm sorry.
Yeah,
no, and then take the 20 back.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, to cool things back down. But
so you mean when they have that shocked look on their face, you don't go, oh, sorry, I'm missing that other 100 that was here.
Is that only a 20? I'm sorry. But the thing is, and you're so right, and my involvement in law enforcement over the years wasn't involved with like traffic law and that area. And so I had a lot of different confrontational situations where
I've had some doozies.
But in traffic, and I still do. I ride with a couple of the local officers. I'll ride for a shift, just for the fun of it. And yeah, I'm cleared with the sheriff's department and 3 local PDs. I can show up during shift change and say, I'm riding with him. And some of those guys will go, no, he ain't. He ain't riding with me. I don't want him riding with me. And because I'll tell them what they're doing wrong. I used to, I was a range qualifier for the departments for a few years, and they have to come and they'd have to qualify every year. They have to come out and shoot, and I'd qualify them, and so some of them didn't like me because I wouldn't qualify you, man. If you can't shoot, you ain't getting qualified. You don't show up with a dirty gun either, because I don't like that. Hey, second star.
Hey, what's going on?
Good to see you. Yeah. He's outdoors.
Yeah, one of my worst times was we were out goose hunting.
I'm at work.
Out goose hunting, and guy decided he's going to trespass on the property where we were goose hunting, riding a horse, and we had written permission, and he came up riding, and just at the same time some geese were coming in, so we start shooting at the geese, not even realizing he was there, and freaks out and starts yelling at us, and we're like, whoa, what the hell? And he's like riding across freshly planted a field with his horse and stuff, and he went away finally, but finally we go, it's getting dark, we start leaving the field, we pack up our guns and put them in cases, and we're walking out, and all of a sudden all these lights flick on and we see like 3-4 cop cars. I forget what it was, but we had one officer up front and a whole bunch hiding behind their doors with freaking shotguns and that sort of stuff pointed at us. And we're like, whoa. And I was even like a little perturbed. I'm like, do you mind removing your finger from the fucking trigger? Like, holy crap. Like, come on, guys. Like a little more safety here. And then they started going, looking through your licenses and checking, make sure our guns are cased and all this. And we had a complaint about people shooting at stuff. And so I'm like, whoa. I'm going to reach into my pocket. I'm going to pull out our permission slip for being on this property. I'm pretty sure it was a guy on a horse trespassing on this property that phoned you. And it was just like, whoa, take it easy, calm down. And they were peeking. And I was like, okay, you're trying to arrest hunters who are legally hunting by a guy who was trespassing and calling the police. Like,
right. The lawbreaker just put you in a bad situation.
Exactly. It was like crazy.
Yeah.
So we had another one where 2 of the cops walked 100 acres to the back because of shooting complaints. And we were at this pond shooting in the back, and I felt sorry for them because they walked like 100 acres through this farm out in the back to the pond at the back. And we had basically the ducks and the geese there, and we started cleaning them, and we saw them coming up. So we kind of stopped and we put our guns away, cased everything up. And then the lady was like, okay, so we've had some complaints and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, so here's our written permission. We're totally legal and blah, blah. And I forget how it came up, but we found out she was vegan. So she was like, it was like, we're sorry you had to deal with this situation being vegan. And here we are, dressing the geese and the animals. And we're like, can we give you a ride back to the front of the property and all that? And they're like, no, it's okay. We've had a bunch of these calls today, so we need the exercise. So it's like, depends on who you get and the situation.
And that's one thing. I know so many in law enforcement, and there's just a small little few.
It's those ones
that know with me that we're not going to have good one-on-one conversations. We're just not going to communicate much. And it's because they consider themselves enforcement officers, where the majority of those that are in service consider themselves peace officers.
I want to say
the peace officers, they're coming into it. They're on edge, just like anybody would be. They're keeping their situational awareness at peak.
Yeah.
But they're coming into it friendly, not as I'm here to enforce. And it's those that come in with that enforcement mindset that get themselves in trouble. It's their position should first of all be to keep the peace and find out what the situation is before they go into an enforcement mode. And it's those that walk in on an enforcement mode that
Good to see you, Bob.
Hey, Bob, how's it going?
Hey, Bob.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good to see
Good.
ya.
Mhm.
Good.
I want to say in my opinion, I think it's about 1% to 5% of the population in any job, any profession are a-holes. It's like cops,
it's life.
doctors, lawyers,
That's it.
homesteaders,
That's it.
anything. It's that
For
1
sure.
to 5% of the population that ruins it for the rest of us.
That's it. And those types of people, I keep them outside my bubble. I got no time for that 1 to 5%.
No.
That because most people, like you said earlier, they just want to go through life happy and I don't want you messing my stuff up. I don't mess my life up.
No.
And so we're so much alike in that, everybody. It's just those few. And
you can worship who you want, have sex with who
Yeah.
you want, live with who you want, grow what you want, smoke what you want, drink what you want.
Just as long as you're not doing any of that on me.
As long as you're not harming another innocent person.
That's it. If you're not making me do it your way, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good with you being the way you are, as long as you're not trying to make me be you.
Thank you for that.
That one beautiful word called freedom.
That's it. It's all in one word, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Mhm.
Yeah. And that's it. Is freedom is a personal thing.
Bob, where's your suit? What's going on here?
My suit?
Yeah.
Don't hang it up in the closet where it should be.
Last time I saw you were in a suit.
Yeah. Well,
You were
drinking with the English. Weapon collector. He requested that everyone dress up, or what do you call that? A dress on point or something like that. So okay, I'll show you. I'll go put on my jacket and the tie.
nice.
If somebody did that to me, Bob, right now,
Mhm.
I've got one suit left in the house here. And I said
they could 5, but they don't fit anymore.
They said, I told them, I said, you can have me cremated in that, but don't let anybody see me in it. I tried that thing on the other day, and I laughed so damn hard I could put 3 more people in it. I weighed 270 pounds when I bought that suit. Whoa.
Ouch, dude.
Yeah. Oh, second star. Oh.
Shadow.
But
you want to say hi?
Yeah.
But I wait.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I can't hear, but hi.
Hello.
I'm gonna work on supper, okay?
All right.
Oh boy, I wish I had
See
some.
you.
Oh man, I wish I had an oven that looked like that. My God Almighty, that's one hell of a microwave you got there, Thor.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of microwaves.
That's
like-
yeah.
I'm 48. I can't remember, but it's like First time I used a microwave was like 3 months ago or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. I
I
just realized you could heat up your coffee. It doesn't taste the same. So I
I
still don't trust them.
I use my microwave only for a couple of specific things. Otherwise, nothing else. And nothing. It's stove. That's what stove's for. But in fact, my first exposure to microwave, I was in a 7-Eleven store, which is a little convenience gas station, you know.
And you had a
And
microwave expose itself to you?
there's
That's
now
naughty.
get this. I'm standing at the front counter, and I didn't know nothing about microwaves. This is back in the 70s, early 70s, mid 70s, when they first came out with microwaves. And I'm talking to the cashier, and all of a sudden we hear this guy go, "Oh shit!" Oh. And I look back, and this guy fell over like an old oak tree right there. Oh. And he's in front of this microwave. He had bought a sandwich and stuck in that microwave, turned it on, and the guy had a pacemaker. And that microwave screwed up his pacemaker.
Oh, Lord.
And it damn near killed him. Boy, we had to call the ambulance and everything. And there's a sign on that old microwave that said, "Do not use if you have a pacemaker." And because back
Crazy.
then, the microwaves could escape the machines.
Oh, in the
And
early days, yeah.
yeah, they were
Yeah.
actually very dangerous. If you had any electronic device in your system, it would
It's
screw it
crazy.
up.
And the
And-
hippies fought against all that, but now they're like, hey, no, government's good. You got to listen to them.
That's oh yeah. Yeah. Well, the microwaves today, they don't emit outside of the microwave.
No, the
wave-
aliens stay inside their microwave.
yeah, it keeps them in there. You know,
Yeah.
keeps them those little nanites.
I told you,
in
I don't
there.
trust it.
Keeps those little nanites in there rubbing two sticks together inside your food. Keeps them contained, you know.
No, I
Yeah.
hope they wash their hands before they rub their hands all
Yeah,
over and
yeah,
warm up
yeah.
your food, you know.
Yeah. You know, what's scary out, and over the years, my ex-wife, through her using the microwave for too many things, I learned there were reasons why I'm afraid to put things in
Exactly.
there.
Exactly. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
trying to.
But
Yeah.
the don't put a potato in there without poking holes in it. Don't put an egg in there without poking a hole in it.
I don't put
Yeah.
anything but my coffee.
That
And
She
even
had-
then, it's like,
she had things explode in that microwave, and I'm just like, now wait a minute, damn minute. What if it decides to explode after I swallow it? You know, because you don't know exactly when it's going to go off. I mean, I saw her microwave an egg, and it was at about 30 seconds, and then she blew. Well, what if we took it out at 20 seconds? I ate it, and at the 30-second mark, the bugger decides to blow inside me.
yeah.
I mean, So I fire up the campfire. Let's roast some wieners.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm totally in agreement with you there. Like,
that-
I'll spend more time heating something up on the stove than it takes in the microwave.
right.
But I trust that.
On the stove too. There's no way in heck if you got to be really dumb, really stupid if you're going to put a plastic container on your burner, right? I don't know anybody that's done it, intentionally.
Intentionally.
But if I put a pot on, I don't care if it's electric stove, gas stove, doesn't matter. It's just going to get hot. You stick that pot in the microwave, and there's a thunderstorm going on in there. There's sparks flying everywhere.
Yeah.
Don't put metal in that bugger.
Mhm.
I had to supervise a teenager's party one time at a house. And one of the people that was invited stuck like their jacket in there, nylon with a metal zipper.
No
They're like,
way.
yeah, someone spilled a drink on it, so I got to dry it off. Fuck it. It just, sorry. I'm like,
Oh, yeah. I could
Oh.
imagine.
It
my-
just, sparks were flying and smoke was flying, and I was like, ooh,
Yeah,
what
that
were you
we're
thinking?
not inviting that one back again.
Yeah.
that one you go on.
Thankfully, it wasn't my house. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hi, Catskill. That's I promote, simpler life. Come on, folks, kick back. Gotta relax. Go back to simple things in life.
Oh, yeah.
It's better for you, not just physically, but mentally. Your spirit feels better. Everything about
Yeah.
you feels better.
So true.
Keeping things a little more simple, plan ahead a little better, instead of living in this fast-paced technical world of ours. And I had someone just beat me up the other day because they saw my studio. I used a second camera, showed them my studio, and they go, "You're sitting in that it looks like you're in the space shuttle, for God's sakes, and you're telling us we need to get outdoors and eat roast marshmallows more often, you hypocrite." I can't, they give us all this crap. They give us all of these things, and it's supposed to make our lives better. But in all honesty, guys, I'm 65 years old. I've been there. This ain't better.
No.
This feels good. It feels good.
It can be good, but it's not better.
It's not better.
No.
It's not. I tell you what, if I had to give all of this up, my cell phone and everything, all of this electronics, everything, if I had to give it all up, but you would plop me right back 1967, my bags are packed. I'm ready to go. I'm not kidding. Life was good. Life was good in 1967. I loved it. I loved those years.
I loved the point where, I knew I had to be home when the street lights came on. In between the time I left the house and when the street lights came on, I could do whatever I wanted. I had no worries in the world.
We were allowed to grow up.
Yeah.
Now you're never allowed to grow up. I know 40-year-old adolescents need a goddamn good spanking, man. Because they never grew up.
I remember the 60s, and if you were people were pretty well behaved, because in those times before the lawyers took over everything,
right,
if you did something that
between
deserved
the lawyers, the media, and the politicians.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
If you
They're
did
all
something
in bed together.
If you did something that deserved a bloody nose, you got a bloody nose.
No.
That's the way it was in the 60s. If you insult somebody's wife or, do something grossly inappropriate, pop! I saw that among the adults back in the 60s. It's the way it was.
Now, and I said 1967, that's a perfect year, because in 1967, my pop was our
I don't know, though, because y'all had Bob Dylan and Neil Young, and those guys are like flip-flop now. They're like, yeah, free love, free love.
But we're not talking about
now. They're like,
now.
Follow the government.
But we're not talking about now. We're talking about back then.
Yeah.
There was no now back then. But 1967, my pop was the chief of police of our community. I grew up in a cop's house. My pop, he made headline news. There was no court case. There was no disciplinary action. There was no bad cop. A neighbor of ours, his son was the worst.
There were. You just didn't.
The worst care. No, there weren't back then. There wasn't. There was none of that going on. Good cop, bad cop bullshit. You never heard it. You never heard it because people, if you were a bad cop, the other cops took care of that bad cop.
That'd be good.
They got rid of him. And now, hear me out.
Yeah.
The neighbor.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, then plug your ears. Okay. So the neighbor, his kid was the worst juvenile delinquent you ever seen. He was breaking into the stores in town and stuff, constantly in trouble. My pop was getting fed up with this kid. Well, he caught the kid breaking into the liquor store, hauls his ass to the house. The kid's 16 years old. Hauls his ass to the house. Well, the word went out through town. Oh, God, Porky. That was my dad's nickname. Porky's got Billy, and he's hauling him home. We should go watch. The whole damn neighborhood showed up. There had to have been 40 people hanging out in their front yard when my dad pulled in with the squad and dragged Billy up to the door. Billy's dad walks out, and his dad's only about 5'4". Billy's 6 feet tall. And my dad says to him, and my dad's in full police garb. He points at Billy's old man and says, I'm fed up with your kid. I'm fed up with him breaking the law constantly. He says, are you or can you discipline him and get him to stop? That old guy looked up at his kid and he goes, look at that son of a bitch, how big he is. You think I can spank him? There ain't nothing I can do. I tell him what to do, and he tells me to F off. And my dad says, you need somebody to do that for you? Discipline him?
That
he
should have been done long ago.
Right. But my dad had his fill finally as someone that shouldn't have to be involved.
Yep.
And he says, do you need someone to do that for you? And the kid's old man says, Porky, if you can straighten that kid out, he says, you'll be my friend for life. My dad says, then we'll do it. And he told that kid, you stay right here in the front yard, stand right here. And now he's got this huge audience. He walks to the squad car, takes his jacket off, his hat,
There you go.
his badge, takes
Game
the
on.
gun belt off, puts it in the car. And he turns around, he looks at everybody. He says, I can't go off duty. But he says, I am not acting as a law enforcement officer today. And he walks back over to that kid. And that kid goes, and what do you think you're going to do? And he slapped that kid right to the ground.
The bloody nose will cure
He
most
picked-
ailments. Mhm.
He picked that kid back up. And before that kid could say a word, he slapped him again. He had to have slapped him 5 times.
Mhm.
And that kid was finally on all fours on the ground, tears running down his face, bloody nose, split lip. And he's begging my dad, Porky, don't hit me again. Don't hit me again. And my dad stands him up and says, the only reason you're going to get hit again is the way you respond to me. And he says, are you going to quit with all of the criminal activity or not? And Billy says, I don't know if I can. Boom! He stands that kid up and he says, you're going to get hit again. And you're going to get hit until you're certain you're never going to do this kind of shit ever again in your life. That kid begged him and guaranteed him, I'll never. He says, I won't even jaywalk the rest of my life. Guess what? That kid had quit high school at 16, and that's why he was getting in all that trouble and shit. His dad couldn't control.
Yeah.
That kid went back to school, went to college, became an executive for 3M.
Right on.
Guys making over $500,000 a year.
Right on.
Retired.
Nice. That's funny.
Otherwise, he was going to be a lifer in jail, man. He was going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
Anyone could have said to me when I was a kid is, I'm calling your parents.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't
no.
do that.
No. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh hell, I'd do something and there'd be no witnesses, and I'd say to myself, I hope nobody calls my parents.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think there was one time. There was only the one time. I forget what I did, but my dad was like, okay, that's it. Let's go outside. I'm like, and my dad's not like, a big guy or anything. He's fit, but he's not like I could take him now. No problem.
Right.
I think anyway, but it was like at that time when he said, all right, let's go outside. You want to fight and settle this? And I was like, no, I'm done. I'm
I'm
done.
done.
Right,
Mhm.
right,
Good,
right.
It's like,
good answer.
yeah.
Thanks for the offer, but
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
interested.
Mhm.
I'm like, no.
Okay, I'll
I-
fight. I did that. I did that with a guy that was. I knew I was going to get the tar pounded out of me, and I told him. I said, "Fine, you want to go for it? I'll meet you out in the parking lot." And he goes, "Okay." He says, "You're not going to like this." I said, "No, I'll be okay." And he goes, "No, you're not." He says, "I'm going to hurt you." I said, "No, you're not, because I ain't showing up. You win." Done deal. Hell no, I ain't showing up to a fight. I ain't going to win. And what you're talking about, Thor, my son running water, I tell you what, that kid will tell you. At 18 years old, he decided he's going to sow his oats with me. And I wasn't in the best shape at the time. Boy, we went at it, man. We were on the living room couch. I mean, and finally he broke away from me, and he's running out of the house, and I ran out on our upper deck, and he's going down the street, and he's holding his side of his face like, oh my God, did that hurt? And he sees me up on the deck, and I go, "You get your ass back in the house." He goes, "You're crazy. You're nuts. He says, "You could kill somebody." I said, "You today?" I said, get your butt back in the house." He says, "I'm not coming in the house." I said, "You get hungry, you'll be back." And I went back in the house. Well, we had company at the time. And I walked in, sat at the table with our company and the ex-wife. And they're all looking at me, and they go, this fella, he goes, "Boy, Sty, I didn't know you still had it in you like that. Boy, he's a big kid, man."
Mhm.
I said, "Give me a minute. I'm still trying to decide whether I need an ambulance or not."
Mhm.
And my oldest boy, today, he's 45 years old. I'm 65. He knows he don't want to go fisticuffs with me because he'll win, but it's going to be well paid for, man. He's gonna have to pay for it. He's gonna have to pay
Yeah.
for that win.
It's
Because
not
yeah,
gonna
I
be
was
easy.
raised. I was raised that way. Dad never gives up. Dad ain't going. You're going to have to kill your own father to get this to stop.
Yeah.
Because if you got it coming, Dad ain't going to give up. And him and I,
And I
and
don't
my
fight
oldest
fair.
son, and my son knows that I'll tell you what, you put me in the boxing ring, there's rules. You put me on the wrestling mat, there's rules. You put me in a fisticuffs fist fight, fuck off.
Game on.
There ain't no rules, man. I'll hurt you. I will hurt you in ways you wouldn't even think a woman would do that to you. I'll hurt you. I'll probably lose, but I'm going to hurt you. You're going to have things to remember. Months, years from now, you're going to go, "You see this scar on the inside of my thigh? Yeah, it does look like teeth marks, don't it? Yeah. Yeah. It's got Sty written all over it, don't it? Yeah."
Well, guys,
Yeah.
on that note, I'm gonna go help my woman with some dinner.
Mhm.
See if she needs any help with anything. And
I know what you're. Yeah.
Mhm.
bow, chicka, bow, bow,
Bow wow.
He's gonna go in there and I can
Yeah.
see he's gonna
Yeah.
he's gonna go in there and do some pre-test tasting, Yeah.
Mhm.
No, that's later tonight.
That-
Anyway, before things get really bad, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Take care,
Man,
Thor.
Thor, thank you. You made my day. That's
Awesome.
great.
Good to hear.
Yeah,
You guys,
he makes everybody's day.
Awesome. So glad. So happy. So worthwhile to come on and talk with you guys. It was great.
It's a good
Yeah,
day.
it's worth a lot. I agree.
Yeah. Awesome. Take care, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Peace, man.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
Yeah, I live in the Seattle area, Pacific Northwest, and
Oh yeah.
My dad came to this area around in 1920, somewhere in there, and this is the same area. And my dad showed me the spot in the town he grew up in. It was a three roads that came to a triangle. One was Main Street, and the other two were just side roads. That was what they called Triangle Park or Triangle. And law enforcement back in those times was very efficient, because he told me about what they called him the town clown. He was the town cop, and he was in that position because he could handle the job. And he saw this twice growing up, where one guy, he said this guy used to like to slap his wife around. And he put a stop to that guy because he locked him up in the city jail, and he kept a rawhide bullwhip, and he would hold it in a circle. And we went to the jailhouse, and he took that guy right there on Main Street in front of the whole town, and he waited and this guy knew what was coming, and he had him by the nape of the neck, and he couldn't get away. And that cop just waylaid that guy right out in front of the whole town, beat him until he was on his knees. And that guy never touched his wife again.
That's right. Yeah.
And there were no courts involved. There were no lawyers, none of the nonsense. I mean, that cop took care of the problem right there. He saw him do that twice, two different guys who obviously deserved it, and it corrected the problem.
That they looked at my dad's arrest record, where he actually had a person booked, where they were taken into Hennepin County Jail and booked in. And his arrest record over a 16-year period averaged 3 arrests per year. So few arrests over 16 years. And we were 15 miles outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota. You would think the crime rate would be through the roof, but not in our little community. It wasn't tolerated, and it was taken care of locally.
Yeah.
And so well that the outsiders coming in realized it. You just don't get away with that crap here. It ain't happening in this town.
Yeah.
We like being happy here in our hometown. And people say, yeah, but that's brutality and this and that. Life is brutal. Life is not fair. Life is not comfortable.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
no guarantees.
Right. And there has to be consequences for people's actions and behavior.
Yeah.
There has to be. And that's what brings continuity and peace in a community, is that the fact that there's a consequence for your actions. And it goes all ways, good, bad, and indifferent. If you did something good in the community, it should go through the community, and people should say, man, did you hear what so-and-so did? And just like if something bad happens, did you know what so-and-so did? How were they all dealt with? They were dealt with in the appropriate fashions. And I miss those days so much. And people say, wouldn't you like to take back a few of them whoopings you got as a kid? No. There's only one I'd like out of all the whoopings. This old boy, he's a whooping king. But there was only one that I wanted taken back, and that was one that I didn't deserve. I took a whooping for somebody else's misgivings, and that's the only one I would like taken back,
Yeah, I can understand that.
But otherwise, every whooping I got, I had it coming. And I never got a whooping worse than, it fit the crime. It always fit the crime. Sometimes they were even less than I thought I deserved, but again, it's respect. I mean, today you just see so little respect.
Creativity style.
Yeah, there's also people like who used to be my brother. I disowned him a long time ago. He is a psychopath. He has no empathy, nothing.
Yeah.
He's an animal. He's been in. Dad tried to discipline him, and I remember I was younger than who used to be my brother, and he didn't get something he wanted. He threw himself on the floor, pounding his hands and fists on the floor and screaming. And my dad said in a low voice, so I could hear him, it goes, "My God, that kid's going to spend the rest of his life in jail, and there's not a damn thing I can do to stop it." So let me tell you the time that he used to physically assault me every day. My brother did every day because he had nothing. He had nothing. There was nothing there. He's been in and out of jail his entire life. He still is. But he was bigger and stronger. And I remember one of the ass whippings I took from him. He sat on my chest and he's pounding me in the face in the living room floor. And he felt froggy one day because my dad come over there and pulled him off of me and got, broke him up before he knocked my teeth out. And then he came up, my brother came up like this with a fist at my dad. That fight was over in seconds because my dad beat that guy right into the corner, and he was 16 when Dad did that. Gave him a black eye and a bloody nose. He hit him 8 times right in the head faster than he could react. And he never tried that with Dad again.
Yeah.
He realized that it was an immediate consequence to his actions. He didn't leave me alone, but that's true. I mean, there are some people in our societies that are animals, and he's one of them. I occasionally will look up his arrest record. He's still going in and out of jail for robbery and, beating his kids and beating his wife and on and on. And it's like, those are the people that, there's just too many of them. With the population increase here in the Northwest, there's just too many of them now.
And that's the thing. And I know there's a lot of controversy over it, but that when they got rid of the state mental institutions, and turned everybody loose, and now it's all outpatient stuff.
Yeah,
we had a lot of issues come with that, and people with real bad psychological problems are running loose out there. And those types of people back in the day, they were put in a controlled situation, and we didn't have to deal with them on our streets and in our lives.
Right.
And
hey, CR.
CR is back. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put on the backpack again. Okay. Now you can continue.
All right.
Okay,
but I know of one right now that comes and visits my channel once in a while, and I keep a very close eye. But he's just a psychopath too. I mean, I won't be in the same room with the character. It just ain't happening. Yeah. And lo and behold, why do I have conceal and carry? But what do you do with him? And I mean, they've tried everything under the sun, and he's now 43 years old.
That person's incorrigible. They'll never change.
Yeah. Right, exactly. And I would not I would not be shy to say he needs to be lifelong institutionalized.
Yeah.
It's sad, but it's just, that's the way the world is. I don't.
That's why I take self-defense very seriously, because I grew up in an environment where I was stuck with an animal, and then here in Seattle, you add meth and fentanyl to the situation, with the mentally ill wandering around, and oh Lord, it gets dicey around here during the summertime. It
Yeah.
gets really dicey.
Yeah. And it's getting that more and more across the nation too.
It is. Mhm.
It's not as isolated as it used to be. You know, I used to, when I was young, I hung out downtown Minneapolis on Hennepin Avenue and where all the nasty riot went on in Minneapolis, South Lake Street. That was my old stomping grounds, man.
Mhm.
And we thought it was rough back in those days. And but now I live in a community of 10,000 people.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I'm right back in Minneapolis again.
Mhm.
And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching the mayor of Seattle. See, the way it works here, I live in the suburbs of Seattle. During the wintertime, there's not too many of the addicts roaming around because they go two places during the winter. Many times they'll go to Arizona, California, so they won't freeze to death. And if the ones who can't leave live underneath bridges in the city of Tacoma and Seattle, because it rains so much here, if you get
Right.
wet and you can't get dry, you're a goner, you know. And what they've done for the last few years is that the big cities will say, hey, we solved the homeless problem. See, look at all the cleanup that we've done, and the problem is solved, reelect me. But honestly, what they do is the 1st of April, they take them and they give them a bus ticket or a train ticket and send them out to the suburbs. And now it's up to us,
Right.
you know. And that's one thing that's like, man, I just saw a speech from the mayor of Seattle, and he said that they've got a plan, okay, like they have every year. They've got 44,000 homeless in the city of Seattle, and you guess where all those people are going to go 1st of April.
Yeah.
Right here. You know, mine's pretty much a prepper channel that's got ways of defending yourself and your home and all that, and that's what this area has turned into. From
Right.
April 1st until September, we are swarmed. Now, the ones that are on fentanyl, which I've warned many people across the United States, if fentanyl is not destroying your city right now, it will be. It's that addictive. And the ones on fentanyl or heroin, they'll shoot up and they'll go lay down. The ones that are on meth, oh my God, they're out of control, man.
Yeah. You don't know where
Yeah.
You don't know where they're going to take it. You just don't.
You just
And
don't. Mm-hmm.
See, that's what we have here in my town is the meth just went wild here. And when you see these tweakers out on the streets, this town, I tell you, right up until bar closings, 2:00 in the morning, our main street was packed with people. Man, you saw people come and going, and we got so many bars up and down our main street. They're just bar hopping, walking up and down the streets all through the night until 2:00 in the morning. Then the streets go empty and it's quiet. Now, the sun sets within a half hour of the sun setting. You can drive through downtown and there's not a soul.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is, they're a meth hit and they're tweaking out there on the street. And I tell you what, you don't drive through town. I tell people that don't have conceal and carry that they're insane driving through downtown. Don't go. I wouldn't even drive through downtown after sunset.
Yeah.
But this town was never that way except for the last few years. It's just progressively gotten worse and worse and worse. And it has driven others away from coming to the town because it's a great tourist area. And our tourism has dropped way off because they don't have the nightlife anymore. You know, and during the days, if they're not crashed because they were tripping all night, they're out there begging. So they're on the streets during the day. Now we don't have people on the streets because they don't want to be harassed by them. And
Same with Seattle and Tacoma. Seattle used to be a tourist destination because it was picturesque. It was upscale. It was picturesque, and we used to have a lot of tourism. But now the streets are empty in Seattle. They're just empty.
Yeah.
And the only folks that are left there during the spring and summer are up to no good,
That's
But-
it.
I don't know what the answer for all that stuff is, but until there is a solution, just got to stay on guard, man. It's a different world that we live in now than it was when you and I were growing up,
Mhm.
Or even me.
Mm-hmm.
You guys
You
are
too.
older than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, and wiser. I know you guys are wiser. Okay, I admit that.
We can be wise asses at times too.
Yeah.
I asked for that. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
No, even for me, things have changed. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
just the way it is, right? Things change.
and
all the
that's
time.
that's it. You don't know what you had till you lose it,
Mhm.
and then you have to struggle with how do I bring it back? How can we bring it back? And for us old timers, we're not going to be around long enough to bring it back.
Yeah, I'm not physically
So-
able to, but
Right.
to bring it back. Yeah.
So
Well, I've got
we
a
try
thug-
to educate
Mhm.
the new generations of how things were and how they could be again if
Yeah.
they change their mindsets a little bit.
I'll tell you, I've got a neighbor next door. He's an ex-convict, but he is the best neighbor I've ever had.
Mhm.
Is he has beat the dog snot out of 3 different meth junkies who tried to get into his garage. I mean, he attacks them. Well, I've seen him do it twice, right outside my house. He's built like a bull, and he's seen what drugs will want. He's seen drug addicts in the prisons, and he's keeping that away from his kids.
Right.
And that's some of the stuff that does work. But he's young and strong enough to do it. I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
physically I'm not able to do that. But thank God that guy's here, because he hurt some bad, man. But last summer alone, I had 9 different. I'm in my garage, and during the summertime, I'll have the door open to see better and get the grinder dust out and all that. I had 9 different junkies try to get into this building just last summer, and one of them, he rode his bike by and he's looking in my garage. So I responded immediately. I stood up, and I stood right over there, stood there at parade rest, and that guy was so wigged out on meth. He screamed at me every profanity you can think of for over 20 minutes, standing on his bicycle, ah, ah, ah. And if you ever run into a situation like that, don't say a word. Stand your ground and don't say a word to them, because they can't predict that. They don't know how to react to someone who's just going to stand their ground and not interact with them.
Right.
Because that's eventually he's got tired of screaming profanities at me, and he left. Now, if I had interacted with him, he probably would have come closer, and I'd had to do something. But I don't want to do that.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Go
wanna
ahead.
add something in there. Sometimes it's better to not confront. Sometimes,
Yeah.
it's just the better choice, right?
Mhm. But I seen that same guy more than once after that, and he just rides his bike right by. He doesn't even slow down, because he knows that the guy in that house, he's not going to be able to jump in here and grab something and run out, because that guy's present and he won't allow it.
Right.
But
That and that's it is when you've got characters like that in your community and nearby, you want them to feel there's always somebody around.
Mhm.
And
Hey, Bob,
your presence.
I'm looking out. I see you, Bob.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
The
I mean, I have your back, Bob. I mean, it's fine.
Okay. Mhm. Yeah, you're right. SCR is better. Just Don't
I
be
mean,
confrontational with them because they're not in their right mind. They haven't got clear judgment anymore. It's gone, so it's better just to, stand your
de-escalate.
ground, keep your mouth shut.
And that's it, is they don't comprehend what you're saying to them anyway. They're
No,
not
they don't.
they don't
They
have
just,
proper comprehension of what you're
yeah.
trying to convey to them, and
Mhm.
they'll misconstrue it. They'll go bonkers on it. And like you said, it irritates them that you don't respond, but that's what they're looking for, is a
Yes.
response. So
Mhm.
they'll move on. They'll move on. And if more people were to just stop responding to them, I hate to say it, but maybe they'll act out in a way that law enforcement will get involved,
Yeah.
And that's the problem is now with law enforcement, if it's drug related, book and release, book and release, book and release.
That's the way it is. Yeah.
And they're just putting the problem right back on the street, right back on the street, right back on the street.
Mhm.
I'm a full supporter of, and they say I don't empathize enough with drug addicts. And well, I do, but not to the detriment of everybody else.
Mhm.
I believe in, okay, you arrest them and you feel that it's the drug problem. Well, then they should be in inpatient care. You need to lock them up.
Mhm.
You need to lock them up, dry them out. But if you're not going to lock them up in jail, lock them up in a mental health unit somewhere and dry them up, because this is insane. They're just coming down when they finally get released.
Mhm.
So they're out there looking for their next fix, man.
Yeah.
And yeah,
the whole law enforcement, not law enforcement, but the city government and the courts is
the process.
it's totally broken.
Yeah.
Because I saw the speech from the new mayor of Seattle, and they've acquired millions and millions and millions of dollars, which they've done every year for the homeless drug addict problems. They've done that every year, millions and millions and millions. But by the time they send it through the lawyers, and they send it through the people who do studies and surveys and all, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's through corruption,
Yeah.
It's total. And most of those people are lawyers. And I'm sorry if you have lawyer friends or whatever. I've been through family court, and I can't respect lawyers. I have no respect for the ones that I've dealt with. That's the biggest problem, is the corruption in the city level with the funding that's there. But there's church groups that have got programs to help these people, and it's working. But when you get government involved in it, they screw it up, and they spend all the funding on, my brother-in-law is a lawyer. Let's give this contract to him to do a survey or a study group on whatever, and it's gone. There's no help for these people. I want these people to get sober and get their lives back together again. But
well, that's it. Attorneys are just like casinos. They're in it because they always win, even when they lose.
That's right.
So that's the issue I have with our legal system and attorneys. I've always been a proponent of, if someone is going to represent you as an attorney, and they have it right when it says practicing law. Yeah, that's all they do is practice. But if an attorney represents me, they say, oh, you got to have an attorney. You can represent yourself, but you need an attorney. Okay, so I'm going to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for this attorney. And that attorney does a lousy job. And I didn't find out till after the trial that, he plays golf with the prosecutor.
Sure, they do.
Twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost. And they put my butt in jail. and they fined me $10,000.
Uh-huh.
Now wait a minute. I should get to stay home, and that attorney goes to jail for a year and pays the $10,000 because he represented me. So let him represent me with what he succeeded, the product he produced. If more attorneys were held responsible for their outcomes, you'd see cases really change.
Oh, sir.
Because
Yeah, you bet.
for one thing, they wouldn't take a losing case. You're guilty of sin. I ain't going to defend you.
Yeah.
Or, boy, we're going to have a hard time proving this guy's guilt. Let's not even put the charges on him.
Yeah. The only courts I've been through was family court, and wow, how crooked is that stuff? It is so crooked, and
oh, it's so biased.
yes, it is. It is. I always the ex-wife got addicted to the power involved in that, and she sued me 1 to 3 times a year, every year, for BS, the made up bullshit, and I always had to pay her lawyer bills and mine.
Right.
Here I am on less than half pay already for child support. And, you know, that whole system of the courts in this country has got to be remodeled. It's just got to be, because it's.
I love when you get a rogue judge. We've got one here, and he's great, man. He's great. My daughter, she was going through a divorce, and her old man, oh boy, what a character that guy was. And this guy kept suing her. It's almost like the reverse story you have.
Yeah.
You know, the spousal side, you know. And after about the 4th or 5th time, that judge said, "You again?" He goes, "I'm going to recess for 20 minutes, and then we're going to come back, and I think I'm going to be informing you of something." And they recessed, and he says to the prosecutor, "I want to talk to you in my chambers." When he came back out, he got on the bench, came back to order. He says, "Here's what's happening. I'm dismissing this case without cause. You have no cause." He said, "And the DA is charging you with filing frivolous cases before this court."
Boy, that's like unheard of.
And I just like, yes! Finally, a judge that's seeing it for what it is, and said, "That's enough. That's enough of this crap." And I've watched him do that in so many cases. Say, "You actually bringing somebody to trial for this? Are you crazy? I don't." And their attorney would, "I object there." "No, there's nothing to object to. This case is dismissed." Boom. And they kill the case. Say, "That's enough of that crap. You're just here out of spite. You're using our system. You're using our system against somebody. Why don't the two of you meet up in the backyard and beat the shit out of each other and settle it? But quit coming in this courtroom. We have more important things in this community to worry about than your spite against each other." You know.
Yeah, that all developed in my life as soon as I got remarried. I got remarried almost 5 years after the divorce, and that's when she went crazy.
How dare you, right?
Yeah, how dare I, move on and find someone else to love, and it was like that whole court system, especially the family court, has got to be just restructured. I don't know how to do it, and I don't know what the answer is, but that's
See, I'm a firm believer that every judge in our nation should be elected by the community they represent. And because appointed judges, they're appointed
by other lawyers.
Right. They're appointed to the system by the system.
Correct. Yeah.
And so they're just there to cover the system, make sure the system keeps going the way they would like to see it. And instead of, "Oh my gosh, I better rule pretty fairly, otherwise they're not going to put me back on this bench," And I think that goes a long ways. you know.
Yeah, the system is just there to generate money. That's all it's for. It's an industry. It's a money-making industry. That's my views on it.
Yeah. Oh, statutory law is monetary law.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yes, it
You know
all
what
is.
the true laws of the world are for us in the United States is the Constitution. If it's not in the Constitution, it's just the color of law, and it's there to make revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Show me a law that doesn't generate revenue.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Show me one. I mean,
Yeah.
every single law out there, in one form or another, they can pin you with some revenue. We can make money if we can catch you doing this, and this, and this, just like traffic laws. All right. If you're doing 75 in a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, why don't they take your license away for 6 months and not fine you? That hurts.
Yeah.
But no, they won't
That-
take your license away. They'll
Gonna
just give you a
generate the income.
They'll give you a $500 fine.
Mhm. Hey,
Yeah, that is very fitting for your back wall there.
yeah, I got one of these,
Yeah.
Joe. Yeah, right there.
Yeah. Now,
Mhm.
Terry, we're fascinated about my crucifix.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
well.
the-
There is one thing that makes me a bit nervous, but my household's ready for almost anything. You know, my wife grew up during a civil war overseas, and so we're set up pretty good here. But right now, the world leaders are looking at what Canada's doing with their civil unrest. And the thing that does concern
Don't
me
even
is
get me started on that, Bob. Don't even get me started on
one
that.
thing. Well, I'm going to put it in a way that applies to the states here. I guess they're organizing a trucker thing from the West Coast to the East Coast.
Yeah.
That does concern me because how are the Fed going to react? You know,
are they going to mirror Canada, or are they going to treat this a little differently?
yeah.
You know, I understand the concern.
You understand my kind of caution and apprehension because you never know what the Fed is going to do, and the last thing you want is I think the truck. Now here's a situation that's a bit different in the States than Canada. I love the way that the truckers up there, they were peaceful. They didn't do a bunch of crazy stuff, you know, but that won't happen here in the States because of some of the groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all the others. They're going to take advantage of that and loot, burn, and kill. And that will give the Fed the reason to initiate either martial law or
to redirect the blame is
Correct.
what they'll do, and
correct.
Right.
Yeah.
and they'll make sure
History.
that blame negatively impacts the populace.
Yeah.
So that the populace will say, oh no, truckers, you got to be tolerant. You got to be tolerant because we don't want to be hurt, you know. And that's why I said here in the U.S., I'd rather see not the truckers do this, every blue collar worker to say, guess what? We're just not going to work for a week.
That
You watch
works.
what happens.
That
You
works.
watch what happens in this country if
Uh-huh.
every single blue collar worker, anybody making less than say
Called in sick for a couple of days, and
That's
if it
it.
doesn't work, call in sick again. Yes, sir.
And-
I've seen that happen.
if everybody making less than $60,000 a year just said, guess what? Whatever it takes, I'm taking a week off from work.
Well, mhm.
Everybody, the whole nation would feel it equally.
I saw that.
and-
Yeah.
And everybody would say, time to change, and right now. We're not talking, you have to change it right now. But if you have just one part of an industry doing it, it has its impact. But those infiltrators, like you were talking about,
Yeah, those are the
other
dangerous
groups,
ones. Hmm.
they make life miserable for the general populace beyond the supply line. It goes so far beyond supply line issues, and that's why preppers and people into preparedness, they don't worry so much about the supply line.
Yeah.
So that they're like, well, I'm good if this goes for a month or two. I can handle it.
Well, yeah, we have our buffer zone, right?
Right. We've
Yeah,
got
I
that.
would say, right?
Exactly,
We
CR.
can
We got that.
Yeah.
We
Smooth it out a little, right? This
Uh-huh.
purple, we smooth it out so it's a little lower.
Yeah. And
we
I-
hate to see the others suffer, but
No, of course. I mean, that's-
at least we're prepared. And
we know family and friends, unfortunately.
yeah.
So
yeah, in fact,
I'm worried for now.
Mrs. and I, she, like I said, she grew up in Civil War overseas. She knows what she's doing. She's lived through this martial law and all that. I've been in martial law 3 times in my life overseas. But what we did the other day was, I said, I want to go get some more food. And so she just opened up the pantry, looked around. And I said, well, what do you think I could stack up a little bit more? She just goes, how about some of your favorite cans of soup? Because we can add anything to it.
Yeah.
Crackers,
Right.
rice, beans, whatever. And she goes, why don't you go get about $100 worth of canned soup? And so those nice chunky Campbell soups that really got a lot of food stuff in them.
Yeah.
She goes, why don't you go get about $100 more? Okay, bam. Next day it's in the house. That's just how we handle it in my place.
Yeah. Well, that's me. I've got a dietary problem. I went from 200. I was, well, at the time, last May, I was 257 pounds, and today I weigh 161.
Mm-hmm.
I lost all that weight because I have an eating disorder. It's a thing that goes on with my saliva glands and blah, blah. It's an in-depth thing. So I can't eat a lot of solid foods. So I eat a ton of soup, right?
Mm-hmm.
I go to the store and I'll buy, I'll buy $30, $40 worth of soup at a time. And that's usually every other week.
Yeah.
But I could go for the next 4 to 6 months without worrying about running out of soup. I just keep filling. It just keeps filling. And I'm going, and I'm thinking, okay, we're going to turn one of our bathrooms into a laundry room bathroom.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at that and I'm going, if I tear the tub out of there and make that all cabinets, man, just think all the supplies I can put in.
Yeah.
But no, we want the washer and dryer in there. Okay. But that's it. Is preparedness is, to me, is just comfort. Just being comfortable and knowing that if things like we talk about, ever happen, it doesn't hit us as hard.
Yeah. I want to go back on the call in sick. Back in 2006, over in the little country, the Philippines, the price of gasoline went way up. The oil companies were gouging.
Right.
So you know what? Everybody did. They called a transportation strike. Most people there take public transportation. And they kept that up for a week, and the price went down.
Right.
And a few weeks later, it went right back up to where it was. And this time, they stayed out of work for almost 3 weeks. By God, the oil company, the government was screaming at the oil companies, "Fix this! We don't have a tax basis anymore. Fix this!" And by God, it worked. The price of fuel went right down to an affordable level for the average citizen. Those methods work. They really do work.
That's it. Is you've got to put the pressure where it's felt, and when you have people do things in commonality, they do it together. They feel it, boy. They feel it real hard.
And you got to hit them in the pocketbook. Hit them where the money's at. Yeah.
ACR.
I can't
The-
resist. You can.
I tell you what, you know, people. I've had people say, "Stoy, I really like you. You're so wise." No, I'm not fucking wise, guys. Come on, I'm not all that. Don't go there. I just lived for 65 years, and I'm not afraid to tell it the way it is, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you the way life has been for 65 years. It's just the way it's been. And I have people say, "Oh, you fall for all that prepper stuff, you know, doomsday stuff." And I told them, I said, "No, actually, I didn't fall for it. My grandma and grandpa, they always had a year's worth of food in the pantry and then down in the root cellar. And they always had that.
Same with my family.
And they weren't called preppers. They were called farmers."
Yeah.
I mean, you know, come on, you know, guys.
He called it common sense.
Yeah, it is common
not,
sense. It is.
It's not.
Yes.
It's not wisdom. It's common sense. It's just common sense. It's life.
Yep.
And I'm a firm believer that everything today is exactly the same it was 40 years ago, 80 years ago, 200 years ago. Everything today is exactly the same, just a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, technologies, everything changes, but the fact of the matter is we're still all human beings. We all have the same troubles and things in our lives. We all feel things. So what we need to do is, the best part of preparedness is yourself, is prepare yourself. How will you deal with life, no matter what life throws at us? Because you don't think people back in the 1800s had things thrown at them that they just...
Oh, they sure did. Just like, just the same as now. Yes, sir.
That's it. They had, even though the things were different, the stress levels were the same.
Yeah.
And that's it, is we need to look back and say, oh shit, they got through it. We can get through this. You know?
It's really important too, if something does happen, is to keep a cool head. Don't panic. Don't react with violence. Or, you know, if it's violence you have to use, but keep a cool head. Use sound judgment. But that's where being prepared before something happens helps to bring your stress level down. So instead of this being a great obstacle, it's now just a little speed bump.
That's it. That's it. Well, and that's the whole thing is
it's a hurdle that you can jump.
Yes,
that's it.
Exactly.
That's
CR. Well put. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That, you know, it's like on the survival side of things. I try to tell people, I've watched so much on survival. It's ridiculous. And I'm not talking about, you know, the reality shows out there, Alone and all of those. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
that stuff.
I'm talking about real life situations where people had to survive and they managed to survive. It's amazing how many people that were survivalists and they expired. They didn't make it.
Yeah.
They were put in a survival situation, didn't make it. And then you've got people that have no clue whatsoever how to survive, and they're in the worst survival situation you could imagine. They come out of it, not in the best shape, but they come out of it, and they manage to survive. And why is that? The true survivalist didn't make it, but the person that knew nothing about survival made it. It was because the person that knew nothing about it did not let their mindset change. I want to live. I am going to live whatever it takes. I have to keep a clear mind and think about myself. What can I do to make it just another day, another hour, another minute? What can I do? They have no skills, but boy, they're learning them fast because they're keeping their mind clean and clear, and they're Their only
Focus on
concern
the task.
is making it one more day, and they survived. That's true survivalism. Now, the person that learns all these skills and they get out there, and within hours they're crying and they're sitting under a tree somewhere freezing their butts off, and they're starving, and they're just like, I'm not gonna make it. And sure enough, there they are, froze to death the next morning. But they had all the skill in the world, but they didn't have the mindset.
Yeah.
And
Sty,
yes, sir.
I was gonna say I wouldn't cry because that'd be a waste of water.
That, well, you got to
And it would
carry.
freeze in the winter, so
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
avoid that.
Well,
I'd be like, eh,
But
no.
those are
It's
right
a waste
back.
of water.
Yeah.
in the winter. That's good because you can just pick those off, and and keep your salt content up, and you'll
Wait.
perspire
Is that a
less.
thing?
Is that what?
Is that a thing?
Okay.
Wait
Yeah,
a second, I've never heard of that.
Carry a little
There's no video.
container. Carry a little container to catch your tears. That, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And reconsume it because of the salt content in your tear glands. The
Don't waste water.
but that's I know an individual. Some people on here may recognize the channel name, but it's Cheesehead Chris, and a lot of people don't know Chris personally, and I do. He only lives about 45 minutes away from me, and Cheesehead went through a survival situation where 80-acre piece of property, and he was all the way to the back corner of that 80, and it was in this time of year it was just icy. It was ice everywhere, and it was close to sub-zero weather. And he just took a walk. All he had with him was his Swiss Army knife. He didn't carry any everyday carry stuff with him. He just always has a Swiss Army knife in his pocket. All the way across that 80 acres, he stepped wrong on a patch of ice, went down, and literally blew his knee out. I mean, it shattered his knee. His leg was flopped over at a 90-degree angle to his hip. And there he laid. Nobody lives there except him on that little farm. And his wife's at work. He's alone out there in the middle of nowhere.
No help.
With no help, no cell phone service. He knew if he was at the house, he'd have cell phone, but not out there. He managed to straighten that leg out. He managed to cut a pole to use to help push himself along. He thought maybe you could stand up with it. And he drug himself towards the nearest road, that followed that nearest road back to the house. And when he got to the house, he managed to call his father, who was in the house. He called him on the cell phone and told him, I'm laying outside, come and help me, I'm dying. And they come out there.
It really hurts.
He come out there, and his father right away said, oh man, I'll get an ambulance on its way. And Chris told him, I won't survive. Wait for an ambulance. Drag me into the vehicle and take me to the hospital. And he did. Got him to the hospital. And it was determined that he only had about 20 minutes left and he would have expired. And you bring up survival to him and all the gear and everything, and he'll tell you flat out, his Swiss Army knife was all he needed. What he truly needed was the will to live.
Yeah.
That's all he needed, was that will to live.
Determination is
And
part of it, right? I mean,
It certainly is. Yes, it is.
he knew what to do to retain his body heat. He also knew that he had to stay active to keep his circulation going. He knew what he had to do to survive. And he also knew that he had maybe, because it took him, I can't remember for sure, but it seems to me that it was like 3 or 4 hours from the time he fell till he got to the house. And it was just above 0 degrees out. And he was dressed rather lightly because he was just going for a quick walk.
Uh-huh.
And that happened. And he's one that always tells you, if you don't believe in survivalism, just go get your mail. You might fall on your ass and die out there. You know.
Well,
So,
can I add a few things in here?
Sure.
Because sometimes I've seen this where people actually get hurt right outside from ice.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have their phone. No one's outside. Right.
Yeah.
And if no one sees you, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
Exposure is going to get to you eventually, right? Because
Yes, it will.
you're on the ground.
Yeah.
Right. If you're covered with snow or whatever, then it's going to pull heat away from you. Then it's only a matter of time. You can only because you're not moving anymore. You're going to start shivering, and then
down you
And-
go.
and-
the only thing you have
that's-
left is will, and hopefully some luck.
Right. And where you took that, that's where my greatest concern for people when they talk preparedness and survival. I tell them, consider everything you do. Consider everything you do in your daily life. Don't plan on the zombie apocalypse. Don't plan on this devastating storm. Don't plan on those. And concentrate in that area. Concentrate on life. Because that's what you're trying to do, is you're preparing to live. So prepare to live for the next hour or the next 10 years. Prepare for it all. Because when you go out to check the mailbox and it's 10 below weather, put a coat on. Put your gloves on. Put your dang winter boots on. Take a good hat with you.
Ice cleats.
Ice cleats if you've got icy conditions.
Trust me.
Think.
When you slip on ice, it's painful.
Oh yeah, it hurts. But think about. Don't even get yourself to the point where you don't even have to think about what could happen, because you're always prepared for whatever will happen. It doesn't matter what happens. I'm prepared for it, man. If I fall on my butt out at that mailbox, I know I'll stay warm for 12 hours at least, the way I'm dressed. And I've got a whistle with me. And I'm going to be blowing that sucker. Yeah. Got your whistle.
See, just to add, I think this is why it's important to have everyday carry.
Yeah. And it can be simple.
I have the backpack on, right? Right. But the thing is, to me, I've always considered a backpack an extension, because you don't always have that on you all the time. It's those chances when I'm not done bringing my bag in. I'm just going to the bank. It'll be 5 minutes. Something happens.
I did a video and YouTube flagged it because it had a firearm in it. And they, for some reason, they just didn't like it, and they just would not monetize it. So I took it down. Piss off. Yeah, but I've got a conceal and carry bag it's a belt bag. Sits on my hip. People see it and they go, "Oh, it's kind of like a man purse, No, it's a bag that attaches to my belt, and it's
not a fanny pack.
It's not a fanny pack, at least. Yeah, right.
Just kidding.
But that pouch, it's got 2 lines on it that are attached. I just grabbed that one yank and that whole pouch flops open and my 9 mils out in less than a second. And it's got 4 extra clips. It's also got all my 5Cs in it. It's even got fishing gear in it.
So you have it covered. I see.
All of my EDC is in my conceal and carry holster. When I'm walking around, anything can happen. Even something so extreme, I need my firearm. It's all in that one pouch on my hip, and I walk around Walmart.
You could be using that for signaling, right? And it's not necessarily for defense. It could be for signaling purposes.
Oh, sure.
Right? If it came down to that.
No, we can come up with 100 things you can do with a firearm that has nothing to do with killing somebody.
Or I mean,
yeah.
You can't always assume, it's a firearm. You mean, no, it's not just necessarily that. The gunpowder could be used for fire, right?
Yeah. I think prepping is a very useful hobby because it. Well, for example, there's like I'll come up with a kit similar to that, some way of, and then I'll go back and revisit it again, make a
Right.
few improvements, add something,
Right.
take away something, and then
Yeah.
or like example is I live in the suburbs where I'm surrounded by thousands of people, and people are, I don't have, like I made clubs like this out of old shovel handles. I can buy the shovel for $10 or $2 or $3, make it this into a self-defense club. It sits right over there. But
Yeah.
like an example of revisiting my stuff is I've got some bullet brass because we go to the range frequently and we practice and practice and practice. I'll take some of that bullet brass and I'll bore a hole through this and I'll make the bullet brass into some sleeves or bushings. So if I need to, I can run a lanyard through there in an instant, But that's one thing I really like about this. To me, it's to the point where it's a hobby where I'm relaxed, not in any hurry anymore. I've got my S together, and where if something happens, I've got the tools available, and it's a good hobby. It keeps your mind occupied and your hands occupied. That's what I like about doing this kind of stuff.
Well, I like the creation part of it.
What's that?
I like the creation part of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being able to put stuff together, right? And it's useful or could help someone. I'll be like, yep.
Yep. Taking salvage where the project is now affordable and make it into something that you need.
Now,
Tammy got a point. I don't think the general population realize how important that supply chain is. They don't have to find out.
Yeah.
And that is what I always have said. That is really vulnerable to disturbances.
You look historically. I want you guys to look up. It's on YouTube here. It's called the Berlin Airlift. It was back in the late 40s when the Soviets closed off the city of Berlin and was starving the population. That is a perfect example within this century or last century of how important the supply chain. So there were some roads that led into Berlin. Berlin was divided up between the French, the British, and the Soviets and the US. The Soviets closed the roads and the railroad. And so the U.S. Air Force and the British RAF began flying supplies in to keep the population of Berlin from starving and freezing to death. Look into that. That's how important the supply chain is. If you've got your main arteries blocked off for whatever reason, you're in trouble,
In big trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look that up. The Berlin Airlift. Mm-hmm.
That's something I tell people all the time because a lot of people like to respond with, "That'll never happen."
Yeah,
I heard that before myself. That will not happen.
I've heard that too.
And when people say that, I try to tell them, okay, how sure are you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you so certain that it'll never happen, that you only keep a day's worth of food in your house at a time? You run around on empty in your car every day?
Mm-hmm.
No, because we all know that anything that could truly happen may just happen.
Yeah.
So prepping, I mentioned it much earlier, that you see these people that they become extremists about it.
Yeah. That's panic.
Mm-hmm. I know a guy that had food supplies for 20 years for 5 people, and it's just him. And he said that the shit hits the fan, he ain't helping nobody.
Mhm.
I said, man, at the end of 5 years, you're going to weigh about 900 pounds because you're going to be eating all that food yourself. Well, yeah, why? You don't have to be that extreme. You know, if you have no intention of sharing in any sense, you're wasting time and money. But for you to say nothing will ever disrupt things to the point that I can't eat, then when you're hungry, please promise me you're not going to come knocking on my door.
Yeah.
If you're not going to do something to take care of yourself, don't come asking others to take care of you.
Mhm.
Because just because
ain't
they
gonna
ain't
happen.
prepared, because they're preparing for themselves. They're not preparing for the world.
Yeah.
And really, you prepare for yourself because of what might happen in the world.
Yeah.
You know, you're not preparing for the world. You're preparing for what the world might do to you. You know, and
I wanna mention one thing that happened to me. It was on Instagram. This was a young lady, probably 25, 30 years old. She wanted me to invest in Bitcoin. And I told her that, no, I don't trust Bitcoin. And why? That is a digital currency that I had no use for. And she wanted me to invest in $250 for Bitcoin. And she said that you can be rich. I'm not interested in to be rich. And I told her that, well, for first of all, it's a digital currency, and what happens if the grid goes down? No computers work, nothing. Well, it will work. No, if the grid is down, no computer will work. And I told her that if a CME happens, and that hits the Earth, and it will be a global grid down for years. Oh, it will work. It will still work. And so she said that you know, both you and I know that will not happen. Oh yeah, it happened 1859.
Mhm.
So that is the I don't know. That is so naive
Oh,
thinking.
yeah. I agree.
That is the
so
typical
do I.
example of it.
Mhm.
See, that's the thing with Bitcoin. When Bitcoin started coming across and becoming a little more popular, and then now it's at that point, boy, they're pushing. It takes my mind way back, and I've seen this coming for years, is they've already got us to the point where on the cash basis, I was flashing a $20 bill. Well, that's just a little bit of my resources. All my resources is electronic. It's on plastic. Grid goes down. Guess what? I got no resources, right? And they've been trying to take us to a non-monetized system ever since the 1960s. They've been really pushing society closer and closer to getting rid of currency, and it all being, all I got to do is pass my card, pass the machine, and I'm good. Someday they're going to have a chip in your hand. All you got to do is put your hand up to the machine, and it'll have all your money on it. No, I want it in my hands. I agree with Joran. Anything happens to that system, catastrophic, you got no resources anymore. I'd rather invest that in something real, something tradable.
Yeah.
And that's it. There's where preppers, they get 2 bravos from me when they stock up on things. You go, Now, why in the world would you stock up on that? You're never going to use all that. Oh, but how many people aren't stocking up on that and are going to really want it?
Well, yeah.
And they may just have what you need. Isn't that?
Yeah.
Isn't that
And that's
common
when,
sense?
Let me get a light bulb, everyone. Let me get a light bulb and shine it.
yeah, and that's when stuff like this comes in handy.
Yeah.
You know how people are when they get hungry.
Yeah.
The Bitcoin is now illegal in my country. They seized all my assets in that, and I don't have enough to go to the grocery store and buy food. Now, what's this mom and dad going to do when they got 3 hungry kids at home? Either, not just Bitcoin, but anything digital.
Right. Their own cash nowadays
think
is
about
all on
stuff,
plastic.
Yeah. Think about stuff like this, a
Because
good old shovel handle.
Because what do they do in? There's nothing that'll cause more disruption in the world than food.
Yes.
That'll
topple a government.
You take food out. You take food out of the picture, and it's everybody for themselves.
Yes.
They could give a shit about any government. That I don't care who you are. I got to feed my kids. And what do? The first thing they do is, look at the neighbors. Their kids are fat. They look happy. That means they're eating. They come over and they knock on the door. That's the first day. They knock on your door, and you go, "No, I prepared for this, and I'm not giving out food. I'm not sharing food. No, sorry." And they go, "Well, fuck you," and they go home. Now they come back the next day, and they're pounding on the door.
Bang, bingo,
and then you say, "I told you once, and I'll tell you again. I'm not giving you my food. I got my family to take care of." And they go, "You're wrong. That's not right." And they leave, pissed off.
Hey,
and then they come back next day with a mob.
Correct.
They got all the rest of the neighbors with them, and they got a battering ram. They're coming through the door. They're not knocking, and they're there to take your food. And like you were saying, be prepared for that.
Be prepared for that.
Because if you can't hold them back, they're going to take what you have. And that's why I tell people the best part of preparing is there's nothing wrong with sharing about what each other's doing and stuff, but in your own community, because if something hits the fan, I don't have to worry about someone from Seattle coming and knock on my door and saying, "I know you got a bunch of food in there. I seen it on YouTube."
Wow,
it's my neighbors.
Neighbors. Their neighbors are the biggest threat you have. Yeah,
that's it.
I live in the suburbs.
My community is my biggest fear. So I don't go around town here, and it's just like people with conceal and carry. I don't care if you talk about that. You have conceal and carry and that, but you don't strut around your own community bragging that you carry a gun. You don't do it. You don't want the bad guy to know you're packing, and you're out there advertising it. Are you crazy? Are you nuts? And for preparedness, the same way. You don't want to tell the neighbor across the road that don't like you in the first damn place that you got a whole basement full of food.
Yeah.
Because if shit hits the fan, he's the guy going to lead the mob to your house.
Yeah. One thing to also consider along with that is, I brought it up on other panels before. What do you do with your garbage? Consider that. Because you don't want a whole garbage can full of freshly used cans of food. You've got to figure out a way of getting that away from your house. Get it away from your house.
How do you discreetly appear to be as hungry as everybody else?
Yeah, exactly.
That's like the guys that have the big garden in their backyard. I heard of preppers say, "Oh yeah, man, I've got this huge backyard and I got this huge, almost a quarter-acre garden in there, and everybody sees me growing stuff every year in my garden." He says, "Shit hits the fan. Guess what? I go out there, harvest everything I can, get it in the house. I'm going to be doing a lot of canning, And he says, and then I get out there with my riding mower and I mow the son of a bitch down.
That's good thinking.
There ain't going to be any garden shit growing out there at all. They're going to drive by and go, oh, God, his garden's gone. There ain't no food to steal. No, what was available all came in the house. It's all in canning jars, and now it's stashed in the house. And it'll get me through till next planting season, and I'll grow a garden if things settle down. But right now, I don't want anybody thinking that I'm the local farm. You know, they're going to come and rip me off. No. So you're so right. A lot of it's perception, and it's keeping your peace by not letting others know that you actually are getting better than them.
Yeah.
And I saw a person that's got a generator. You can't even hear that damn thing run. You're 5 feet away from you. You aren't hearing the damn thing. And he's got a system put in his house, and there are these little flicker lights. They look like candles. And they're all over in the rooms and shit. He fires that Jenny up, and it's running his fridge and all of his microwave, everything. But the lights, you look through the windows and you see candles flickering.
Yep, I ran into a situation like that.
He said, nobody knows I got power.
Yeah.
I
ran into a situation like that a couple years ago when all the riots were going on and the state was lit on fire. It was a real disaster. And I didn't even, right next door to me is a gay couple, and they left their place. They went somewhere else. So, but I talked to them later on, and the one guy, he was observant. He says, well, I see you guys were using candles for your lights. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's what I was using. And he goes, then it got real bright at nighttime. I said, it's because I've got a Coleman lantern, and I made a hook, a shepherd's hook that hangs up on the wall. It swivels and put the Coleman lantern on there at nighttime. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my kid, he says, Dad, I'm going to get a generator. Can I store it out here in my shop? I said, yeah, you sure can. And if you want, I'll get it all assembled for you and get it full of oil. And I did. And then I said, I want this used only under very limited circumstance, used during the daytime with someone standing guard right next to it, during the daytime only to power the refrigerator to keep the food from spoiling. At night, that sucker goes off and it comes back in the garage and is hidden away. But yeah. I could only conceive using that generator once every 2 or 3 days, and then we've got a place where we can, on the front porch, it's behind the shrubbery and it's isolated from view. Yeah. So they may hear it running, but they're not exactly sure where it's coming from.
Right.
You know.
See, now Joran, he's seen my videos with my adventure trailer. It's just a little utility trailer. It's been converted into a camper per se, but that's my bug out rig. Because I'll boondock it, man. If things get too rough, man, I'm out of town. I've got 1 million acres in the Chequamegon National Forest that's got so much boondock, and I just disappear. But my rig, I've got a 3,500 watt generator in my rig. I wheel it out. That thing is quiet. You get more than 50 feet away from it, there's no way you're hearing it. I only have to run that generator once every 21 days because my battery bank in my trailer runs my CPAP machine. I sleep with a CPAP machine. I'll go out camping in a hammock and I'm wearing a CPAP machine and I got a battery pack on the ground outside with the hose running out. People go, what? Mm-hmm. I've had people ask me, what's that hose running into your hammock? And I go, oh, that's a sump pump in case I wet the bed. But
nice. That's the way
I don't want them to know that I gotta have positive air to breathe, at night. But I set the trailer up so I only have to run that generator for 4 hours every 21 days, and I've got everything.
Yeah.
I've got a small refrigerator that runs off a 12 volt. I've got everything's on inverters. I've got 2 inverters, and everything's on my cycles batteries, and I can run 21 days without a recharge.
Yeah.
And so if you only have to fire that generator up once every 21 days, you look and you scout and you look and you make sure there's no one in your area, fire that baby up and run her for 4 hours.
You know what I was
and then
thinking
shut
about?
her down. What's that?
Oh, I hear thunder showers. Okay, fire up the generator.
That's true too.
Right, because
Yeah.
you'll be masking the sound. No one would know
You
that
run
you're
that
masking
bugger
the
when
sound.
it's raining out,
There
and
you go.
you
Masking.
reduce the sound waves by almost 60%. So if it's 50, if you can go 50 feet out and not hear it anymore, guess what? Now it's 20 feet away and you're not hearing it anymore. You reduce the carrying sound of that.
Yeah.
You
there-
betcha.
Like I was saying to Bob before when he mentioned the story about the generator,
Yeah.
about doing it during the day. If everyone else is firing, then you fire it up. Blend
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, run it with
Blend in.
everybody else. That's it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
kind of blend in. So it's just like, well,
Now I
maybe
noticed
they can't triangulate where it is or whatever.
I noticed the statement earlier, and I'd look back real quick. Where is it? Doggone it.
I'll put this
Yeah.
back onto a couple years ago here in Seattle when the riots were going on.
Mhm.
My neighbors told me later that they saw power poles, that they were running chainsaws and knocking down power poles. You know, the radicals were doing that, and they cut off power for days. And that's why my son later on, he got a generator, and I told him it's going to be used during the day for preserving food only.
Right.
Because when the power was off, there's one house down here. He had a generator hooked up to his circuit breaker, and
Yep.
that
Running the
house,
whole place
that house stood out like a
like sore thumb.
wow. I mean, you could see that guy's house for miles. And I went, I'm not going to be that guy.
Right.
You know?
Right. Stores open.
Exactly. Yeah.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
I just wanted to stop in and see if I could charge my phone on your generator. I'm not
10 minutes
going to
later,
be that
not a
guy,
person.
you know.
It was the comment I was going to mention was Killsburg and Bushcraft talking about the community working together, strength in numbers. Always remember that. And I was going to mention something back then, and that's an issue that I think is very important that people need to understand. That statement has a lot of power to it because there is strength in numbers. However,
Yeah.
there's
Careful.
bad strength in numbers and good strength in numbers.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Because it goes both ways. It goes
Yeah.
both ways. And if you get into that community-based numbers, what I call a game, actually, you get into that game, it becomes a strategic game where all of a sudden things get political, whether it's good or a bad togetherness. It becomes political, and somebody's going to want to run the show. Somebody's going to be in charge, and I strongly recommend people go for independent
Mhm.
preparedness and be very careful when involving yourself in the group herd mentality, because herd mentality can lead to an awful lot. Even the best ones can lead to bad things, where you've got a really good group of people and they're all like-minded and they all care about each other and what happens to them. And here comes a bad community at large.
Yeah.
That outnumbers you 5-1.
My wife grew up, I'll say it again, in Civil War.
Civil War. Yep.
She's seen this happen.
Yeah.
One day there was a hottie down the road snooping around, looking to see what I'm doing. She could tell I was prior military because during the summertime I stand guard, and she could tell I was in the service because of my behavior. So she's snooping around here looking to see, you know. And My missus said, under no circumstances will anyone come in this house for any reason, because she saw it go bad back home where she grew up. So you don't let anybody in your house for any reason ever during
That's-
hard times.
That's
Maybe
it.
you could have the women get together and deal with whatever outside the house, but no one comes in the house for any reason.
I went through a practice drill of how you deal with community structure in a shit hits fan situation, and that was key to it. Is in this community structure, it was common meals, it was common everything. Everybody shared everything. But guess what? There was one common place for all of those common activities. You never had them in your personal space. You never had any of the others in your personal space. You all met at one location to prepare a community meal. You all met at a common location to discuss strategic matters and things you're going to do. If you're going to garden, you didn't have separate little gardens on each little plot. We had one common garden. We all showed up and worked in it. That's how the community worked. But on an individual basis, we all prepped on our own for ourselves, not for the community. And we found that was key to it, is when it comes to common, that never means inside your house. That never means in your door. That means out somewhere common, not inside. You're not the commoner. You don't bring them into your place.
Yeah,
that's a very good point. I like that.
Yeah, she stressed to me, and I stressed to you, the only people that you can trust during a horrible situation like civil war and starvation and all that is your blood family. That's it.
And
that's it.
And that is, you're so right. That is the closest you can truly trust somebody. But yet you still have question, and you're still always feeling each other out. Family has turned against family so many times throughout history. And somebody just doesn't have the fiber to handle it, and they cave and they speak of something they shouldn't have to an outsider, So you still have to monitor even your own family. It's one of the worst things in the world. Your wife, my heart goes out to her to have to live through that process, because you're living, you're forced. Yeah, it's not by choice. You're forced to live in a world of question every minute. You question every minute of everything you ever do during that period of time. Did I say the wrong thing? Did I upset this family member that they'll go out to get even with me? It puts you in the worst kind of emotional state that people could ever imagine. And that's where we have to really keep in mind, who do we care about? Who cares about us? What can we do to get through this together?
There'll be people out there to spite you.
Right. Yeah. Second
like
star.
Thing, right? Sorry, I had to bring that back up.
Yeah, the thing that, like I mentioned earlier, the thing that does have some concern for me is if they have a trucker convoy, what is the Fed going to do about that? They'll probably, I hope nothing happens. Like, God, I hope nothing happens. But that's when the radicals will step up and they'll make sure something happens that will fit their agenda.
Yeah, and that's it, is something will happen, but what?
Yeah,
and that's the fear that, like we were talking earlier, the fear of the unknown. The fear of the unknown. So prepare for that unknown. Maybe it'll blow over and it won't happen.
I hope so.
In an extreme way. But we can say, "Whoa, we were lucky, man. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't have to dip into my supplies, man. Yeah."
Well, Sty and Bob, Seriously?
Seriously. The
That's what I get for having a phone. Oh, I gotta make sure it could be important. Of course, someone wants to call.
yeah,
Can't even get 5 words out. Sorry. Anyways, like I was saying back with Shadow here, in the beginning of the month, when we did this Airstream that was on with him, I said to him, and you guys can quote me on this, but I said, regardless what happens here, you're going to be prepared for either way. If it goes positive, negative, this way or that way,
yeah,
you still need to be prepared.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
being proactive, right?
yeah.
You know, regardless your point of view, your take on it, you support this, don't support it,
Yeah.
you still need to be prepared.
That's it. You know, and it comes right down to common sense. Why wouldn't you want to be prepared? I mean, why would you be against being prepared? I don't understand.
There
why
are a lot of people who can't think that way.
They just don't get it. They
Mhm.
just, but to me, it's just, well, that's surviving life, being prepared. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah,
when you've got things together the best you can, it helps give you a more relaxed attitude. You know that stuff is going to work out. You're going to have something to eat for tonight, and you know,
Buys you time.
yeah.
I
The more
have,
important thing, right? Sometimes it's actually time that's the most precious of other things, right?
Yeah.
I
Sometimes
have
you don't
a,
got lead time for stuff.
Mhm.
Storms are like that. Tornadoes are like that. You don't have much lead time. Or
Yeah.
something
No,
like that, right?
no,
But
no. It's
instead
going to
just,
happen.
oh, I'm
It's
rushing
going to
for the next
happen.
5 minutes. You can just casually walk over, pick up this bag.
Mm-hmm.
I got something to use.
In 1964, I lived through a F3 tornado, went right through our neighborhood, and we were fortunate. We had almost 10 minutes. Yeah, almost had 10 minutes to hit the basement, and the certain things happen, and those are not like this with the whole truckers issue and that. People that aren't being prepared, you know, hey, let's get a couple of weeks extra groceries in the house. You know, we got 2 weeks worth. Let's go get a couple more weeks worth, you know.
Yeah.
If they're not doing that, shame on you, because if it goes bad, you were warned. People are talking about it all over, you know.
You have lots of lead time.
Yeah, you got all this
Now
lead
you have
time.
5 minutes.
It's not like, oh my God, what's that siren? Tornado! Oh man, we got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, it's not one of those types of scenarios. So well,
because it could buy you time to make your next move, right? You know, buy you that extra week or two to get something else going, whatever it is.
Yeah. Overall, I think the best advice I could give to anybody who just do it slowly, put good use to your time. And when you go to the supermarket, buy 2 or 3 extra cans and put them away.
That's it. That's
And
it. Don't go.
Well, not just cans, for example, but like
your
I'm talking
dry
about,
goods and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
soup,
Yeah.
spaghetti. You
Be
can mix those
disciplined
together.
enough not to dip
Spaghetti's not
into
that
it
expensive.
until
It's dry.
next year. When next year comes around, what I do is I take the food, bring it into the kitchen. Mrs. starts preparing it, and I take a photograph with my phone. So next time I go to the supermarket, I can replace those items and put them back on the shelf.
See, Bob, that's what I started to do too. Where if it's coming closer to that point, then I bring it up so everyone knows, hey, this food can be used now, right? Feel free to use it if you want.
Yeah.
Yep. First in, first out.
Hi, second star.
Yep.
I was just going to say, like, what I do with my prepping and everything, like if I have a row of canned vegetables or something, the very last can, I put red tape around the can. I take off whatever label it is and put red tape around it. And whenever I'm starting to run low and I see that red tape, that's when I know I need to restock.
Yeah.
That's the one to grab. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's the same thing I do with my meat too. I put red tape on it and stock up and
That's
Mhm.
You know,
that's
different
neat to
areas.
hear because I actually know a couple that she's got a rubber stamp with a star on it with a red ink pad, and she goes through their freezer and she red stars things, and
Yep.
and she does the same with her canned goods with a red star on them. And if you're at their house and you're hanging out and you're a good friend and she's cooking, she'll say, "Oh, we're gonna make a roast. Hey, Stein, would you run out in the back into the freezer and grab me a beef roast out of the freezer?" And she goes,
Yeah.
"And make sure to check if there's one with a red star. Bring that one in here." She always
Right.
reminds you if it's got a red star, bring that one to me. And it's because they're rotating their stock
Yep.
constantly. They're making
It's
sure
good thinking.
that
Mhm.
that they're
Indicators,
getting
And it also,
yeah
it also tells you, you know, when to rotate also because you're at
yeah
the last of that one stock,
Mhm.
you know.
Right.
yeah. That's it. You're getting low, so it's time to
Yeah.
fill back up. That's so
You-
cool. Yeah.
You know what
Well,
I
because then you're
do?
not assuming.
And what I do to a physical reminder of things that I need to get a little more of is I do the laundry in the house. I'm retired. The wife's still working. Right
Right.
above the washer dryer is a shelf, and I've got up there like some packs of raisins, some different soup. I can take that can of soup down because I've got extra now, and other things that I need to go pick up at the store. That way, I see it. There it is. And now, okay, I need some more laundry detergent. I'll go get detergent, and I'll go get some more raisins. And
Yeah.
you know, it's a way for me to remember what I need to go pick up a little bit more of this stuff. It's right there at eye level. I can't miss it. You know?
Right.
That's one of the things that I do.
I see so many preppers that do like a PowerPoint and like a stock and all this stuff on their computers and everything, and it's like, why? You know, what happens when you run out of power and you can't get on that laptop
Yeah.
or whatever to
Yeah.
do?
Well, if you want to do both,
Like,
that's
Well,
yeah.
for me. But I mean,
for
do
me,
something
I
simple.
don't write nothing down. I know what I've got.
Yeah.
The reason why I don't do it on my computer and on a piece of paper is because, okay, this is my last year's list, and I throw it in the trash. There's
Uh-huh.
people who go through our trash right here at my house, and they pull that out.
Mhm.
This guy's got all this food.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I've got-
50 cans.
And now all I
I've-
gotta do is
we got a big commercial grade shredder sitting right there in the other room.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
I guarantee you anything of sensitive material or has my name in it.
Same
And it's
here.
a good one.
Mhm.
It takes about a half thick stack of paper
Yep.
at a time.
Uh-huh.
And it eats staples and
Mhm.
and paper clips. So
Yep.
yeah.
Mhm.
In fact, the back room, I got 2 30-gallon garbage bags that are packed full tight.
You know,
Those gotta
And all
go
that,
to
you know, all
recycling.
that paper that you shred and everything, I mean, it's reusable, can be turned
Yeah.
into, you know,
Mhm.
fire starters, anything
I've-
else. I mean,
I've developed, and I teach how on my channel how you can take that paper and turn it into flower pots, temporary flower
Yeah.
pots for
Oh,
starting
like
seeds.
paper mache.
My
Like that.
right.
Mhm.
My
Uh-huh.
my bags go to a gal she's got an organic farm. Goes to
Mhm.
her, and she's got this mixer it goes into because my shredder cuts the little squares, you know.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
And she says, I love them. She puts them in a soap tank and they sit in there for like 3-4 days. And then they go into a mixer and they get mixed and it breaks all the fibers down. Then it goes through these screens and then they go into molds and she
Mhm.
makes these planting pots out of them.
There you go.
And she
Yeah.
plants all of her organic crap in there. And it's pretty neat how it goes after it goes through those screens. It goes through this big 2-wheeled press that presses all the moisture out. And she said it gets 90% of any possible ink contaminants or anything like that out of it.
I've
And-
found that dishwashing detergent, the powder, put that in a 5-gallon bucket, put a little bit of that powder in there, and that dissolves the ink and it breaks
Yeah.
the fibers down, and
Yep.
bang, there you go. Yeah.
And
You think
I know another guy that makes fire logs out of
Oh,
old
really? Yeah.
old paper. Yeah,
Fire
same kind.
starters too. Mm-hmm.
The same kind of process.
Mhm.
The I've made thousands of fire starters out of
Me too.
shredded paper and
Mhm.
dryer
Done that
lint
before.
and
Yeah,
the
me too.
the dryer lint. I had a bad experience.
you
Know
don't even
what's
need any tools.
know
You don't
what's
even need
being
any tools for that.
before you make
Mhm.
fire lint fire starters.
I tried that too.
Please make sure of what's being dried in your dryer. My wife had all these weird clothes that made out of all kinds of synthetic crap, and I got the dryer lint out, and I'm going, look at that crap. It looks like a rainbow. It looks like a unicorn's hat, And I thought those ought to make cutesy fire starters. They reeked like mad when you burn them, and they nut but black, nasty smoke off of them.
Yeah.
And it's because it's all the plastics and all the synthetic material in them. And so I tell people, think about what you're drying and snatch up that primo.
Yeah.
Dryer lint.
Yeah, no, the other ones are coming this way, so it's just the 503 and the 7.
I was gonna say, Spy. I know one of the things I've started to do was just roll it, like just roll the paper with water, so it's nice and tight. Let it dry. It's the same thing, right?
I've got
really like not everyone has a press or
I don't have
or anything like that or some hydraulic press, bro.
I don't have any. I don't have any right in front of me, but I'll show you something real quick. That's a pill bottle, right?
Oh, okay. You want to show some pill bottles again? Wait.
Now,
I'll show some bottles.
Oh, if I had you upstairs, you'd go, ay, ay, ay. Yeah,
Whoa.
I've got
assuming that I don't have any.
Well, no, I'm not assuming nothing. I'm just telling you what I've got.
I know.
I've got over 400 of these upstairs. But what I want to get to is everybody in survival, prep, bushcrafting, they find thousands of uses for these, right? Well, my son and I came up with one for an item that we want to market someday, and I want them for my channel as giveaways. I wish I had the materials out here, but it's a little round wooden disc that's got 3 holes drilled in it, and it's got 3 little pegs stuck in those 3 holes, and you stand it up, and it looks like a little stool, right?
Okay.
That you would sit on. It looks like a little stool. And guess what? That thing drops right in one of these pill bottles. In between the legs is some toilet paper wrapped around beeswax that's been mixed with a brown colored wax. It looks like a turd. And it's wrapped with toilet tissue, and that's stuck between the legs of that stool. And you take this bottle and you turn it upside down, you open it, turn it upside down, pop it out, and that stool drops out with the toilet paper and that turd in it, and you throw right off a ferro rod, throw a spark to it, she takes right off. And the stool, being made of wood, burns. It's got a good 5-minute burn to it. And we're gonna call them sty stool samples. the number 2 best fire starter in the world. The number 2 best fire starter. The stool sample.
Oh, stop.
I'll show you what I did with some. I shredded paper that I softened it in water and detergent and all that, and I've got an arbor press. If you know what that is, it's a 2-ton arbor press.
Yeah.
Machine shop. So I got some of this square stock and some of this square stock.
Yeah.
I let the paper dry out in the sun, and then I gathered it up and I put it in here,
It's
and
a
I
piston.
and I compressed it down to little cubes. Now this is for cooking, because I learned from my wife. She cooked on a paint can stove for years growing
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Well, I took a 1-gallon paint can off of Amazon, and I made a stand for it with a closing door so we could cook at night and you can't see the fire or whatever. But these little starters are made out of compressed paper and yarn. Those are for cooking. All you need is one match. This is all the compressed
Right.
pulverized paper with yarn tied around it. Here's your fuse.
Yeah.
I've got pre-cut little pieces of scrap wood are already split up into little pieces. One match strike, and we've got a fire that starts immediately. We can get outside, cook real quick if we have to, and then get back in the house. You know, nobody sees the fire, the flame, whatever.
Right.
And you know, that's what I did with paper right there. Just by being creative and use your head a little bit. But these have got paraffin wax on them, and this is the fuse to light it with.
Word.
Boom. What, paraffin wax?
No, come on. Seriously?
Huh?
Seriously, Bob?
What? These are also some stove starters too. That's just yarn. Pieces of yarn, cut up and soaked in paraffin wax, bag it up. Those are for cooking, for starting the cooking fire.
Creative, everyone.
Creative. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
Come on, Bob. You just said it like 5 seconds ago.
I've got a whole playlist on my channel if you guys want to check them out, because I made all these different great big ones that will start wet wood on fire, on and on. And I did at each one of these different ones that I made. I tested them, so y'all can take a look. I do all the legwork for you, and I measure how high the flame is and how long it burns. There's a whole playlist of them on my channel, because I'd like to be able to teach people a few things, how to think outside the box and give you the results.
Well, you know what I always say about fire starters is that if it's really good, it should be able to get white wood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. You know, regardless how much time or how much heat, ultimately you're trying to get white wood going. Anyone who's heard something dry,
and you can
need fire starter because it's wet out, because it's cold out, because it's
you can only get wet wood to burn if you can get it to dry itself out.
Yeah.
You know what I say? Not only wet wood, try it when it's frozen.
Oh,
there you go.
You're talking to a 65-year-old outdoorsman, and I'll tell you what, I'll start a fire in any conditions anywhere in the world with this puppy right here.
Mm-hmm.
No, but that's what.
And I got one in every room of the house. I've got 6 of these in my pickup truck. My trailer's got about 15 of them, and that's Shaga. And I'll tell you what, I'll start a fire anywhere in the world without a match, without a ferro rod. All I need is a piece of Shaga and a stick of wood, and you give me
let me get some flint and steel.
I get flint and steel.
Yeah, these are some others for. I've got ones fire starters that are for outside wet wood, but I've got dry wood in a big container just for cooking. But these are some other just kind of examples of what you can do with salvage material. These are pages from an old book, and I made a little wick on the end of it.
Can I borrow steel?
Tie it together with cotton twine, and dip the top part of it into paraffin wax. Once again, get your dry wood in that paint can stove. One match strike, this thing will light up, and it'll start your cooking stove. Cook your food, get back in the house. You know, it's a cool hobby. Makes you think.
Yeah, Killsberg. Shaga's good. Shaga's good. Drink the tea. Start your fire to fix your tea. See, the thing is I love you guys showing off your home brew fire starters, man. There's thousands out there. And I can't keep track of everybody's, and I love seeing every one of them, because that's bushcrafting to me, this old boy
Yeah.
is a brand new term. I mean, bushcrafting, that. But the true definition of bushcrafting, and anybody that doesn't think that's the definition can kiss this old hiney. But bushcrafting is being crafty in the bush. That's can you craft
I've
something?
been in the bush and I like to craft.
The bush shouldn't have craft, but the thing is can you create a sustainable fire? And that's what you guys have done is you've come up with methods to create sustainable fires.
This is just some cotton twine you can buy at your hardware store just to start the cooking, the little stove. One match strike. There it is.
Yeah.
I can just put that inside the stove with some dry wood and off we go,
Yeah.
Simple stuff like this.
Yeah.
It's affordable, And when
you can carry 100 fires in your bug out bag and you won't even notice the weight.
That's it right there.
That's it. Yeah. And that's to me, that's key also is how many fires can you carry?
Yep.
Especially if you have to bug out.
This thing's still going. I mean, something this, and I like to be stealth. So I make all my own stuff out of common items and salvaged materials. So the neighbors, like the other day, I took 2 pieces of round bar to lock up my firearms on, and I drilled holes in it, welded 2 pieces together. My neighbors only saw me bring in a couple of long pieces of steel.
They haven't a clue what it was used for.
Exactly.
That's right. Yeah. And that's it is I have people tell me, I don't want to practice some of my survival skills and my bushcrafting skills in my backyard because I got nosy neighbors. Everybody's watching what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I tell them, do you have a fire pit? Well, yeah. You can practice all those skills out at your fire pit, and all your neighbors know is, that goofball's starting another fire in his fire pit. They don't need to know what you're actually performing and what you're practicing. They you give them the impression. Once you get your fire going, go stick a wiener on a stick and roast it. It doesn't. You're not implying you're doing anything to learn a skill. You're just gonna roast a wiener, That's it. When
it comes to making like this pulverized paper that I compressed, as soon as we're all target shooters in my house, and as soon as we buy some boxes of bullets and the receipt, that's what I got these great big chunky scissors for. That stuff gets destroyed immediately. It gets chopped up, and if I have to put that out on the trash can, well, you can't identify what it is, because I don't want someone going through my trash and go, look, this guy just got 500 rounds of 9mm.
Yeah.
Bingo! I'm going to come and kick his front door in when he's gone.
That's it. You don't want people to know how many firearms or how much ammo you got around.
Yeah.
I'm a person. ATF ever shows up at my door, I don't worry about it too much. I'm kind of in the loop. They're not going to target my butt. But if they did and they come in, I've got registered firearms. This one's in that room, that one's in that room, and then here's another one. Here they are. Bye.
Yeah.
And they won't be any of the wiser of the other 18 firearms that are in the house. And that's it, unless they're willing to tear the house down to the foundation. Go for it. I don't care, because I know they're not going to find everything. And that's it, because nobody else knows where they are either. I'm the only soul in the world that knows where things that are very important to me are. Yeah.
Here's where my wife's experiences come in handy, because I said, well, she lived through all this hell on earth.
It was.
And she said, If they do come to seize your firearm, I asked her, what do you think we should do? She says, give it to them.
That's it. Okay.
Give it to 'em.
Cooperate.
Yeah.
Cooperate.
Because she saw with her own eyes the black market will come up, and there will be more black market weapons out there than you can shake a stick at. They're still going to be around.
Yeah.
They're still going to be here. You're still going to be able to come up with a handful of cash and go buy what you need. But you just got to buy it on the black market. So she says, don't worry about firearm seizure too much. Just give it to them. Don't resist. Don't give them a reason to haul you away.
And the thing is,
there they are.
If you are cooperative, and it does not hurt to let them know you might be not happy with it. I had to pay $600 for that gun.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to give me my $600? No, we're just here to take your gun. Well, I'm not going to stop you, but God, I don't like being without $600.
Mm-hmm.
I try to follow all the rules, and then you come and take it away. Gall darn it.
Yeah.
And off they go saying, "Oh, we lucked out, man. Another cooperative one." Little do they know, you cooperated to the point that they felt they accomplished what they were there to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to give them more than is necessary.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't give them a reason. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Here you go. Take them, because I know eventually when you guys leave, somebody else down the street has got ones that are for sale.
That's like we were talking about law enforcement earlier in this stream.
Do you want to buy one?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. The black market will flourish.
When we were talking about law enforcement earlier in this stream, that's one thing I've with some public workshops that I was involved in. That was one thing we'd stress to people is when a cop pulls you over and you think the cop is in the wrong, don't let him know that. Cooperate with him. No matter what the cop says, cooperate with him. Because guess what? He's the guy with the ticket pad. He's the guy with the gun. Just cooperate with him. Make sure he leaves there going, he's compliant now. Deal with him in court, man. Take it to the judge. He's not the judge. Don't get him pissed off to where all of a sudden he decides he's going to be the judge, jury, and the executioner.
Yeah.
Make him happy and just do whatever he says and deal with him later. Don't deal with him at that time in that spot. If he's not being violent towards you, oh boy, don't go there. Don't push him to it.
Don't make him mad. He'll just find something else.
That's it. Is be a smart survivor. That's I always tell people, be a smart survivor.
Yeah. I got pulled over for a speeding ticket less than a year ago. It was $200. Okay. Because we were out driving around the country, and I had not been in this area since the 80s. And I didn't know the speed limit changed, so I went, and he goes, look, you're this far over, and I can't just let you go. I'm going to write you. And I said, okay, no problem. No confrontation or nothing. But I really, when I started driving away, I thanked him because the area had changed. I was driving, it used to be country road, but they put in all these housing developments alongside both sides of the road that I didn't know that were there because I hadn't been there since the 80s. And I thanked him, in my own mind, man, thank you for doing this, because I'm now driving through residential area that used to be a state highway. And, the chances are I might have somebody going across the road or a kid or a cat or whatever. I thanked him. He educated me, and it was $200. It hurt a little bit, but
life goes on.
Life goes on.
Hey, you know what I was thinking about? That could have 200 is little compared to thousands and thousands of being sued later on.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
You are absolutely right. Yeah.
Right.
Now
that you would never know, but
that
right? $1,000 fine later, or just 200 right now.
Hey, Avocado.
Unbothered avocado. That's a cute name.
Yeah. The comment before that,
I
if
want
cops
avocado.
believe you're on their side, they might also provide you with intel. Now that,
True.
and
Yeah.
I sat through an awful lot of police training, and I'll tell you what, that's one thing they constantly pound into officers nowadays too, is don't get yourself too deep into a friendly conversation, because you're going to leak shit out. You're going to be giving them away all of our inside approaches and attitudes, because they learn so much from us in our friendly conversations with the person you're talking to. And that is so true. That's so true. I do it all the time, and officers a couple of times have caught me at it. I'll get into that old friendly conversation, and I'll ask them questions like, hey, when's the last time you were out at the shooting range? And oh God, do you own any ARs, by the way? And they'll start feeding me information about themselves, man. They're just unloading all this, because it's a friendly conversation. And I've actually walked cops down friendly conversations, and they'd say, well, slow it down, have a nice day. Yes, sir. And off I'd drive, and I'd go, poor bastard forgot to write me the ticket.
You know what?
We were so busy BSing that he forgot to write me the damn ticket.
In that,
I'm learning from you tonight.
I'm gonna add to that.
Experience, right, guys? See, experience. Experience.
A couple times a week, a couple times a week, at late at night, I'll get in the car and I'll drive around my area, and I'll do what I call a junkie count. I see how many are still in the area.
Yeah.
And do you know how I learned where they camp out? From the police. I talked to an officer, and he says, well, everyone knows that they camp out over here, and in the neighboring town they camp over there. So okay. Those are some of the areas that I frequently check. I just drive by. I don't go in their camp area. That's dumb. That's just stupid, But I'll go around those areas, and I'll do a head count. And consistently, there's been 4 of them that have been remaining in this area. And I see them consistently, just 4 of them, 2 males and 2 females. And now things change in the spring and the summer when the weather warms up, but I got that information from having a conversation with a local cop.
My primitive skills camp, we had a 3-way partnership, and one of my partners in that camp, in fact, we considered him the founder of the camp. He was a 25-year police veteran. It had just retired, and we created the camp. And I had known him for 20 years. I knew him. He had only been on the force for 5 years when I first met him. And we would joke and talk all the time about how much police intel he would give me, just because we ended up friending each other. And how did we become friends? He pulled me over for doing 110 in a 50-mile-an-hour zone.
Oh, boy.
And he told me, he says, I think my chief is going to let me take an extra long vacation writing this citation. And we got in a long conversation, well, fairly long, about why I was doing that fast, what was going on. And it was an emergency response thing I was dealing with. And when he looked at the urgency of why I was doing that, and when I gave him my observations of the conditions and why I felt I could do that fast where I was, he told me, he says, you know what, I'm going to use some discretion. I'm going to write you 65 in a 50 mile. And he says, it's going to cost you $130. I said, sounds good, because the other one, he's required by state statute to charge me with careless driving, which was automatically $585 and points against my license.
Yeah.
And so I ran into him at a local pub about a week or so later, and I thanked him for doing that for me. And I said, can I buy you a beer? He said, actually, I prefer that you don't, because of the impression it gives others,
Makes
that you're
sense.
buying the cop drinks, He says, but I'll buy you one. And I thought that's pretty cool of him. So,
Yeah.
so we got to know each other over a beer that he bought, and he should have given me that reckless driving ticket. So, it's so true that, cops are warm-blooded, air-breathing people too. There's good, bad, and indifferent ones, but
Just
if
like
you
anything.
if you catch them, you catch the right one, and you befriend them a little bit, you can learn an awful lot, and they'll give you some front end warning as to what's happening in the community. Like in your case, Bob, with the homelessness and the drug issues and stuff. It don't hurt to have a cop that would say, "Hey, good to see you." And, oh, by the way, just to let you know, we got a group hanging out down on such a corner lately. You want to keep an eye at your place, for the next week or so till we sort that out.
Mm-hmm.
What great info. And it's only because the cop likes you. He thinks you're friendly. You're a friendly,
Yeah, you're not threatening. Mm-hmm.
You're right. You're not.
Want to help.
Yeah.
Want to help.
Yeah.
So I gotta admit, you have the greatest story. You do. You do. 65 years old, but yeah, I got 65 years worth of stories.
On my channel, I have what's called Sty Story Sunday, and I have been doing that now for a couple of years. I'm over. Oh yeah, more than a couple of years, but right now in that playlist, I think it's 220 Sty stories. I've got 137 still on my Sty story list. So, and those are specific stories throughout my lifetime that I tell one every Sunday, every Sunday evening. I'm the kind of person, I went through life believing that. And I don't believe everybody should do this because it doesn't make life easy. But I went through life with an open front door on my house, and I watched for opportunity, things I had never experienced. I watched for it to go past my front door, and if it's coming by, I'd run out that front door and grab it. Right to the point where my ex-wife, and my perfect example of that was, I had a job that paid over $100K a year, right? We lived really nice, boy. We lived good. And I saw an opportunity for a job I had never done before. I quit that job. I went in the very next day. I quit that job because I went and talked to the guy that I could get that other job with. And he gave it to me. $43,000 a year. Right. And I had to go home and tell my ex-wife, guess what? Our income just fell off by about $90,000. She said, say what? I said, I gave up my job and I start next Monday at this job. She goes, why the hell would you do that? You're only going to make 40 grand a year. But I've never done that before, man. Never done that. And that's why I have so many stories. I've done so many things throughout my life. I've gone places where people go, well, that wasn't very manly. Well, now I know what it's like to not be very manly. Because I'm not afraid to try something new. I mean, I want to experience every bit of it.
I'm going to bounce out of here. It's good to talk with you all.
Take care, Bob.
Awesome.
All right. Gotta get something to eat. And later, I'll
see you later, Shadow. Bob.
Okay, thanks, Shadow.
You're very welcome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was thinking, you look like the kind of person that'd be like, you'd be like, okay, sewing, whatever. I'll go wash some dishes, whatever. Foraging, whatever.
Wait, when I grew up, it didn't matter, boy or girl in the family, man. You had to learn everything that went on in a house, in a household. My father expected you to be able to not just mow the lawn, but rebuild that lawnmower if it breaks down. You know, you had to learn how to push a wrench right away. You had to do everything. You had to learn how to be the man of the house. But he'd whoop your butt if you weren't willing to learn how to be the woman of the house too. And I can remember as a kid, I was going, why do I have to learn how to iron clothes? Why do I have to learn how to sew? I used to, as a kid, I crocheted rugs, big, beautiful rugs, man. I'd crochet them, and my mom would put them in church raffles and stuff. I used to crochet. I did all the lady stuff around the house. I washed clothes, did all that stuff because I was required as a kid growing up, because my dad said, you got to be the man of the house and the lady of the house, both. You got to learn both jobs. And I can remember asking him, why? What is the sense in that? Because I'm not going to be a lady, I'm going to be a guy. And he goes, what if you end up being a guy without a lady? He says, so you're only going to live half a life because you don't know how to sew your own clothes. You don't know how to iron your own shit. You don't know how to clean your own house. You don't know how to do laundry or wash the dishes. He says, the world's bigger than just being a man. The world's a lot bigger than just being a woman. The world is huge, and you need to know all you can know. And I think that's what really triggered my lifestyle of grab every opportunity and every little piece of knowledge you can and hang on to it, man. Someday you might need it. Sure.
I was just thinking to myself, well, another way to think about it is like, if you're a guy or whatever, what happened to your ladies' friends? Sick, not well, not doing well. Can't depend on her, so learn it for yourself. And the same reason, if you're a lady, you don't know how to cut grass. What happens if your husband or whatever, has to go away for a bit, isn't feeling well? You can help him out. That's why I've always been a big fan of being able to do this stuff, right?
Yeah, I
don't care. Sewing.
I see. I'm that way.
I like it all.
Sorry about that, guys.
Hey.
I'm so happy. Like I'm guarding a safety station here in Texas, and it's for like and one of the maintenance guys here, it's for like the community. If anything major happens or whatever, like it's supposed to be able to, it has its own water sources that's not connected to the city or anything. It's got underground bunkers, all that stuff.
Whoa.
And but one of the maintenance guys, he's like 22, and he overheard our conversation. And he just like talked my head off about how he's trying to learn how to be more self-sufficient and trying to be a survivalist because of everything that's going on. And
are you having a second star?
It started from hello to yeah.
Okay.
The seed has been planted and it's starting to grow.
Yes. Yeah, like he's worried. He said, the snow that happened here in Texas, last year and everything, like made him and his mother really scared. And he said that they bought like 4 generators for their house, like 2 solar generators, 2 gas generators. Like I was like, I'm so happy somebody as young as you is finally waking up to what's really happening,
Yeah. Well, and that's it. I mean,
hey,
I don't care what age a person is
best day ever.
Just getting that being prepared bug, it's important. It is. And the thing is I think we all can accept the fact that if something localized, we've seen it in the past, or something worldwide, if all of a sudden it literally goes to hell, there's going to be a very small population, and who the heck's that going to be? It's going to be those that were prepared. And I think we can all agree. I think we'll get along pretty well. I think those of us that are still here the day after can say, well,
what was it that they said? After World War II, the only thing that will bring together humanity is a major event that affects all.
Everyone. Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't that what brought us out of the Great Depression the last time? One of the reasons. I thought that was one of the reasons for it. I remember that from history class. I brought that thing with the dust before because it's like, yeah.
My favorite saying was from Chief Dan George. Endeavor to persevere, and those that don't won't be here.
That is true.
That's it. Endeavor to persevere, folks. And part of that is being prepared for whatever comes your way. And endeavor to persevere. I plan on being here as long as possible.
Yes, sir. Same here. I mean, I grew up poor. I grew up without food every day, and with my dad and my mother and everything. My dad worked first, second, and third shift at Chattanooga Glass, and still him working all those hours and everything. He was the only supervisor that was not paid commission, and he got overtime and everything, and he was raising me, my two brothers, him, and my mom, and still didn't have enough money to support us and pay everything.
Yeah.
And my grandparents took me and raised me on their 300-acre farm. And even though we had 300 head of dairy cattle, we had pigs, we had chickens, everything, we only had 2 meals a day, breakfast, dinner.
Yeah.
And
you were working all the rest of the day.
Yes, sir. And we just killed what we would eat, and that was it, and processed.
Yeah.
And the majority, we didn't even touch our farm animals. It was going out hunting squirrels, hunting deer, stuff like that to bring it back, foraging.
Probably too.
Yeah. But the thing is, with you and your grandparents, was there a good tight bond?
Oh yes, yeah.
See,
my grandparents.
That's the point I want to make. I took my family in the backcountry for 1 full year off grid. All right.
Yeah.
In northwestern Montana, and we had very, very little other human contact,
right.
And we lived 80% of our sustenance came off the land.
Yep.
So we didn't. It was the same rule there. We had a nice breakfast, a good breakfast, I would say, not always that nice, but it was a good breakfast. And we had a good dinner. Lunch, if we had something around that you could snack on, you did, but you were busy all day. You were working, and just to get through, just to survive. But all the hard work and the isolation, those of us that were together, our family, built such a strong bond. And we look back on it and we go, my gosh, that was the best year of our whole lives, man. It was the hardest. It was the hardest year of our whole lives, but it was also the best year of our whole lives because we learned so much about ourselves and each other and about the value of just having a hot meal once a day and the value of hard work. Yeah.
Like sitting down around a hot meal with your family and no TV, no internet, no nothing, and actually having conversation.
Yeah. And learning to appreciate each other and the Yeah. I mean, what a great story, man. Yeah. Love it. Love it. I'm sorry that you went through hard times, but I'm not sorry for the end product
You know, that made me who I am today.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
And that's one of the motivations why I prep. Like my grandparents, even though we only had like 2 meals a day and everything, but we had a whole entire food cellar of canned food, canned meats. I mean, you know, like traditional canned, not supermarket canned.
Right. Not
And,
tin cans.
And you know, we had huge milking jars where you could just walk up and put a mug into the milk vat and get a giant mug of milk and just drink it. You know, it's and you know, it was a different time. It was a happier time. You know, you were
that's the whole
and
world
my
was
grandfather was a
happier.
moonshiner. Like my grandfather was a moonshiner, so he didn't really trust anybody else coming around because
they might
of
have
the
too long of a
steals.
nose.
Yeah, pretty much. And
Should have seen that.
but also we didn't allow people on our land or anything because of our stockpile of food and everything. We didn't. That's where I learned from them not to let anybody on the outside know about what I have.
Right. Keep your business your business.
Because
and that I believe is part of society's problem today is so many people think everything that happens in the world is their business.
Right. And it's like I was the one in my small community. I have 7 acres in San Antonio. Well, on the outside of San Antonio.
Oh man, you and I are going to have to hook up if I get down there. I've got family in San Antonio and in Bastrop.
Nice.
Up in
Awesome.
Bastrop.
I live in Comal County.
Oh.
So
you guys are getting. You guys are. See, everyone's they're bonding.
But
I know his neck of the woods a little bit. Yeah.
Like in my community
for the last like hour.
I know. He's always quiet. Shadow's always quiet. Hi, Shadow.
No, he did he?
If you wake him up, it's your fault. We're talking about you there, Yard.
But like with my community, we have, I have neighbors. We're in a no HOA, no building restriction area. It's unincorporated Comal County. And we're all, my neighbors, they have either cattle farms or sheep farms or something like that. And I was the one that brought up the idea of putting a trade box for our community. Like me, I have almost 250 chickens. So I have a stockpile of eggs that I never can use.
Yeah.
So I came up with the idea, if you have extra stock or something of whatever, put it in the box, and if you see something you need, take it, as long as you put something else in there that can be reused.
Swap. Don't just take, swap. Yeah.
Right. And like my neighbors that have cattle and everything, instead of, putting a milk jar out or anything, they put coupons in there saying 1 free gallon of milk.
Yeah, stop at the farm and I'll give you a gallon of milk. Yeah. That is awesome. I wish more did that.
It took forever. First, I was just putting out free eggs, for anybody to have. And then it kind of took over when they knew that that the eggs weren't bad or anything like that.
Right.
So, it's that trust you build. Yes.
See, yeah.
I'm not even joking. This is exactly what you think it is.
Yeah.
It's a whole container of pork.
Good.
I know. because I powdered it down, almost like a mortal pestle. So
Like
Sprinkle it
today,
out there.
one of my friends in the community, he just said that he put 18 sprouting potatoes in there, and if I need potatoes, go ahead and grab them.
Grab some plants. See, we've got up here where I had my wilderness camp, the little community that was, it's about a 10, 15-minute drive from there. Tiny little community on the coast of Superior, big port there.
Right.
But some gal in that community got the wild idea. Now we've got 5 communities with them. Her husband is just a crafty bugger. He loves to build stuff. So he built these, they look like little houses.
Yeah.
And they got double glass doors on them with shelves in them. And they sit on a big 4x4 post. And he went and plopped those in the public areas like the beach and the public parks in these little communities. And they were all empty, but they had a nice sign on them that described what they're for. And what it was book exchange centers.
Yes.
You put a book in there and you can take any book that's in there in exchange. You go to any of those now. I mean, for crying out loud, it's February and you can go and they're shoveled out. She makes her husband go and shovel them things out. You go there and they're packed tight. I've seen a couple where somebody's taken a piece of string or a rubber band on the door handle to hold it shut because the books are falling. And people are swapping books in and out. And I've gotten some great reading material out of them things. No library. There's no signing them out. It's just an honor basis swap. Just swap them out. But what you're talking about, I'm going to get a hold of that girl this spring and tell her what you're doing. And oh my God, I can see right underneath those libraries her putting in a nice big box for just an exchange, you know. Yeah.
And it builds up trust in the community, you know, especially a lot of like homesteaders and everything that don't have jobs and they rely on, you know, the farmers markets and stuff like that. And, you know, sometimes they can't sell all their product and they can't eat it either because it's too much. So,
well, that's it. I mean, that's why they have a farmer's market is because their larder's full. So they sell it. And if they can't sell it, what's it do? They take it home, put it in their compost. I mean, they'd much rather somebody was eating their hard work, you know. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, and it helps them, you know. They can give it to somebody that is in need of it or can use it, and they get something in return. And you know, it builds up and especially right now, it's really picked up in like the last 6 years when everything started going crazy.
Right.
And it and
see,
you know,
I can see how that would be pretty interesting because it makes you want to have something to go put there just to see what's in there. And we do have something similar to that, and it's nationwide, but here in Wisconsin, it's just getting triggered up. And this summer, I'm hoping that I'll get 2 locations that I can establish, but we have what we call trail angels in all of our wilderness trail areas. And what you do is you go out and you lock cable a cooler to a tree at a trail head somewhere and load that thing full of the small bottles of water, snacks, things like that for these through hikers that are hiking these trails that are 40, 60 miles long. They get to these spots and there's fresh bottle of water, a candy bar, or a trail snack, and a logbook for them. Just tell us how your hike's going and or just say thank you. And we got signs for them that say, please, no donations. We don't want people trying to put money in something or anything like that. We're just out there to help those folks, you know. And it's
Guess I'll just come
surprising.
back in.
Yeah, it's surprising how many people. I'll go out to a spot where there's a trail angel working, and I'll bring a case of bottled water. I'll go out, check their cooler, and it's packed full. And I'll ask them, whoa, why are you keeping it so full? I didn't. Somebody else went there and added to what I put in there, because it gets kind of on a roll where everybody wants to help, you know.
Well, if only that was always the way, that's how I say.
Yeah.
That'd be the dream.
Yeah.
But back to being a realist again.
Yeah.
I'm being all too way too optimistic.
Shucks. Oh no, I gotta wake up. Doggone it.
Yeah. Wake up, Sly.
Wake up.
You're daydreaming here.
Yeah, the world really hasn't changed, man. Wake up.
Yeah. It's not quite like that yet. Still working on it. Come on.
Nothing wrong to have daydreams.
No,
Like
you're
I said,
right.
see,
You're right.
this is all eggs. That's all eggshell.
All
I
eggshell.
decided to make sure.
Yeah.
And besides, why put it in a landfill when it's still useful?
That's it.
That's what I see. That's why I do it.
The only thing I can say, the only con I can say to that is, doggone it, that's probably one of the only organic things that's ended up in that landfill. I had some.
You been chicken with me?
Yeah. I had someone tell me once that everything organic they use on their place, they don't let any of that go to the landfill. They said the only thing that goes to the landfill is other garbage. And I said, so in other words, you're putting everything in the landfill that'll never degrade and go away. Anything that would help cover up some of that nasty shit you're keeping. They said, oh my God, I feel guilty. They said, I feel like I should be throwing some good stuff into my garbage so that we can help balance our landfills a little. I said, order a truckload of dirt, have it hauled out there, dumped in the landfill. You'll feel better.
I wonder if sand would work. No, just kidding. Some clay or something like that. Yeah, I don't want some clay.
Yeah. Well, the clay caps it, it'll cap it. I've seen landfills capped with clay, and then they tap it and they burn the methane off of it.
I was going to say hair, but I don't know if you want to spare yours.
What's that?
I was going to say hair, but I don't know if you want to spare yours.
Oh, my fire starter here?
Yeah, right.
And I have started it on fire a few times. Yeah.
All right. It's a fire starter that you everyday carry.
Unfortunately, though, I've never caught it on camera. There was a couple times, boy, where she just went poof. And if I would have had that on camera, man, all my viral videos.
You would have went viral.
Yep. I got it.
First minute, I already got 1K. Whoa.
That's yeah.
That'd be so weird.
One of the supervisors came in and told me to get out. So, they come and they do a deep sanitizing of the whole entire area. And it's like highly toxic and poisonous.
Yeah.
Like
vacate.
Yeah. So I'm out here with the rebar and the concrete, and I hope my signal holds.
So that place is for any kind of local natural disaster or anything
Yeah.
that people in the community can flock to.
Oh, like a
Yes.
muster point?
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, the one that I'm at, it's not for average civilian use. It's more for higher officials. And
okay. Yep.
yeah,
A
but
safe center for them. Yeah.
yeah, so they can survive the apocalypse or whatever and
I've always
repopulate the world.
said they make all these great bunkers, these safe places for all of the politicians and the sort.
Yeah.
But their job in their minds is to control society and take care of us, right? But yet they're going to leave us out there to die, and they're going to survive, and they're going to come out. Guess what? None of them got any jobs anymore because there ain't nobody to be a politician over.
Well, the thing is
Then
you have to fill out. Yeah. Well, the thing is they have enough room to keep 200 advanced civilians in it, like people that are not just bums on the street or whatever,
special skill,
people that a special skill or whatever that they can re-help this whatever like you have to fill out, you have to do this test. Like you have to do this like fitness test, you have to do a mental test, you have to do all this stuff to see if you even qualify for it. And then they will let you know what is it. If you say you take the test today, you won't know if you're accepted or not a year from today. And it's that special selection.
They're going to rake everything about you over the coals before they make that decision.
Like background checks, all this stuff, like mental checks. But they have their own, water supply here, and it's right off, it's right off of the interstate. Like, it's out in plain open. It's in the, and nobody can come here. Like, we have a huge, I don't know if you can see it, but a huge wall that's protecting this whole entire area on the outside. There's only one entrance in and one entrance out. And there's two armed guards up in what they call scout booths up at the top, and they're armed guards. With one has a 50 cal Dragunov sniper rifle, and the other guy has a fully loaded M16. Not M16, but what is it? Some kind of assault rifle. I don't know, but and they guard the top. And they there was a person that came here, and they were a DoorDash deliverer, and they pulled in, and the GPS led them the wrong way. And, yeah. And as soon as they pulled in, there was both those guards there with guns pointed at them. And I was like, crap.
Thinking that you've got a simple, uneventful job, and all of a sudden,
Well, they just put these two guard booths like last month in. Like, it didn't have any of this stuff before, but now with everything that's going on, they erected it, and there's armed guards. I even have a a assault locker. If anything happens, I have to go and fully load up in SWAT gear armor and help protect. So, and I'm a security guard. I'm just a basic, I'm a CO for my company. I'm a level 4 private security officer, but that extreme for this one little place is really not needed, especially when there's nothing here.
Yeah.
8 seconds start. Remember, take one selfie. Just to remember.
Yeah, just
right?
one
Might be the only
selfie.
time you ever get to wear it and be like, oh, see, I had to do it once. Okay, selfie. Okay. Back to work.
Oh, I got see, look. They're just now leaving here. Those two construction vehicles, they're just now leaving here. They were doing something to one of the underground bunkers. And what they were doing, I don't know. Because that was over my pay grade.
And you'll probably never know.
Yeah, I probably never will. But things are going crazy in certain places. I mean,
yeah,
and it's not recorded, and nobody knows except for the people that work there.
Yeah.
And
I've got some what I would consider lifetime, almost over 30-year relationships with people in high level government, and some of the discussions we get in, I tell them, yeah, I get it. I know it upsets people. They say, oh, the government's keeping so much from us. But I've worked with government not as a politician, folks, not as a bureaucrat, but in government agencies positions. And I'll tell you what, there are some things out there you're better off not even knowing. Yeah, really, there are things that, as far as society goes, are better off not even knowing. There's things in this world.
Don't say anything more. I don't want to know.
but yeah, there's things out there that could trigger people to panic and react wrongly. And there's things that some of our government agencies, people don't realize either, is that the actual mechanical works in them, those people they don't like what they have to do in their positions. They don't like it, but somebody has to be there and somebody has to do it. And I was placed in one of those positions, and I had a 5-year contract, and I resigned in the second year. I said, I ain't doing this shit for you people ever again. And they said, but it has to be done. It has to be. I said, I totally understand. I totally agree, but it has to be done by somebody else, because I can't. Morally do these things. So, but I do understand why they have to be done, and it's tough. It's tough, but then again, with that fact, also goes a lot of information I believe we should have.
Right.
There's a lot of things they cover up, just don't let out, that really we have the right to know about. I mean, we have the right if people are going to be doing things that potentially are going to dramatically change our lives,
like last week, there was 2 double trailer semi trucks that came here, and they were completely stockpiled with all MREs, like over 500 pallets of MREs to go to the underground bunker that's here. And You know, it's like, what are they preparing for so quickly? You know?
Right. In such a bulk, such a huge bulk.
Yes.
You know, you would think regular small shipments or something, but boy, to have a big bulk shipment of something of that sort at one time.
Oh yeah.
You know, I can understand that if, oh, guess what? We just did the punch list. The building is done. It's empty, but it's done. Nah, you would expect a big bulk shipment of stuff. But if it's
when I go back in, I'll show you the new thing that they just put in. It's a multi-purpose thing. I can even use it if I want to. It's a purified water dispenser, but it also has a nutrient-based paste dispenser that it's kind of like it puts in the water, kind of like kind of like an electrolyte mix that you put into the water, and it's supposed to like replenish, rehydrate you, like do all this stuff, but it's not hooked up yet, you know. But it asks you, do you wish for the nutrient paste to be dispensed? And I actually hit the yes. Yeah. And I hit the yes on it, and it said accessibility denied. And I was like, what?
You don't get it.
It's above your pay grade.
Yeah, it's above your pay grade. You don't get it. Yeah.
You only get one.
You know,
Star.
But I'll tell you what, Star, you know you're in trouble when you go in the bathroom, get in the stall, and you look at the toilet paper dispenser. You got to push a button, and you push it, and it says no, toilet paper is above your pay grade. Oh no!
What's your security clearance?
What's your security clearance before we give you that paper? That's it. Yeah. Now you're in trouble, buddy. That's no wonder they're not letting me get anything out of the vending machines to eat, because they ain't gonna give me no toilet paper later. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or if they got a solid lid on the toilet that won't come up because unless you got the property security clearance. No. You don't get to go. Oh, no.
8 hours, can't even use the John.
No. Yeah.
You gotta suffer for your pay grade, son.
Yeah. Well, that would only have to happen once. You're gonna make doggone sure you go before you get to work. That's right. Yeah.
Right.
That's.
Oh no, we got the porta potty that's at 2 miles away from it.
Yeah, that you can walk down there and use that one.
You're right.
Hold on, Shadow. I'll be right back. I gotta go.
That's
yeah.
Oh, that explains everything now. Oh, why Second Star disappears. Now I know why.
Right. It's like, hold on, I gotta go for a 2-mile trek. Hold on.
Yeah.
20 minutes later.
Hey, at least I'm getting my daily workout.
Yeah.
Hey, Second Star, why do you have breath? I really had to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, sorry to interrupt real quick here. I gotta swap out here. I gotta take care of something. Hey, I appreciate you having me on again, Shadow. But I always pleasure to hear your stories. Second Star. Wait, right?
Take care, CR brother.
Take care, Side Chan. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
We'll see you, CR. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah. I really I like your background there, Bjorn.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it makes me want to be outdoors.
He is on mute.
Yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't want us hearing. He doesn't want us hearing him mutilate something.
Yeah.
Hi, Shadow.
Hey.
Yeah. The
Yeah, I
Hey,
like my background. Actually, it's my wife's idea to decorate it like this. So
That's cool.
yeah,
oh yeah, yeah. This has been a blast,
Yeah.
Joran. What
Let me see if I can. Let me
conversations
see if I
everywhere.
can show y'all. I hope the signal doesn't go out. I'm underneath the concrete, but
hey Guardian.
yeah, there's like 5 or 6 points to get purified like water out here. Domestic cold water. Like right here. There's the spigot for it, but you need one of those water keys to turn it on.
Yeah.
And they're all over this place. Like for the people that are having problems, like if the snowstorm hits Texas again or whatever, people are allowed to come here and get free water.
Oh.
Like they just have to talk to like me, a security guard. Then I can come and I can turn on the water and give them however many gallons of water that they need, but not allowed inside or anything.
Right.
But I mean, that's good if something bad happens and nobody's able to get fresh, clean water.
Right. Yeah. See, that's one thing in my area here that I like is we have 3 communities all in a row within 25 miles of each other that have large, fast, heavy flow artesian wells that require no power. That's all natural pressure.
Yeah.
And we've had water outages in town. Oh yeah, they line right up at the artesian well, and I do like the fact that community. It's a great understanding on what the rules are for filling up. The people that show up and they've got 20 to 40 6-gallon water jugs in the back of their 3/4 ton pickup truck. They pull up and they double park, and those that are filling 4 or 5, they fill, and in between every other one, then the big order fills a little. Works out good. They fill, and in between every other one, then the big. Hey, buddy, you might want to mute your YouTube.
Yeah.
Because it's echoing.
Yeah, will do.
Will do, he says. Will do.
But yeah,
hey, it's good to see.
There we go. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
It's good to see you compared to just seeing your name in the chat.
Yeah. I think us Swedes need to speak up a little bit. I mean, Shadow is so quiet, so.
There we go.
Well, I listen to what the other has to say. So
that's the only thing with Joran that kind of scares me is he's a listener, man. So you gotta be a little careful what you say because he'll hold you to it.
I met him once.
Because he's paying attention. Oh, you did?
In real life, yeah.
Awesome.
It's one of that's why I'm here. He gave me like, oh, you have to subscribe to my channel, and I did.
Actually,
very good.
We went to like
I met him
CBRN,
on a
it's like
CBRN
NBC course
class.
in the military together, and we shared a room in a like barracks or whatever. So yeah, maybe like 2 years ago. It was just before COVID, or
it was before COVID.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm not really like, a prepper or anything like that. I'm mostly into bushcraft, but I like your comments that you said before. It's bushcraft is living in the woods, like being in the woods and being comfortable with it. It's not about, and I mean, that's something that any prepper kind of needs in some way, I think.
Oh, sorry, Sty. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like survival, prepping, bushcrafting, it all intertwines together. You need to know
it does.
each thing.
That's it. And what it is
That's all I'm gonna say.
It all rotates around creativeness, you know. And I had a couple of folks in camp last summer. They come over to my campsite and we're hanging out. And this fella, they wanted to roast some marshmallows over my campfire. And I said, well, you come up with the marshmallows and the sticks and have at it. His wife gets the marshmallows, and he runs off into the woods. He comes back with a bunch of sticks, and he's sitting there with his pocket knife, whittling some roasting sticks. And he goes, you know, we checked your channel out, because I was passing my channel stickers out to everybody in the campground, of course. And they checked my channel out. He goes, I love that bushcrafting thing. I wish I could do some bushcrafting. And I go, so you're going to sit there and bushcraft in front of me and say you wish you were a bushcrafter? And he goes, I'm not a bushcrafter. I said, what did you just do? And he goes, what? Did I do something wrong? I said, you went out, you gathered a bunch of little saplings, you debarked them all, and you whittled a nice sharp tip in each of them, and now you're roasting marshmallows. And he goes, yeah. And I said, that's a bushcrafting skill. You
One
use
of the oldest ones as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Right from day one.
Yeah. Let's
stick a chunk of meat on the end of this pointy stick and cook it over this wonderful fire.
Yeah.
I said, you're practicing one of the age-old bushcrafting skills. But you know, you can go on YouTube and you'll find 1,000 different ways to whittle that stick, and everybody claims it's a new way.
And they will be arguing about it as well.
And they'll argue. And the guy you have to believe is the one that calls himself a professional bushcrafter. All the professional bushcrafters are dead. They were Neanderthals, for God's sakes.
Exactly.
They're gone. They're gone. The original true professionals are all gone. We're all imitators. We're all imitators.
I think the big difference between bushcrafting and survival and prepping is I mean, if you have to do some kind of separation of them, is I think bushcrafting is a little bit more sustainable in some ways, because you're mostly using, stuff that's around you.
That's it.
Well, but apart from that, I think it's mostly the same thing. It's like the same ideas in your head and all that stuff.
And that's it. And I encourage preppers and preparers to learn bushcrafting skills, because people will say, oh, I got a year's worth of food, man. What happens at the end of that year? Are you going to be able to sustain yourself? Now, if you have good bushcrafting skills, guess what? You can turn that year into 2-3 years worth of food.
Yeah. And if you're good enough, you can make it forever.
Lifetime.
Yeah.
And that's it. Is bushcrafting to me is ancient life skills. How do you live without modern times?
Yeah.
And they lived. I mean, they had lives.
Yeah.
Why can't we? It's only because they learned those skills from childhood on.
Yeah.
And we have to intentionally step back and learn those skills.
Yeah.
But that means that
my grandfather, he taught me the difference between a survivalist, a prepper, and a bushcrafter. A prepper is going to stay home, and because that's where his home is, that's where everything is. They don't want to leave their shelter. A survivalist is a person that gets into a situation that is a life or death situation, and either in the wilderness or a rural situation, but they're trying to get out of that situation to get back home. A bushcrafter,
that's their sole purpose, is to get out of that situation.
And a bushcrafter is the only person that is
going to make a life of it.
wilderness. Yeah, like
Yeah,
they can take whatever they have, go and make a log cabin in the woods. They can, hunt, trap, fish, eat wild edibles, and survive and not have to worry about anything else. Where the other two are dependent on what they have and trying to get back to what they had.
That's why my commercial camp, our primitive skills camp, was called Wilderness Thriving Fundamentals, was because I don't believe that survival has a damn thing with the outdoors unless you get into a survival situation.
Exactly. Survival is something that you do not want to do.
No, you want to thrive.
You want to live.
Right. You want to, and you want to thrive. Who the heck wants to get stuck in the out? All of a sudden, I'm stuck in the outdoors, and it's a survival situation because I don't know shit about the outdoors.
Right.
I'd rather get stuck in the outdoors and go, oh well, I might as well make myself at home. I'm going to make myself. Where's the refrigerator? Oh, there it is down there. I better grab some fishing line off my hat and a fly and a stick. I'm going to go down there and catch me some dinner. And, oh, boy, this will make a nice house, this pine tree here. I'll build me a nice shelter around that pine. Oh, I'm going to get myself all cozy. And then 4 days later, somebody comes across you and they go, oh, thank God, we've been looking for you for days. We fought. And they're looking around and you go, oh, you were looking for me? Oh, shit, that's right. I was lost, wasn't I?
I wanted to stay here.
I'm so damn comfortable. Can you guys come back and find me next week?
I'm taking my vacation.
That's it. I stress that to people. Learn skills that when you get put in the worst condition, worst spot, you can allow your creative juices to run and become bushcrafty and make yourself comfortable. Settle in, stay calm, and just tell yourself, well, this is life-changing, but I'll get through it. I'm going to make the best of this, not the worst of it.
You might even like it. I mean,
you might not want to go home.
Yeah.
Well,
see, I had that problem. That's why I have an ex-wife. There were many 1 week, I'm out for a week, I'm not being back for a week. And then 3 weeks later, she's screaming mad. I was ready to send them out looking for you. And I always told her, if I'm not back in a month, start making the funeral plans and the memorial, because there probably won't be a body. The vultures, the bears or something got it. But but that's the thing, is if you get comfortable enough with your skills, and that's preparedness or prepping, same way, you want to be at such a comfort level that you don't worry about it, that you don't have to sweat over it, that it's like, oh yeah, this might be difficult, but I know how to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it's always difficult. I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, of course it will be difficult, but with some, like you say, creativity is the most important skill. It's not about, exactly what kind of fire starter you need, or if you're using a Bic lighter or a ferro rod.
Right.
Can you make your life comfortable? That's how it is.
And I used to tell my students that all the time. We'd have our fire making session, and I get them all together, and we're around a big fire pit. They all got their own little workstations, and they're just like, oh boy, we're going to learn how to use bow drill. We're going to learn how to use hand drill. We're going to learn how to use flint and steel. And I'll have all of that gear laying out at each station, and I'll tell them all. I'll look at my watch and I'll go, you guys, all of you got 10 minutes, and I want a sustainable fire in each one of those fire stations.
Yep.
And then I walk over and I sit on this big log and watch them. And I gave out what we call them beaver cookies. And there were these round wooden discs with a beaver burnt into them. And they were worth $2 a piece at our supply store we had at the camp. and I'd give those out for people that excelled during their week stay. Everybody that grabbed a Bic lighter and lit that damn fire and sat there and then they ran off and got extra wood and keep it going. Every one of them got a beaver cookie. Them guys that were out there with a hand drill and a bow drill and everything else, and they got honorable mention, but they didn't get a beaver cookie. And they go, but I'm trying to use a different skill. Good for you. That's why you get an honorable mention. But that guy, what did I ask you people to do? I said, you got 10 minutes. I want a sustainable fire in every fire pit. I didn't tell you how to start it.
Exactly.
Right.
And
I said, I couldn't care less. I want the fire.
And the big lighter is by far the easiest way to do it. And
that's it.
If you have a fire, it's easier to sustain. You can use the embers. It's much easier to start a new fire. I mean, use that big lighter until it doesn't work anymore, and then you start using the other stuff.
Well, and that's it. Think about the most opportune times to use that big lighter. Do I need a fire quick? Do I need it right now? Grab the big lighter.
Yeah.
I got all the time in the world. I'm not that hungry. I'm not cold. Oh heck, it's fun to start a fire using a bow drill. I'm going to try it. I'm going to get my fire going with that. And that the thing is it doesn't matter which way you're going to start that fire, as long as you end up with a fire.
Yeah.
It's just like I got in a big argument, and I'm not going to use his name because I'll probably get in trouble again. I mean, no, he actually started. I had to deal with his attorneys, and then I sicked my attorney on him, and she's a firecracker. Boy. She put an end to the issue. But this guy tried to sue me for defamation because
really
on his YouTube channel, and this guy is very well known, actually internationally. He was a big TV star, man. But I came right out and said, I said, this guy's full of BS. I said, I'm going to recall, because all he is bushcraft. I said, I'm going to rename that to bullshit.
Is it the guy? Is it the guy who by accident dropped the ferro rod in a fire?
No. This guy did this video that he considered a critical skill that all bushcrafters should know, and that's how to assemble and establish a tarp shelter in 5 minutes or less. Because if you don't, it could mean your life. And I told him, I said, you know what? I can put a tarp shelter up in 5 minutes, and the son bitch probably blow down in a half an hour. I said, but I can take that half hour and put that tarp shelter up, and it's going to last me for a week.
Yeah.
I said, you're a moron telling people that if they can't put it up, and he has a paid school. You go there, and it costs you almost $2,000 a week to go there. Plus, you got to pay for your housing and all this other crap. And he's telling these people, you will fail your course if you can't get a shelter up within 5 minutes.
Oh, what?
And I told him flat out, I said, you're a scam, you're a con, you're full of BS, because you will not die of hypothermia in 5 minutes. And if you're at that point of hypothermia, that if you don't get help immediately within minutes, you better have someone there to help you, because you're not going to survive in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So what you're selling is a bunch of BS.
Yeah. If you're in a situation where you need to have a shelter up in 5 minutes or survive,
you better have
or
somebody.
you die. I'm very skeptical if it's a situation that you can survive.
That's
at
it.
all.
That's it.
Usually, like you say, it's more important to get it up, make it work for like a week, maybe 2 weeks, if that's the
make
time
it functional.
And then you stay there and you keep still and you do not waste your calories.
That's it. That's so weird, because that's the second argument him and I got into, and that's when he tried to start the lawsuit, was on caloric value.
Yeah.
I told him, you watch my video, and I got a series called Live or Die Off the Land. And I said, you watch my video on caloric value. He watched it and he says, you are so wrong. You are so wrong. I said, I don't think there's a doctor in the whole world that would agree with you. You cannot burn more than you take in and survive it. If
Right.
that's continuous, you will eventually die of starvation, buddy. I said, they used to call it rabbit starvation because people
from
would
protein
get
only. Yeah,
that-
you
that-
need
that-
fat and
all
all
it-
that stuff. Yeah,
that's it. They were getting proteins, but they weren't getting the needed fats. They weren't getting all the other nutrition they needed.
Yeah, 'cause you
And-
got to eat the brain, the organs, all
That's-
that other
Yep.
stuff.
That's it. First thing you got to do is eat the whole damn rabbit.
Right.
Yeah.
You're eating the whole rabbit. You should eat his
Even
bones
then,
too.
it's still not enough.
You should eat his bones because you need that calcium. But anyway, I told him, I said on caloric value, and that whole video gives you the caloric values. He was telling his class, his students, if you're in a region where blueberries are proficient, you can survive off of blueberries. Just look how many you can pick. Well, on a caloric value basis, if you just to survive, you should consume between 16 and 1800 calories per day. That's just to be alive. That's not going out doing shit.
Picking blueberries it wastes a lot of calories.
The thing with blueberries is I don't remember the exact amount. I'd have to look it up, but it's like 6 gallons you have to eat per day to meet the caloric value to keep you alive. I said, I don't want to see your latrine. For one thing, I don't want to see your latrine.
Also,
poop
the
is
sugar
terrible.
intake from that, intake from that can
and what that does
overindulge
is that the excess carbs involved with it.
Yeah.
What that does is it creates hyperactivity in your system, makes you want to get up and you start pacing, you start walking, and guess what you're doing? You're burning off calories, so you just wasted them.
And I can tell you from experience that if you eat blueberries for a week, you will not shit at all.
No, it'll screw you up so bad. It'll screw you. You're going to poop one great big blueberry.
Yeah.
I mean,
You'll be passing bricks.
That's,
sorry, Shadow.
That's it.
I'm just telling the truth.
I really like blueberries. Now I'm going to kind of cut back.
The one thing that I found, it doesn't taste very well. But one of the better things, if you find them, is actually I have to think. Is it in English? I think it's called the brown things on top of grass in the water.
You're talking about cattails.
Cattails, yes. The roots
I
of
love cattail. I eat the hell out of them.
I hate it, but it's one of the few really hero survivor foods that you can find.
Do you harvest them when they're just young and you got to pull the leaf back and find them? They look like a tiny little ear of corn when they're immature, and you harvest those. They're just little, they look like little ears of corn. Harvest those and steam them. Put a little bit of salt on them. Oh my God, they're sweet.
Yeah. If you have some salt or pepper or whatever, it might work. But we spent like a week in the army eating it on a island in the archipelago of Stockholm.
Oh wow!
And we gathered it by in plastic bags and we ate them raw, and it was terrible for a week.
Oh yeah, I
hated it.
Now the way I imagine,
but it works because it has a lot of fibers and it has a lot of calories in
it's got good
different
carbs.
Sugars.
It contains a lot of carbohydrates.
Yeah.
And
so it's better than blueberries, much better.
And the root, I'll take the root in the spring.
Yeah, the roots what we were eating. The roots, nothing else. We didn't have any other things.
That brown thing on the top, when it's immature, it's just growing. It's behind the leaves still. You can just see the points of them popping up. You pull that leaf down, and it looks like a tiny little cob of corn.
Okay.
And and you pop those off. They are sweet. They taste. They got an awesome, unique flavor to them.
I have to test it in the spring.
I use powdered butter. Have you ever used that? Powdered butter?
Nope.
You can buy butter in a powder form. It's shake on butter. It's a butter flavoring is what it is. And the one I get is actually made from dairy products. So it does have a short shelf life, but it'll last for 2-3 weeks out in the trail. But I sprinkle some of that on there with a little bit of salt, and it's like eating sweet corn. And the roots, we would take those and we cut them and then break them apart, and we'd steep them, and we'd make like a stew or soup using those as a plant base in the soup. And then the pollen, when they start pollinating, you grab one of them, shake them when they're pollinating, and all this yellow dust falls off of them.
It's actually quite good. It's actually quite good as a fire starter as well.
Yes, it works as a fire starter. Man, you strike a spark to it, it'll pick up a coal real quick.
Yep.
And you take a big gallon Ziploc bag, and you put a gallon plastic bag over it, shake it, and you do that. Before long, you got a half a gallon bag full of that pollen, and it makes a great flour substitute. You can make bannock out of it. You can make you can add it to soups to thicken the soups. Boy, you guys got me just going like hell, and I'm getting old, I don't.
I have to give something back to the blueberries, because we kind of gave them a bad name. It's actually a good medicine. If you have the runs, eat it. Eat as much blueberries as you can. It actually works.
It'll help regulate you. And that's the thing is that there's a lot of things out there people need to know. You need to regulate that diet. So you do need to harvest different things so that you're eating that variety. Some of them will give you loose stool, some of them give you constipation, but the combination of them is perfect. It makes everything happy.
And that is something it's really hard to because most of the times when you go out into the forest, you don't stay long enough that you get this balance that you're talking about. I think it's even like people who are into bushcrafting and survival do not stay out that long, that they actually go to that point.
Right. They don't. They're not out there for extended stay. So and there's a lot of big name bushcrafters that go on these Yukon trips, and they're gone for 3 months. And by the end of the first month, boy, they're just whining and complaining. Man, I can't poop right. I can't, I feel terrible. And it's because they've never done that extreme of an extended trip, just eating natural foodstuffs. And their system, it can take 3, even 4 weeks sometimes for your system to balance out. Because
I watched this American or North American show that's called Alone. I don't know if you guys saw it. Yeah. And there was, it was first of all, that show really made it clear that the guys who know their stuff are the ones that most likely learned it from their grandfathers, and they learned it from their grandfathers, etc. The guys who went to the courses, like they went to, I went to 25 different teachers, and they taught me how to be a survivor. Those guys did not last, but the guys who did this as kind of part of their everyday life, they were the guys who could stay out there
the longest.
I remember seeing it was one of the guys. I think he actually had a wife or something who were of Russian Evenki or origin, like some native tribe in Siberia, and he had actually spent some time with them and learned the stuff that they did, like how they survived. And I don't know, he was the guy who was fighting like a Wolverine at one point in the show. And he managed to shoot a moose with a bow, and harvest it and get all the stuff. But he actually started to have the problems with the protein problems with eating too much protein.
Yeah.
But he actually I think he won it in the end, because he had enough knowledge from people who did this for real to survive.
So there's a lot of factors, and I know 2 people that have been on Alone. They've actually been participants, and both of them told me the same thing: is Alone is a reality show, all right, but they need their viewership, and Alone, on the inside of the whole production, they look for people that went out and paid for skills, right?
Yeah.
And they're so proud of themselves. And they also look for the guy that keeps his mouth shut, don't tell nobody. He just goes out and lives it. And they want a good mix of both kinds. They want the guy that you would never expect he's going to make it, but he's going to make it the longest. And then they also wanted those people that can't emotionally survive the isolation.
Yeah, so that there is some drama.
They can mix the drama into that program. And I've watched every Alone, and I it's funny because I'll watch some of it and I'll go, oh, that's a bunch of baloney. That's baloney. I know the cameraman told them, wait a minute, we got to move the camera for this shot, because there's no way you were all alone in that shot, but then I've also watched some guys that I thought were very skilled, but yet they were heady. They were very heady. They were all full of themselves. And the one fella, he rolled his ankle, thought he busted his foot and all this and that. And he was out in a week. He was only on the show a week because he went and injured himself severely. And I thought, with the skill base they implied he had, there's no way that man should have ever done that to himself. He was doing something really foolish. And that's why I tell people the most important part of outdoor skill is mindset.
Yeah.
You have to be wilderness minded to survive the outdoors first.
Yeah. Do I take this steep route down through and save 30 minutes of walking, but it's very steep and I might, injure my ankle?
Yeah.
Or do I do the round trip around and do it safely so that I do not
and so much more comfortably and actually burning less calories because I'm not putting all this effort into the climbing down, and that's it, is good wilderness judgment and mindset goes so far into surviving.
And I mean, the only thing that I actually have to, because you can take survival and you can try to simulate it like they do, but it's still a simulation. They have that little button that they can press. And
you are so right.
And I mean that's the only thing that I think it's a great show. It's very entertaining, and I to some extent think it actually shows the skills of the participants. But there is always that last thing. There is that button that you can press, and I think that plays to the mind. And often, if you see people who are really, really skilled, most of them, they do not give up because they can't survive anymore. They give up because they miss their family.
That's it.
In a real survival situation, you don't have that option. It's not there.
No. Well, and that was one thing I taught in our courses too. Is we had a whole session on becoming your own best friend, your own best company, and people would say, "Well, where are you going with this?" If you ever get put into a long-term isolation situation, you have to be able to cope with that, because all of the best skills in the world go out the window when you start allowing yourself to become depressed, over anxious. You don't think straight. You start making mistakes. you need to be able to talk to somebody sometimes. You need to be able to talk to yourself, because for one thing, you're going to get an honest answer back. If you do it from the get-go, you ask yourself, man, should I take that steep down the mountain face, or should I walk this nice level trail? It's going to take me an extra half hour, but that's so safe over there. And yourself will say, don't climb down that mountain face, you moron. Take that nice trail. Listen to yourself. He's your own best friend. He's looking out for you.
Yeah.
You know, you could have 4 people with you, and one that's more outspoken than the other 3 says, we're going down the mountain face. Everybody, like lemmings, follows them, and 2 of them fall and get all busted up.
Yeah.
No.
Then we're into more like leadership skills, and that's a completely different bag of cats, I guess.
But people forget to depend on themselves. You know.
Yeah.
You may have the best answer. Just talk to yourself a moment.
I remember you said something earlier when I commented on like strength in numbers and all that stuff, and you said that but you also open up a different can of worms, because all of a sudden there will be power struggles between who's the leader and all of that stuff. And I can totally agree with that, because I've seen. I mean, most of my experience is from a military background, and you have a set, hierarchy of.
It's very structured.
Yeah. You know who's the leader. There is no question about that. But
no doubt.
I also been part, like Shadow knows, of a Swedish volunteer civil defense unit, or whatever you might call it. I don't know. It's like a volunteer unit.
Civil Defense Association.
Yeah. And then you have, like, when there's volunteers involved, and these guys can leave at any time. Like, I do not want this anymore. I'm going away now.
Right.
It's a completely different type of leadership that is needed.
Yeah.
You cannot just use the military leadership where you kind of tell people what to do and expect them to do it without question.
Right.
All of a sudden, you need to start using a different skill set, and it's so much harder. It's so much more hard.
And that's what I try to encourage people, if they get involved in a group type setting where they're going to create a community of sorts. Don't give up what you did to get yourself into this stage. Don't give up the individualism of your preparedness. Keep your individualism and participate in the community. Don't count on that community, because if the community starts to fall apart because of leadership battles or anything of that sort, you can always fall back on yourself again. And that's what I try to encourage people is don't always think numbers are better. If I'm part of a group, I'm better. That works if you're a flock of geese and there's a guy out there with a shotgun he wants goose dinner. That works, being part of the group, boy. It's a lot better than being by yourself. But with people, it can play to your advantage, or if you're not paying attention, could play to your disadvantage. And you're right. That's a whole different skill set, boy. And it's and that one is so touch and go, because things can change so easily.
Because if you look like past prepping, when you're done with the prepping has done what it's supposed to. It made you survive for a long enough time that the immediate danger is gone. I mean, if we're talking about the shit hit the fan situation, you will need to start building a new society, and that's a different skill set somehow. You need to have different people, or maybe the same people, but with a different mindset.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And I mean, that's kind of like somewhere that's like some kind of, for me at least, an end goal. We need to
that's
get everything working again.
to get enough people of like mind into a community group with the same goal, and that's not to make the mistakes of the past. And as long as you see that effort and the cooperation within that community group, I say it's a safe community group because it's one that's willing to develop and grow and strengthen itself. You don't have the dissenters trying to, if you do have dissenters trying to tear it apart, the majority protects itself and says, whoa, we got a cancer cell. We're going to have to cure that, you know. And those are the,
I also think that at the beginning of a crisis, it's going to be harder because people will the people
they won't have the trust.
The idiots are still alive. Sorry
That's
to say
right.
it like that, but the idiots are still alive. The ones who just want to be parasites on you and the people who are still alive a year later.
Yeah.
They have experience. They are the ones that's been weeded out.
Right.
And maybe they have the skills set that you need to start this new society. So
Right.
I think actually, I've always said that from day one, maybe you should start trying to build this community. But thinking about it again, maybe you have to wait a bit for all the idiots to die away. Sorry to say it like that. But
I think you're really on to something there, because, like you said, those idiots, hopefully most of them died away, and maybe some of them have been converted and, you know, got wise.
I mean, some of them will be good people who are willing to listen and learn.
Right, and realize the failings of their ways during the actual crisis. That I shouldn't have gone that way. I need to be better than that, you know. But the thing is after some time, like you said, a year maybe, the majority of people then have a good read on each other and will know who the surviving idiots are and who aren't. And you just get those that aren't together and weed out the idiots that remain. And when they feel isolated and they realize there's nothing they can do to survive without being part of a community, they may change their ways.
Exactly.
Because
I don't think you should give up on people just because they're idiots. That's not what I'm saying. But maybe they will come to some kind of self, you know.
I had an old best friend of mine, and for many years I told myself, how did I ever become best friends with the most stupid person in the world? I mean, he's just a born moron. I mean, he's just so stupid. He was his worst enemy. He could be your worst enemy, but he had a big heart. And I mean, he was good in heart. He was just not. He's one of these guys that he made such the worst choices in life all the time, and then he'd regret every one of them, and he'd change, but then he'd make a new terrible decision, you know. But people, you know, that's it. You know, people are people, and you don't want to give up on anybody. And some people, you just don't have a choice. You gotta just say, well, they've been given so many chances to the point where now they're hurting others, and then they have to be isolated from the good or the better people. But that's society. That's, you know, that's the way things
I mean,
are.
it's the same today. Only the way we live now doesn't have the impact on their lives that.
Right.
They're still gonna survive, you know.
Right.
Even if, I mean. So another question that I have to you guys is because this is something that I kind of run into myself. Family who thinks that prepping is just something foolish, something idiot, like sisters, nieces, whatever. How do you kind of convert them to understanding that this might actually be something that's worth looking into? I think you guys all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Someone who is like, you know, he's a kook. Why the hell?
I know someone, and that is my mother-in-law. If I mention anything about preparedness, also she says that will not happen and things like that, and why is that necessary? Well, it's your choice. I try to tell her that it's why an insurance. Why do you have a home insurance?
Right.
If
How true.
something happens to the house, well, you see, the same thing, except you have food, water, other necessary things. So,
Yeah.
so
I'm
I
starting.
heard that a lot of
I'm
many
starting to get
times.
my sister to come around on it because she's actually seeing the things change in our society. I think this Ukraine thing, even if it's just a distraction right now, I think many people understood that. What will I do if there is no water tomorrow?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
It makes
There are still
people ask that
people who think that the government will step in and fix that if it's gone. And I know, being part of the civil defense, I know that there is no such resources. You know as well that Swedish civil defense is in a really shit state at the moment.
Yeah, and now they try to rebuild it again.
Yeah. I still get the memos on email from some of the leadership, like the people in Stockholm, and they are still bickering about how to administrate some weird how to. Yeah, there is no civil defense right now in Sweden. I'm sorry. There are the fire department and whatever they can do. There are the hospitals and whatever they can do. And if they get overwhelmed, no one is coming. I'm sorry.
And then we have the cops.
I don't trust them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, them.
Who do you
those
think
guys.
will take your food first?
Yeah.
If they know that you have food and their family at home is starving, they have a gun. Of course, I'm not trusting them.
Now,
and in Sweden, unlike America, we're not allowed to have our own guns, unless we're a hunter.
Or for sport.
Or for sport, but it's still you know how it is.
Yeah, I know.
It's you have to jump through so many hoops.
Yeah.
If you get like a hunter's license and you have to also have a place to hunt, so you have to own or be part of a team a hunting team that owns ground. And it's and if they even suspect you of having it for self-defense, they're gonna come take it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's so tough for you folks there. That real quick, back on the issue of family members.
Yep.
Now, like in my case, I've got 16 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. Well, actually, a 3rd great-grandkid on the way. Yeah, but one daughter, 11 of those grandchildren are hers. And in my case, I've got enough food, keeps me and my oldest boy. We could go for 6 months minimum with what food is here. And supplies in my bug out trailer, I could go out and I could last a year on what I got in the trailer. Now,
and I bet that you also have sustainability with being in America. I bet you own a gun, for example.
A gun? We're not so restricted here. But my daughter with the large family and her sister only has 2 children. Now, I've told them all. I said, here's the scoop. I can't prep for the extended family. I can prep for me and their older brother who lives here with me. The 2 of us live together. There's only the 2 of us in the home. I can prep for the 2 of us for extended periods, so I'm not worried about where I'm at prepping wise, just maintaining it. But when it comes to the other family members, they say, yeah, but it'll never affect us. Now my one daughter, she said, I'll do whatever the government tells me to protect my children. She said, so whatever the help they can offer, I'll take. She said, you don't have to prep for me. I said, okay, that's in the event of a social collapse, right? Now, a natural disaster, you lose your home. I said, you're going to come running to my place and expect me to feed you for 6 months. I said, that's going to be tough to do, but we'll get by. So do it in that kind of disaster. But in a social collapse, I can only prepare for those people that believe it can happen and know what the conditions will be if they come to me. If you come to me as a family member and say, I didn't believe you and I didn't prepare, and it's been 3 months and we're out of food and we don't know what to do, where to go, I'll tell them, you can come on into our bubble, but this is the consequence. You just reduced the two of our sustainability by years because we now have to take our share and give it to you. So it's on you. If I die of starvation 3 years from now, it's because of you. Because I've got 10 years worth of food. But if I die 3 years from now and it was from starvation, make sure at my memorial you mention the fact he died early because of us.
Yeah, but at the same time,
and that makes them really think. And every one of my children I told that to now say, yeah, I got 6 months worth of food in the cupboards, and I'm preparing it.
I have. Maybe it's because I am not that kind of prepper who has stocks of things. I am more like I want to get skills.
Well, that's it. See, I have the skills. In the worst case, I wouldn't starve in 3 years. I'd say, guys, I need to go out for a walk. I just won't tell them it's for the rest of my life. and why did he have that big backpack on? You know, I don't know.
So what I want to do is I want my sister's husband to start hunting. You know, I want him to be part of a hunting team. I want my sister to know what berries she can pick in the forest to survive.
Sustainability.
Yeah. But they're just like, no, we don't need that because the government will step in and they will come with lorries full of food, and I'm like, I know that there are no stocks of food anymore.
Well, that's sweet dreams.
Yeah, we threw them away in the 90s when there was no more Cold War. They're gone.
And even if they had them, they're limited.
Yeah.
Their supply is like anybody else's supply. It's limited. It will
and there's going to be a black market for the stuff because someone is figuring, if I steal this stuff and I sell it to people, I can survive longer.
Right. I'll survive better. I'll have a higher standard of living than the others by selling their shit to someone else. And that's mankind for you. That's the way people are.
Yeah. It's but yeah, I'm just, but I think I'm starting to get through to them. They have a son, my sister and her husband, and he's actually getting into bushcraft. He's like hiking and doing that stuff, and he's starting to see like what I'm talking about. And my sister is starting to understand as well. But her husband is like, no, the government will, I
had a couple of people when I had my wilderness school going on. I had a couple of clients that come to the school. Right away, the first day, they're going, we don't even know why we're here, what we're doing. We were talked into this and blah, blah, blah. And they said, because I'll never use these skills. Nothing's ever going to happen where I got to know how to do this. And I told them, I said, you're coming into this with the whole wrong frame of mind. If you don't think you're ever going to use it, then make a vacation of it, man. it's fun. It's not
Yeah.
just something you should know. It's something that's fun to learn. So I found that I won them over by giving them little challenges. I bet you can't do this. I bet you can't do that. Oh, hey, wait
Like
till
with
we
children.
do this. That's it.
Yeah.
Bring it down to the point where we're going to have fun. We're going to do this, and it's going to be fun. Just give it a try. And all of a sudden, they start doing these things, and it's self-gratification. They start feeling, man, I was successful. First time you see somebody start a fire with a primitive method, they're just like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I know 100 people that can't do that. I did it. I did. I'm going to go to the office next week, and I'm going to make during lunch, make everybody come out in our little common area, and I'm going to pull out some supplies, and I'm going to start a bow fire in front of them. Oh, look at that. I made a fire just like a caveman. Ain't that pretty freaking cool?
Yeah. And
that's
exactly,
it is.
exactly.
They don't realize now they've got life skills that they believe they'll never use, but they've got the skill. All of a sudden, they're thrown into a situation, and they go, "But I've got that skill. I've got that skill." You know, and that I hate to say it, but that's kind of like a sneaky way of persuasion to get them.
Because they will not
to
forget
learn.
it. I mean, when the skill is needed, they will remember, and maybe it will help them. And
Yeah,
I'm-
it
I-
might take them a little longer because they don't practice it, but they do have. You're right. They have that skills burnt in their mind. They know
somewhere,
they,
and if you
they
teach
did
them
it.
a simple enough technique to do it, like
Yeah,
they will be able to do it later on.
you betcha. And that's, you know, uh, I've had a couple of people where I felt I converted them into being prepared, and they don't even realize it. They don't even know. They guess what? You're a lot more prepared than you ever were. You know.
Yeah.
And
I managed to get my sister to have a first aid kit in her car, a knife, and some fire starting equipment. I mean,
that's
and
good. Good.
I mean, that's basics. It's and I think unless there is like a real, society collapse thing, if her car breaks down when she's out training her dogs in the middle of the forest, it will make her life easier. But
that's it.
maybe I'm not there yet. I haven't convinced her that she needs to stock up on food,
Right. Get a little more food in the pantry. That's tough to do with people. Is they get them to, a lot of I've had a lot of people say, "I'm not a hoarder. I'm not going to hoard that stuff. I'm not going." Well, no, it's not hoarding because it's all edible. It's all you got to buy groceries anyway, don't you? Just buy a couple extra items each time you go to the store, and get enough inventory built up that if something does happen, you got what if you lost your job? Wouldn't it be nice to not have to buy groceries for a month?
Yeah, exactly.
While you're looking for that new job, so I try to give them other reasons to prepare that are more common that could happen. You could lose your job. What if your company decided to close down, and all of a sudden, in your line of work, it might take you a month or 2 or 3 to find work. And your savings will pay the bills, but groceries are going to be a problem. No, they're not, because we got 6 months worth of groceries on the shelves. Yeah. So you give them reasons to prepare that make perfect sense to them.
Yeah. But today, I mean, like, that's the problem, I think, because like my sister, she and her husband, they have this, how it is. They buy, I don't know, Happy Green food. They get their groceries delivered to the door by someone. They don't even have to think about it. I think it's so dangerous because
I do not like home delivered groceries.
They have this bag that arrives at the door, and there is like recipes, everything you need, and you don't even have to go to the food store anymore.
Right.
So when do people forget how it was to go to the grocery stores?
Right.
I mean, if we're looking at society, it's going to end up there. If you don't go to the grocery store, how do you know what you need?
You know, you think about all of our skills, life skills, just to create our own food. Put a garden in every year, and you know, even if you don't have garden space, put container plants in, tomatoes and things that you can grow in containers. And everybody used to do that, you know, because they knew, you know, you need food stuff, and we can grow some of that ourselves. And I could go just a few miles down the road, buy fresh eggs from a farmer down there, and we did all those things. And then it got to the point where everything comes from the grocery store, where most people don't even know that. They go, oh, look at the cute cows, and then they go to the store and they buy a pound of ground meat, and they don't realize they were waving and throwing kisses to that ground meat as they drove to the store. They don't even relate the two together. They don't know where their food comes from. They think it all comes from the grocery store. Now it's like you said, now there's so many people that think my food comes to my door.
Yeah.
That they've gotten that much further away from its origins. And how are those people going to react if things crash and supply lines get shut down? And oh Lord, I feel bad for those people. But if they're being told by someone like you, you should watch for this. You should prepare a little for this. And they don't listen. It's hard to feel bad for them.
I started learning Russian, like just as something to do, you know, like I was bored, I'm unemployed, so I didn't have anything to do, and I started learning Russian just for fun.
Right.
And by doing this, I was on like this internet site where you can have language exchange with people from the culture that you're trying to learn the language from.
Right.
So I got to know quite a few Russians, and they have a completely different worldview on this because they had this economic collapse in the 1990s.
Right.
So I think actually all the Russians that I know have this. They have a summer cottage. They call it their dacha, and they grow their own food there.
Yeah.
It's not, and if they have a house, they don't use the garden for having a pretty place to have, you know, grill their food. They use that plot for farming. They have potatoes. They are preppers, born preppers in some ways, I would say, because they still have that fresh in their memories. Once, like in 30 years ago, there was a collapse in our economy and there wasn't enough food to eat. So we have this, and old people, especially grandfathers, grandmothers, they earn some extra money by taking these groceries to the market and sell it.
Right.
And I think it's interesting that society has to have that kind of memory for people to take an interest in it somehow.
Right. Well, see, and that's something I really push on my channel about the storytelling is if you've got information of the past and how things were successful and how they worked and how people got by, share those stories. Don't be selfish, because you might save somebody's life just by sharing a simple story of how our grandparents got through things. And I
have to add, none of these people are rural people. They are all city slickers. Russian city slickers, but they have this cottage and they grow their own food there as a backup.
They know the value of the land. That's it. Is that? And my one grandfather always said that, because he was a farmer. The one grandfather he was just a farmer. The other one was pure outdoorsman. But my grandfather, he always said that his neighboring farm to his, the house burnt down. And I was just a young fella at the time, and I'll never forget the look on that farmer's face when my grandfather told him, "Thank God, that it was your house that burnt down." And he goes, "Why would I thank God that my house burned down?" He says, well, thank God that something didn't happen to the land. Because he said, there's life in that land. There's just no rain on your head in the house.
Yeah.
He said, because you can always put up another house. You can't replace that land. And that land is what's keeping you alive, not that house. That land is keeping you up. And that is so true when it comes to feeding people, is there's so much value in our soil. And a good example
and that is why soil is so connected to I mean, every culture has so many rules about it, and it's something that goes from father to son, and you kind of almost worship this land that you have.
That's like Dojo's allotment specialist. Hey, Yorin, you know Dojo.
Yeah,
Dojo
Dojo.
like karate and judo.
Dojo's got that allotment, piece of land. Every square inch of it, boy, he's got something growing on it. He's got all those greenhouses, all the raised garden beds, and he's growing anything and everything you can dream of on there. That's a fella, and him and I have chatted a lot over it. I love his allotment, but like he said, I didn't start the allotment really to prep and prepare. I started it because I love to watch things grow. But then I realized how valuable all this food is that comes off of this allotment, and it's not that big. And God, he has a lot of food comes off of that allotment, and he values that allotment beyond reason. And he's got one little section that he's got a chicken house with a fenced-in area, and he's got his few chickens in there. And he says, this whole allotment is my world. You know, my house, yeah, that's my home, but the allotment, that's my life, you know. And that I wish more people in the world would. It doesn't take that much effort. It really doesn't take much effort to grow a few things. And
I just started to dip my toes into that. I started some hydroponic stuff in my
there you go,
because I don't have, and in my area where I live, there is like several years waiting line for an allotment. Sure. Someone has to die for me to get there.
That's right. Yeah.
There are like small communal areas where you can get like 10 times 10 meters of area, and it's not expensive. It's not about that. It's that there are
the availability.
They are very popular.
Yeah. And so instead I started to do whatever I can, and it's actually, I don't expect to use this as sustainment. For me, it's an experiment to see what can I actually achieve inside of an apartment with some growing lights and stuff like that.
And you supplant your diet. Yeah, you know, it will reduce cost because you'll get something from it.
Yeah, and I started. I use like it's like Swedish version of dip. So I started to grow my own tobacco. That's really been really interesting, and I'm going to make that from it. So it's mostly right now something fun to do. But damn, do those tobacco plants grow, man.
My grandfather in Minnesota over here in the U.S., when I was growing up, he planted 40 acres in tobacco every year.
Wow.
And we go out and harvest. I loved it, man.
Mine is maybe it's like, I don't know, 3, 4, maybe 5 feet tall now.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So and it's growing from a hydroponics, and I it's interesting. You learn so much by doing it. I mean, next time I'm gonna prune them a little bit so that I only have one, because right now there's 2 plants growing out of the same one. Next time I'm gonna see which one is the one that's growing best, and I'm gonna snip off the other ones, because you have to have more than one seed in the because you don't know if it's enough to make one of them grow. Not everyone will start growing, you know.
You want a chance so that you got 2 chances that one will germinate.
Yeah. And next time I'm going to snip the least productive one off, so that because it's actually growing out of proportion.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Well, and and the single plant gets all the benefit. It's not competing with the second plant.
But I haven't like I said, I haven't done any growing before, but it's addictive. It's really interesting to see it grow. And I have like a herbal garden in my kitchen, and all the windows are full of chili and so actually some medicinal stuff as well that and in Sweden you can't use cannabis, so it's not cannabis or anything. It's more like chamomile and stuff like that actually has some medicinal use that I'm growing. So yeah, but it's interesting. It's and I really need to start looking more for a place outside of the city that's not and you know my apartment it's just like 25 square meters. It's very small, so I really need to start looking for some rural area where there is like.
See, that's what happened to me. Is I was living in a high-rise apartment building, 8 stories tall. I lived on the 4th story, and my apartment, it was pie-shaped, you know, like a pie piece. It was real wide at the one end and just down to nothing at the other end. Tiny little kitchen that was only 8 feet long, and less than 3 meters, you know, and the bedroom and living room were good sized. You know, they were, 6 meters across, you know. But that was the whole apartment, other than the tiny little bathroom. That was the whole apartment. And nowhere to grow nothing. And my windows face north. So you ain't growing crap in them windows.
And that's the good part. I have 2 windows that facing south, so it's
awesome.
I tried to grow some stuff already last year, and it's like it just
But I got the opportunity. My oldest boy owns this awesome 3-bedroom home, big home here. It's got a big wraparound porch on the front, big porch on the front, and it's got a big yard, really big yard. And my youngest son lived with him. My youngest son moved in with his mother and moved out of here. My oldest boy drives, for you folks, lorry. He drives truck over the road here in the U.S., which means he's gone for 3 months at a time. Well, he says to me, well, you know, your youngest boy is moving out, and my house is going to be empty. I said, yeah. And he said, why don't you move in? He says, you'll only see me 4 or 5 times a year. And I said, yeah, but I can't. I'm on a budget. I can't, the rent at my apartment, I'm well established, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, what if I only charge you what you pay at the apartment? But I also include a lot of other things, the power, the heat, the everything, the internet, all the social service fees. We're getting access to Netflix and all those things I never have time to watch. It's all covered. He says, you pay what you're paying at the apartment, and the only other thing I ask is that you take care of the house, upkeep kind of stuff. You don't pay for nothing. You just take care. You're the maintenance guy. I'll pay for the costs. And he said, the yard, you maintain the yard. And I go, are you kidding me? And he said, no, seriously. I'm in heaven, man. He gives me the big front room as my studio for YouTube. I got this huge room for my studio. And I got this big, beautiful picture window that faces due west. I get to watch the sunsets. I got this big, beautiful backyard with all this southern exposure sunlight. I could put a garden in, big fire pit. He says, have at it. Enjoy the rest of your life and enjoy the house. I'm not home often. It has turned out to be the most rewarding thing, just knowing I ordered seeds because I'm I'm getting my plants started. I'm going to have some garden items going, and I can't wait to be out in the yard. I can't wait to go out there and hone up and keep in practice my bushcrafting skills right in my backyard at my own fire pit. I don't have to take off to the forest every time now. I can just say, I'm in the mood. I'm going to walk in the backyard and I'm going to do something bushcrafting. And there's a lot that goes with that, is how restricted do you feel in the way you have to live, and if you can open it up a little, open your horizons a little, like you were saying, put in for an allotment, and God hope, God forbid, but God bless me if somebody dies, but you have to have that. You have to have that encouragement.
There's also this new trend about guerrilla farming, where you go out into the forest where no one cares if you
and put a plot in.
Yeah.
People
I've been thinking about it. I mean, it's not like it's illegal or anything, because I mean, especially around where I live, because it's all government owned forests.
Yeah.
So who the fuck cares, Sorry.
Yeah. That's, I mean, here, both the government, the overall government, federal, state, and the counties, they say you're not allowed to disrupt any land surface that's publicly owned like that. It's considered public owned, not government owned. It belongs to every taxpayer in the country, but you're not allowed to cut anything that's bigger than your thumb. So if you go out there and you clear out a little spot, put a plot in, oh yeah, they can fine the heck out of you for doing that, because you had to cut something down that's bigger than your thumb to do that. Well, I know a fella that he got put in 1 full acre garden. It's huge. The problem with it is you got to walk into the doggone thing about 100 yards, but it's a beautiful garden. And they told him, you can't do that. You had to have cut brush and this and that. And he went in there and filmed that whole acre, and it was a natural meadow. It had nothing in it, and it was not rocky soil. It was good topsoil. And he's got this beautiful garden on public land out there. And you know what they told him? They said, we can't find a reason why we can stop you from doing that. However, you can't stop anybody from the public walking in there and helping themselves to what you grow.
No, I mean, that's expected, I guess.
And the way he put it is if they can find it, they can help themselves.
Yeah,
it's out in the woods.
A little part of the guerrilla gardening project thing, whatever you call it, is that you put up a sign and don't take anything more than you need. Like it's common.
It's a goodwill.
It's something for everyone, like if you find this and you need some tomatoes, don't take more than you need,
Yeah.
I'm mostly going to do it because I want to learn,
Right.
So, and I will if I grow something, I will most likely not be able to eat it all myself. So have at it.
One thing we do around here, I haven't done it, but I've got friends that have. They'll go out
and I have a spot like the one that you mentioned, the guy had found. It's like an old croft. There's been an old croft maybe 100 years ago in this area. So they cleared this, like Shadow, like a torp, where they used to have like these crofts where people lived in the forest, and they cleared some area of land just for their own use. And I found one of those, and it's a little bit like there's a lot of shady areas. So like because it's in the forest. So
sure.
But I think that if they were able to grow there, I would be,
Sure. See, now I found, just exploring, I found old homesteads, where they go in and they had gotten a piece of property, piece of land, deeded to them, and they put up a house and maybe a small barn, and they put some crops in. They're just a small family trying to live off the land 100 years ago. Well, everything there is gone. It's gone. But wherever they cleared the land, it's still clear, and trees have grown, and there's shady spots in it. But I have found some of these old homesteads. Nobody knows they're even there.
Usually you can see it because all of a sudden you start finding like apple trees in the middle of the forest.
I was just gonna say I got a favorite one that's got these awesome Juneberry bushes. They've got these awesome apple trees. It even has a winter pear tree growing there. And I'll go in there, and I've had people come down that old gravel road. I'm parked out by the road because you can't get into it. And I'll come walking out with a bushel, and it's full of apples and pears. And they're like, where in the hell did he get all that stuff? And I just, what? No, a friend of mine dropped them off here on the side of the road for me. I don't want to tell them, if you walk a quarter mile back in there, there's an old farmstead that's got raspberry bushes and apple trees. And
raspberries is also like a telltale. You can sometimes like find the old ruins of an earth cellar or
the old foundation,
like the fireplace. Sometimes you can see a little bit of it, but there's like hundreds of these around here.
I've got my metal detector, and I usually, when I find one, that's the first thing I do is I grab the metal detector, go back there and start scanning, and that's when I start looking for all the fruit trees. And I found patches of rhubarb that were close to 10 yards across.
Yeah, they grow like
huge patches, and it's just like, look at all the rhubarb pie just waiting for me in there.
It's actually, that's actually funny that it's so similar, same thing in where you live as here.
Well, I'll tell you what, in my neck of the woods up here, we've got the population up here is almost all, well, we've got a few Danes and a few Dutch, but it's almost all Finlanders, Norwegians, and Swedes. And
I guess they moved there because it was similar.
Because the terrain, you talk to the old timers, and I talk to them all. Boy, I love hearing most of them dying off now, but I talk to these old timers and a lot of the old Swedes and that, and they always say, "Oh, mom and pop moved here." You know, these guys are in their 80s and 90s, and they're saying mom and pop, they immigrated here and they traveled all the way to here. And the minute they got to northern Wisconsin and northern Minnesota, they said, "Oh, we feel like we're back home."
Yeah.
And they said, "We'll build here because we know this kind of ground, this kind of terrain." That's, everything they loved about Sweden, they were finding here, except for some of the grand mountains.
But also a lot of more freedom, because Sweden was very totalitarian back then, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. But
especially religious-wise, it was very
right.
Yeah.
That, in fact, one of my favorite hikes, which is a long hike, is to what's called in our area. It's right in the middle of our national forest where I manage the campground. Schwamigan Forest is what they call the Swedish settlement. And it was 4 Swedish families that moved into this valley that's totally surrounded by high granite cliffs all around this big valley. And they settled in there. And the story of that settlement and how they managed to build that settlement and carve a living out of that. They raised potatoes. That was the best crop for that valley. But the work they went through just to pick all the rock out of the soil to be able to make it usable.
They were used to it because that's a typically Swedish thing, picking the rocks out of the ground. I can tell you.
Yeah, and their history, their written history, talks about, oh no, it was just like home. It was just like back home. We had to work just as hard. We thought this is going to be the land of plenty, and it was a land of plenty of the same work we had back home. And I read those journals.
This is actually quite interesting. That someone made like a calculation a few years back, and they say that there are more descendants of Swedes living in America right now than there are Swedes living in Sweden.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
Almost like 40% of our population moved to America.
Yeah,
because there was like bad famines and stuff.
And they were so successful here in America, and their family bases grew exponentially. And what really surprises a lot of people is how, especially the Swedish and the Finnish communities, have commingled.
Yeah,
it's the family bases have spread. It's like, you know, if we want friends in the other kingdom, we'll marry the princess to that earl over there. You know,
it's very natural, but at the same time very strange, because Sweden and Finland, even though we don't share a language, we're the brothers. Like,
isn't it?
It's like that, and even though the languages doesn't even have like anything in common.
I'm trying to remember where it was, but we got a community here in Wisconsin that's called Little Sweden.
Yeah,
and
I know that a lot of them moved to Minnesota. I think they're most famous for it. But I remember
a lot.
Sorry,
you can go ahead.
Yeah, I know that there is like in Sweden we have this problem right now with, you know, criminality among immigrants and all that stuff, but there is a really interesting history about Swedes and how people looked at Swedes in America when they came, and it was the same rhetoric, you know, like these immigrants, you know, they're dirty and criminals and all that stuff. So
the Americans really tore into the Scots, I'll tell you what.
And Irish.
The Swedes were grateful the Scots started immigrating because it took a lot of attention off the Swedes. Because nobody liked the Scots, man. And the Scots settled in our south, and which was unusual. It was nothing like their homeland.
And
what
I know that there was. I think it was in what's the is it St. Paul?
St. Paul
in Minnesota. I think there was like a place called Swede Hollow, which was like the biggest ghetto.
Yep. I know. I've been through Swede Hollow. It's not the ghetto it used to be. That got it its surname, but my grandfather was a logger in Minnesota. His father was in the 2nd Minnesota Cavalry. He was a cavalryman during the Indian Wars, and so they got to see the birth and the growth of the state of Minnesota. And
they were here way before the Swedes started coming, I guess.
My grandfather, it was amazing how many Swedish friends he had, and we were kind of surprised when he married a Norwegian. You know, because we all said all of his friends are Swedes, and he marries a Norwegian. What the heck? I mean,
I can tell you a secret. We're pretty. It's Swedes and Norwegians. We're pretty much the same. We can even speak the same. Like if Norwegians speak to me, they speak in Norwegian, and I speak back in Swedish. And
we had Joran tried, and I praise him for it, man. He was trying to teach some of us some Swedish, right? He's going to teach us how to talk like a Swede. And Crazy Ann, pure Norwegian, she jumps on the panel with me and Joran, and I'm trying to be serious. I want to learn some Swedish here. And oh geez, we got to the number 6. And guess what the rest of the stream was about? Poor Joran is trying to be so serious and trying to teach us.
Did he tell you about it's not the speed that kills, it's the fart? Or it's not the fart that kills, it's the smell.
But we had such a good time, and it was so obvious that Yoren knew what she was saying, she knew what he was saying, and Stye's stuck in the middle going, what the hell? I mean, what are you two talking? And
the only part of the Scandinavian I mean, except for Icelandic, because that's very old. It's like, I guess that a Swede living in the 1000s, he would understand someone from Iceland. But we have a little bit of problem with the Danes, don't you say?
That's what I hear constantly too, is the Danes.
Even the Norwegians have some problems with them. The written language is easy to read, but spoken it's quite hard. I lived in the south of Sweden for a while, so I watched some of their TV shows and stuff. So I do understand it, but I know that many other Swedes have a really hard problem.
Now, you want to see something that's all goofed up is my ex-wife, her mother was Dutch and Danish, right?
Yeah.
She married a Finlander, pure Finlander. And my ex-wife, she was just being mean to me one day. And I told her, would you stop it? And she goes, why? And I said, you're proving something I've known all along, and I should have never married you. And she goes, what's that? And I said, you are what you get when you finish your Danish. That's... And wasn't that terrible? I mean, I can't believe I said that to her. She still hasn't forgiven me, and that was 40 years ago. Yeah. Still hasn't forgiven me. She says,
it's actually interesting because Dutch is also kind of semi. If you read it, Dutch is you can kind of semi understand what they're saying. It's similar enough to Swedish. I think that, like in the 16th century, there was a lot of craftsmen coming in from Holland to Sweden, and they kind of made some impact on the language, so you can kind of guess a little bit what they're talking about.
A little change to the dialect. But
Scandinavian, I think Swedish at least, or Norwegian, I guess as well. For an Englishman, it's not really that hard to understand. There is a lot of shared grammatic structures in the language, and Scandinavian was actually quite impactful on especially during like the Viking Age. A lot of our language was transferred to English, and back when they were speaking Old English, it was even more common. Old English and Old Norse is like Norwegian and Swedish today. It's intelligible between each other. Right. So
on my mother's side of the family, they were all Deutsch,
German.
So German, Czech, Polish, and so I heard Deutsch all the time growing up as a kid, and it got to the point where I knew exactly what they're talking about, but couldn't speak it worth a damn myself, and now I've almost totally lost that, where I get somebody speaking Deutsch, I have a heck of a time keeping up with them or trying to figure out what they're saying. But when you talk
about, studied it, but I still because the similarities of the language, I understand 25%.
I was going to say, I would think that you'd be able to pick up quite a bit of Deutsch without a lot of effort. Now when you talk about Old English, now I for many years I really delved into Old English writings, and then after that I delved into a lot of the Norse, and it's people don't realize Scandinavia, there's a lot of awesome writings that have come out of Scandinavia, and if you're fortunate you can find the English translations to them, but a lot of that writing was translated in Old English. And so if you don't study Old English, you're going to have a problem even reading it in Old English.
Beowulf is a great example. It's still preserved in Old English, but it's a story about the Norse. So it was like
Exactly.
the originally a Norse story, I would guess.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. The you
Yeah,
know, and that's the thing is I think about our originating peoples, you know, from
Yeah.
Europe. That's the U.S. You know, we're the product of everybody in Europe. We're
Yeah,
that's
and all the
and
Europeans are Indo-Europeans from the beginning. We all come from like north of the Black Sea.
that's it.
We
That's
just
it.
moved to different places, and
That's
our language developed and our culture developed into separate.
that's right. That's right. And it is so interesting, but that also gives us, you know, and I feel like we're kind of stealing for some of us. We're stealing some of their I don't that they were pioneers in society, in civilization. You know, they were the first pioneers in civilization.
Yeah,
You know,
and also the first conquerors, you know, because
that's
there was
it.
someone already living where they ended up settling.
That's and the
But
it's
the interesting part is that if you and me go out into the forest and we spend a week in the forest, our life is very similar to the life they lived. Like
that's it.
scary similar.
That's it.
We
can become.
My knife is made of steel. Their knife were made of bronze, you know. But
Right.
apart from that, like it's material technology that's changed.
That's right.
They still used wool clothing, you know. They used linen.
The human part of it, you strip everything else away. The human part of that experience, it's no different than two people from back from the 6th century.
Exactly.
It's still just two people. The equipment is different, but the people are the same. There's still people. There's still people experiencing the outdoors and everything around them, the environment.
Yeah,
and
I think up where Shadow lives or Göran lives, there is like Döda Forsen, Döda Fallet. I don't know if it's close to where you live. It's in the north.
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
There are petroglyphs from like 3000 BC made into the rocks, and they show like pictures of people hunting moose and you know, canoeing and things like that, and they even marked out on the mooses where you should shoot it with your bow and arrow. And you know, so and a hunter immediately notices this when he looks at these petroglyphs. And I guess a person, I'm not very good at canoeing, but I guess that someone who is very specialized in canoeing, he will see the same type of details, you know.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is here in North America, people don't, you know, the Canadians and the U.S. side, they're on this canoeing battle. They've been there for years, you know, oh no, it all originated in Canada. We're the best canoers in the world, and on and on and on. And I tell them, for God's sakes, they can go back 6,000 years and find canoes. They got canoes in Egypt, for God's sakes. You know, I mean, so come on, you guys, quit arguing. Can you paddle a canoe? Okay. But we have the same issue here. Is some of the Native Americans would carve in stone life's events, and you look at some of the canoes carved in stone that are aged 2,000-3,000 years, those carvings, and you see the same damn canoe for sale at your local sporting goods store. It's the exact same style, same canoe, and you're like,
same thing with knives. If you look at the knives used, it's the same. You find,
in fact, they're kind of reverting. They come up with these new styles and stuff and they're very geometric, and then now you start seeing these more curved styles, and you're going, that's very old style knife making, man.
Exactly.
And what goes around comes around. And some things just cannot be improved upon. And some things never truly change.
Yeah, because if you look at it, we've been using knives for, I don't know, 6,000 years.
Oh, at least. Yeah.
After 500, maybe say 2,000 years of those 6,000 years, they had come up with the best model.
Right.
Because of the people who had a bad knife, they died.
Right. And this one did a better job.
Yeah. So,
and then somebody says, but it'd do even better if it was another 2 inches longer. And,
and it evolved, and you can see the same thing with swords. Actually, if you look into swords, they kind of perfected that, and then there is nothing more to do. And I would say that we're at the same point right now with ballistic firearms. Like, we kind of come to the end now. There's not much you can do. You can make them a little bit lighter. You can make them like, I would say, like the Kalashnikov and the AR-15, they're at the pinnacle. You cannot do much more now. Next step is making a, energy laser.
Right. But now you're taking it, and people, I know I've had people argue with me about it, but that's all right. But when we start getting into a laser technology, and now we're not, and that I tell them, well, that's not a firearm.
No, exactly. That's why I said ballistic firearm.
Exactly. Because you qualified it by saying ballistic firearm, and they don't realize that you're right. The technology of firearms, ballistic firearms, has pretty much so reached its pinnacle. There's not a heck of a lot more they can do to improve upon ballistic firearms. And so they got to take it to a different technological level. Yeah. And it changes the nature of the machine. And that's fine. That's evolution in firearms. That's, but it all comes back to, what I know a lot of people say that about bushcrafting. Why do you want to learn all that ancient stuff? Okay, I worked with
because it's the pinnacle,
Okay, I worked with Native American tribes for 27 years, and this old tribal leader, he was an old bird, and he's wise, man. He's old Native American, and him and I were chatting one day, and he goes, "Deer season for you guys, huh? You ready to go hunting?" I said, "I'm already hunting." He goes, "What do you mean you're already hunting? Your season doesn't start till next week." I said, "Bow hunting started a month ago. I've been bow hunting." He goes, "Oh, you're bow hunting." I said, "What, don't you bow hunt?" He goes, "Are you kidding, man?" He says, "When you guys came over here, we're out there with bows and arrows and flint knives." And he says, "They gave us steel knives and firearms." He says, "I don't know any Indian dumb enough to own a bow and arrow anymore." He says, the first time you put a firearm in our hands, we gave up on that bow and arrow shit. He says, the only guys that use those are stupid white men that want to act like a bunch of old Indians. Yeah. And he had a point.
Adapt and improve. Adapt and improve. That's
and he proved to me what comes around goes around.
Yeah.
When you realize what you've given up, you want to go back and revisit it. And that's what happens. Is
and they kind of took their technology to the pinnacle as well. I remember reading an article about. I don't remember what his name was, but there was kind of like they found this Native American who like he lived the traditional life. Yeah. And he had like this bow and this arrow and all that stuff. And he had lived very, very isolated, and he was adapted into normal society, and all his stuff, like when you look at his arrow tips made from stone, it's like perfect. Yeah. Perfect. And like the bow is like you cannot improve on it if you're making a traditional bow. Like, of course, a compound bow is much better and all that stuff.
But if it's a handmade
exactly
traditional bow, we've got several Native American. See, that's the thing people don't realize either in North America. They hear, oh, you're talking about Indians. I'm talking about a certain Indian. Well, yeah, Indians. No. You don't understand.
there are a lot of cultures.
There's 47 unique, totally separate cultures. There's 140 subcultures. There's 425 unique individual tribes in the United States. And they all had their own skills developed in different ways. Now, where I live, just 45-minute drive from me in Upper Michigan, the original Ojibwe Indians, Chippewas, that lived in that region, everybody else around them, all the other tribes, were hunting with napped flint arrowheads. They had napped flint spearheads. That tribe, their spearheads and their arrowheads were all copper.
Oh yeah, they had copper.
And the thing is no, they did. That tribe, the rest of the country didn't.
I watched a documentary about it, like the North American Bronze Age or something like that. But maybe it was just one tribe who did it.
See, the thing, well, it wasn't just a single tribe. There was a few tribes, but it's in that copper region where copper was exposed to the surface, and they found it, and they learned how to smelt and
there was, I guess that tin was not as readily available in North America as in Europe, or maybe they didn't combine it.
No, they didn't.
No.
Their arrowheads and spearheads were raw copper. It was just pure raw copper. It was very soft, wasn't as durable, but it created such a sharp edge that it was, to them, it was a good trade-off, and it was so readily available, and it took so much less work in the long run to produce those arrowheads and spearheads than it did to nap out the flint.
Oh yeah, and I mean,
so
I've never tried napping. Have you tried?
Oh yeah, and I'm not good at it.
I mean, it must take a life of experience to be able to make an arrow tip like that.
My grandfather was a napper, and I could watch him nap out about 1.5 inches arrowhead, and he'd nap that arrowhead out in about 45 minutes.
Wow.
It would take me 4 days.
Yeah.
And he'd make axe heads out of flint. He'd get a big piece of flint and he'd make a full-size axe head, and that bugger you could shave with it. And he'd do it in about 2 hours, 3 hours.
Oh.
And it was such great to see you, Len. But those skills, some of those people didn't realize that some of those skills, they were difficult for the people to learn, just like it is for us. They started out, they didn't have a clue, and probably their grandfather or some local important flint napper in their community said, "Hey kid, I'll apprentice you. Come on, sit down, we're going to teach you." So it was difficult, and they learned that skill, but they got so good at it. And you look at people like that and you wonder, how in the world do you become that good at something? Well, it's because they lived it.
Yeah,
they didn't just
thing.
learn it.
It was
they
their
lived
thing.
it.
They did it all the time.
All the time. And
yeah.
But with bushcrafting, people don't realize people of that era, all of these bushcrafting skills, they all did those because that's the way it was done.
Yeah,
That's what everybody
it wasn't a special person. Everyone knew it.
Right. Yeah, back then, if you would have told somebody, hey, I can teach you a bushcrafting skill, they'd go, what the heck is he talking about? You know, because
I can teach you how to make a fire.
Yeah, I can teach you how to make a fire.
My 5-year-old can do that. Sorry.
They're like, so there's 50 of those going on in the village right now.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need another fire.
Sure,
Go away.
sure. Of course, there was someone who were better at it than all the others, like a hunter.
Oh, sure, and that's it.
Sure, they specialized, but I think that if everyone knew a little bit about hunting, for example, I think even the women, even the women did. I'm pretty sure about it.
Right. See, in Native American tribes, for the most part, traditionally, the men were hunter-gatherers and or just strictly hunters and warriors. The women were the gatherers and the food managers. They managed
took
all
care
of the food
children
intake.
and so on, of course,
and raised children.
But I think that if you took let's say like a Native American woman got separated from her tribe, I think she would be able to hunt as well. She had
she'd do just fine. She'd do just fine.
They knew about it. They've heard all the stories around the campfire. You know, they've heard their father and uncle talk about hunting all their life.
I talked with this old Native American gal, and she used to tell me how her father, she was never allowed out in their big canoes. They used these large canoes to set nets. We're on Lake Superior and huge fishing here, commercial fishing. And she said they'd head out before the sun goes out with 4 of these big canoes, and the canoes are full of nets, and they go out, set their nets, and then they come back to the first net they set and pull it, and they get all them fish in the canoes. And she said, but us girls, women, weren't allowed in those canoes. That was a man's job. You stay out of the canoe. Bad luck, stay out, kind of thing. And I said, oh, so you really didn't have a big role in the fishing thing? And she said, they couldn't go fishing without us women. And I said, really? And she said, where do you think they got their nets? Yeah. She says, as a little girl, I would sit in our little shack and I'd weave net after dinner until bedtime. I'd be repairing nets, making new nets. She said, there was very few guys that could keep up with me on tying nets. And she kept a big section of net. She had it hanging in her house. And she said, that net, take a look at it close up. And I went up and I looked at it and I'm feeling it and I'm going, that's pretty awesome. Every knot seemed perfect. She said, I wove that net in 1910. She said it was 1910 when I tied that net. And she says, guess what it's made out of? And I said, I don't know, twine? Or she goes, no, that's all natural grass and birch bark fiber. There was there's no wool, no cotton, nothing in it except natural fibers, grass and birch bark.
Things that they could pick from the ground, pretty much.
That were everywhere around.
Yeah.
And
I wish I could do that. That would be so cool to have that skill.
And I told her, I said, you just absolutely amaze me, woman. That is a gold star skill. And she said, no, that was just life. That's what we did. You just did that. And when they built the birch bark canoes, the women would go out, and this was for this particular tribe. The women would go out and harvest the birch bark. They girdle the trees in about 4-foot long sheets, and they peel that off the tree, and they go out and they gather all that birch bark, bring it in, and then they'd lay it out and weight it so it would dry flat. And then the men would come in and they'd build the framework and they'd put that canoe together. Then the women come back in after tapping a bunch of pine trees and making enough pine pitch to seal every seam of that canoe. And the women would stitch all that birch bark together on the canoe and seal it with that. So it was the men and the women working in tandem. And I told her, I said, boy, that had to have been back-breaking work. She goes, no, not really. It was just life. It was just life. That's what you did. And so
I would I mean, this will most likely upset some people with blue hair and, you know, check marks on Twitter and so on. But but I think that sometimes it's good to have that specialization. And I don't care if it's about, you know, gender or like if you're a woman or a man. But I think that learning something from very early on, and it is your position in life, I think that's so important. I think that's why we have so much people being depressed and mental illness and so on. People don't know what their place in life is anymore. That's
it. They've lost purpose.
Yeah,
they've lost purpose. And
she had a purpose. She knew that, oh man, I can do this netting, and this netting, it's going to keep us sustained with fish. You know,
kept them fed. It kept them fed. It gave them a trade item. It supported the whole community. A little girl sitting in a hut, weaving a net, was feeding the village. You know, and because without that cog in the wheel wasn't going to turn. And
exactly.
And she knew she was that cog. She knew she was important. Yeah. That if she didn't do it, Dad couldn't go out and catch that fish for us to eat. You know, and that's it.
I remember, and I remember that I saw like one of these, you know, motivational pictures on the internet. It was a big Viking, and he stood with his axe and he said, "We do not protect women because they're weak. We protect them because they are important."
Yeah.
That's
that. That's it.
And there is different strengths. I mean,
that's it. That's it.
Those guys, they didn't want their women to go out on the lake and die in the storms and everything.
That's it.
Because who would take care of the children? They saw the women as more important. That's why they did the dangerous stuff, you know.
Well, see, and that's it. Is everybody knew their value, and it was pretty equal. It was pretty doggone equal. Boy, without you, I wouldn't have this, and without you, I wouldn't have that. And
exactly.
they all saw the value in each and every person. And, you know, they're like any other society. Some of them were, this is a woman's place and you don't,
Yeah.
But amongst most Native American cultures, people misconstrue it and say, oh, they did that because that was the woman's place. No, they did that because the woman proved they were the best suited to do it.
Exactly.
Because the guys just screwed it up all the time. So we let the gals do what they did best, man.
Do you want a net that works or one that doesn't work?
That's it. Yeah. You want to see my net? Oh my God, an elephant can swim through that. Yeah, he ain't gonna catch no fish with that. But it's still a net, you know. But and it was made by a man. You know?
But I think that's actually quite interesting, because I think there was some there's a lot. I think it's not just between Norse and North American Native Americans. I think this was the basics for society until, like, I would say the big difference came when we invented agriculture. That's when you really see this, like the bad stuff happening to freedom of women, and that's industrialization. I think made things even worse. I'm not a feminist, but I mean, you have to agree with facts.
That's, you know, see now in my career, in my line of work, I was a chief financial officer for Native American tribes. And in one of my offices, I had 21 staff members. One of them was a guy. All the other 20 were all women. And I would get just berated. Why do you have nothing but women working under you? And I said, because they were the best. They were the best suited to the positions they're in. I said, I interviewed for every position. I interviewed a minimum of 15, 20 people, and they were mixed, men and women. But I didn't see men or women. I looked at qualifications, personality, devotion to the job. What are they going to do for our office? And it worked out that way. It just worked out. I ended up hiring 20 women and one guy. And our organization turned out so stinking successful. Yeah. It was amazing. And what really was rewarding was to have those women, their husbands, come to me and show their appreciation for seeing the quality in their spouse's ability to work. And they said they had so much trouble getting work anywhere else. Usually it was guys interviewing them and they just couldn't get work. But you hired them hands down. I said they were the best qualified, that's all. And yeah. I said I didn't care. I didn't care who they were. I just wanted the best people. And
exactly.
They were.
And that's exactly how it should be.
Yeah, the whole gender argument, the whole racial argument.
It's undermining things.
That's
because
it.
In the end, if you're hiring people because, we need to have this many men or women in our company, then some people will, in the back of their minds, will be, like, did I just get hired because they wanted another woman or another whatever,
right. Right.
And
I always made everybody know they were hired because of them, not because of what they were.
I can absolutely see that, like, from experience in the army, for example, if there was a woman in a squad, that squad would work better. Even if maybe, because the social structures of all male group was dissolved. Because you know how a group of guys are.
Yeah.
They're gonna come 10 years younger and act like children when they're all guys.
Yeah.
If you put a woman in that group, all of a sudden things start working much better because they don't want to look like fools in front of a woman.
It adds an element of discipline.
Exactly.
To the
dynamics,
and that works in the workplace also.
Yeah,
it works in the workplace also.
But the problem comes when you're putting, because
intentionally,
hands down, some of the I've met women soldiers that are way better than me, more physically capable, smarter, better shooting.
Yeah.
I've seen them. They are around, but there are also people who've been hired just because they're a woman, and they stay for 5 months, and then they realize this is not for me, and they do a terrible job during that time.
Right.
And so you have to keep in mind that the people who come into the organization needs to be able to hack it.
That's it. That's why I say is, you could show up. One of the guys could have showed up in a skirt, and if he was definitely skill-wise the guy I was looking for, the person I was looking for, I'd hire him. Yeah. Oh, are they going to tell me, well, you hired him because he wore a skirt? I didn't even notice he was wearing. I thought that was a kilt, for crying out loud. I'm sorry. I said, yeah, it was kind of a fancy kilt, but that's I am not a person that will judge anybody on their appearance. I want to find out who they are, what's their true fiber. Are they right for something? And And we'll deal with anything else. Oh, what the heck, you know. We'll overlook anything else as long as that job is getting done by the right person, the person that can do it.
I remember one of the courses that I went to. It was like a survival-ish course. It was about woodcraft skills, and we were told that we should pick a group of people. We had to pick 5 people, like with the skill set that they had. And there was one woman. She was maybe 60 years old. She was she had a, you know, some physical, you know, when you're starting to become a little bit older, it's becomes a problem, and no one picked her. And then it was my time, and I have been talking. I mean, we had a couple of days where we got to know each other, and no one were picking her, and they were. It was a group where people were kind of honest, you know, we spoke our word, and it was accepted. And afterwards, people started, and I picked this woman, and I'm going to tell you later why. And afterwards, we were trying to, you know, somehow rationalize why we picked the team that we picked and why we didn't pick the other guys. And when it came to this woman, everyone said, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I like you as a person and all that, but you know, your bad knee and all this, you know, you would be a problem for my group." And no one had gotten to know her, so they didn't know that she was very, very skilled in herbalism. She knew all the herbs in the forest, which ones would cure your headache and all that stuff. And I immediately, she was my first pick, because I realized that this is a skill set that no one else in this group has. It's going to be critical. It's going to be critical if we want to have sustainability.
And that's it.
Yeah. And I immediately picked her, and I got one of those beaver that you were telling me about earlier. Like the survival instructor said, yeah, that's actually, you pinpointed one of the critical skills that was needed.
Was being able to identify the value in somebody else is very important.
And to be honest, after speaking a little bit more to her, I wouldn't have cared if she was in a wheelchair. I would have had one. I would have picked one of the big guys in the group, and I would tell him, carry her around. That's your job.
Your skill is to push her around while you're getting her through the woods.
Carrying her around, you know, because she knows her stuff, you know.
I've had people. I'm up there. I'm 65 years old. I'm not in the best health anymore, but I still love my outdoors. I get out there, and last summer I took a few people on some pretty good backcountry hikes, and some of them were to these huge granite outlooks looking out into canyons and that. And I know they're difficult hikes, man. And I'd tell them, and they'd ask me, "Will you take me there? I want to see that." And they'd go, "Oh, well, we'll find somebody else." I go, whoa, wait, you asked? Why are you going to find somebody else? They said, "Well, we know it's a hard hike, and, you know, we don't want to put you through that." And I told them, I said, "You wanted a guide, right?" I said, "I'll get you on the trail, and you're not going to get lost. I'll tell you where to hike, and if there's a spot where you're going to have to make a turn and I think you might get confused, I'll give you a good idea where to stop. If I'm not keeping up, just wait a few minutes, have a snack, drink a little water, and I'll be there, and I'll put you on to the next lake." I did that about 7-8 times last summer. And when we get to these locations, well, I've been to them so many times, and they were just full of questions, and they're asking me questions, and they said, "Are you going to make it out of here all right?" And I go, "Oh, yeah. You might have to hang around the truck for a while. I might be about 15 minutes behind you, but I'll get out of here just fine." And they said, "We can't believe you did that for us." And I said, "I can't believe you caved in and said, come along." And they said, "It's really because we wanted your knowledge with." And that's it, is I have to say for us old folks, to the younger generation out there, don't leave the old folks behind. Be willing sometimes to slow down. And it's like he was saying, that old gal was very important to the task in hand.
Yeah,
And
because you have to start thinking like they did back in the days before you had, like, you know, Google on your telephone where you could just, is this an edible plant? I will now check the picture. Back then they were the Google.
That's it. That's it.
You took your little thing and you went to grandma and asked, "Can I eat this?" She
But-
said,
right.
"Yes, it's
Yeah.
edible," and that's
Yeah.
how you learned. And
or you went to dad and said, "This is broke. How can I fix it?"
exactly,
And he'll give you your YouTube video right there.
exactly.
You know, and that's why I say everything's the same. It's just a little different. You know,
and that I will never, like, people might think, oh, Google is so bad, oh, no one knows any real skills or anything. I say that's bullshit. Google is so good because it's a reciprocatory, like, you know what I mean, of knowledge. Like, you can go there and you can, and I don't care if the person I'm watching knows their stuff, and the instruction video is just as good as being there in person.
See, that's the thing, is what Google and what YouTube and all the sources provide now is access to someone that knows where you may not know someone that knows. Now you have access to those people. And I have good and bad feelings about Google, but as far as
politically, yes.
Politically, and some of the information is, it's got a lot of questionable stuff. But that's where you have to be discerning and be responsible for yourself. Believe what you want to believe, and you know, it's just like real life. It's like talking to people you don't know. Someone's sent me to you because you know this. Well, maybe you'll take his word for it, but maybe you won't. You know, it's the same way on Google. But I'll admit, I'm 65 years old. I had a problem with my pickup truck. I didn't have a clue, man. If that truck was a 1957 Ford, I'd dive into that bugger with a toolkit, and there wouldn't be nothing I couldn't fix on it. It's a 2005 King Ranch with everything electronic in it. And I popped the hood on that, and I looked in there, and it said, well, first thing I need is a map. And I come in the house, jumped on YouTube, typed in my truck, and the problem I was having, I watched 2 hours of videos and saved a half a dozen of them, took my phone out to the truck and worked on my truck with that phone sitting there, run that video to a certain point, hit pause, do what he told me to, and hit pause. And otherwise, that truck would have been straight off to a garage somewhere, and I would have paid 20 times as much money to have the same thing done, where all I had to do is jump on YouTube and watch a few videos, and they walked me right through the thing I didn't know. And that's the thing is I hate it when people, oh, you're so wise, and it's that. I've got Google. I use it like other people, you know. And the thing is the only thing Google doesn't have is a feeling.
Yeah,
you know,
and
it can't empathize with you or anything.
And it's possible that Google disappears.
Well, and that's it. When Google disappears, I guess I'll be using the local garage more. I guess I'll, you know.
But what I mean is I worked in the Swedish school system for a while, and they're changing the doctrine in school more and more to not knowing stuff, but knowing how to find information.
All right.
Yeah, and
Now,
I think that's like a vulnerability, because if you're basing everything on being able to use Google to be able to find the information you
Right.
need, and Google disappears because there is no power, all of
now
a sudden it's
that's
very dangerous.
that goes even way beyond Google. It goes to all of the software that we have that does things for us. Now, I'm a certified public accountant, okay? Accounting has been my career. I dealt with nothing but finance. My staff, when I had to hire my 21 staff I was talking about because of a crisis in that organization, they had a almost $2 million embezzlement scheme, and the whole accounting division was involved, and they fired everybody. They brought me in and said, you got to hire all new staff. You ain't got nobody. So I hired all the new staff. I let them settle into their jobs. They were all orientated, trained on the software, our accounting software. Everything was up and running. And then they came into work one Monday morning, all 21 of them, and they found a stack of ledger pads on their desk, a box of pencils, and a brand new electric pencil sharpener, and a 10-key calculator. Every single one of their workstations were gone. There wasn't a computer anywhere in the division. I had my IT staff come in and take every computer out of there on a Saturday so that when they walked in Monday morning, they found an office with no technology other than a 10-key calculator. They stormed my office. 21 people stormed my office. What is going on? They took our computers and this and that. I said, yep, the file server crashed. They got all the computers out of here. They're running IT checks on every one of them. They're talking it's going to be at least a week or two before we get our machines back. Well, how are we supposed to keep the books? I said, what do you mean? All of you, I supplied all of you. You're all ready to go. Well, there's just a stack of ledgers and pencils on our desk. Right. You're going to keep the books manually until we get our computers back. Out of 21 people, I had 4 people. And I gave them about 4 or 5 hours. And then I would get a walkthrough. And I had 4 people, hadn't done a thing. They were just sitting there staring at their ledger books. Everybody else was penciling away. Some of them were doing a good job. Some of them basic. And I go, all right, everybody, pay attention. I pulled those 4 up front and center. I said, why haven't you done anything? You got all the source documents. Why haven't you entered that into your ledger? We've never had to do it manually. I said, that's why I did this. I wanted to stress this point. I said, you 4 are fortunate. Guess what? I'm paying for it. You're all going to our local vocational school down here for the next 3 months. And you're getting paid as if you're here at work. But you're going to go through an accounting course where they don't allow the use of accounting software. You have to learn how to do accounting manually. And I'm paying for it. And guess what? You're going to get a degree. You're going to get an associate's degree eventually, I hope. But you're going to get a business degree out of that 3 months. You know, I ended up with some of the best accountants because if that system ever broke down, man, they'd pull those old ledgers out and they'd start keeping it manual. Because once the system comes back, all it is data entry. But before that, they did their data entry and didn't know what it was doing in the system. They didn't know that you had to divide this by that or subtract that from that. Those 4 out of the 4, 3 of those people didn't know the difference between a debit and a credit in the accounting field. And that is the very first thing you need to know.
Basics.
If you don't know what a debit and credit is, you don't have a clue. You're not even a bookkeeper.
Are you sure you were never in the army? Because that sounds just like how the army teaches people. We did exactly the same thing. I served my conscription years. I guess I was in a artillery regiment staff, and it's a lot of accounting.
Yeah.
But you account for other things. And
right.
In a staff environment, you use a lot of radios. You know,
Oh, yeah.
you talk to the batteries, you talk to the infantry guys at the front, and you coordinate information back and forth between them.
Communication's big.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, in the middle of an exercise, huge exercise, we call them combat judges or combat referees or whatever you like. Yeah. And one of them steps into the staff room and he says, all your radios are now affected by electronic warfare. You are not able to use your radios. And then he just flipped them all off. He said, continue. It's exactly the same thing that you did. And all of a sudden we started to have to use, like runners that motorcycle, like runners that went with motorcycle with text messages for the batteries.
Hey, I hope you fed the pigeons.
And it's exactly the same thing that you did. And I think that is something that many companies, they don't think about it at all.
No,
not at all.
And that's a weakness. And I did a lot of auditing of governmental units, and you'd be amazed at how many of those audits that was a material weakness within their audit, was this over dependency on electronic management. And because people were not skilled in actual management of their job duty without the electronic component. In other words, I got to let the computer do my job because I don't know my job. I only know how to make the computer do my job. And that's it. So I went to our local college, and where I went to college, and we had to do everything manually. We didn't have computer programs to work with. And I talked to the professors, and they said, we're not even allowed to teach manual accounting anymore. It's all computerized accounting. I said, what if they don't have their computer and they have to keep the books? He said, good luck. He said, he says, I was against it. I was against that curriculum standard being changed. I still feel we need that the root to any system is, how do you do it without technology first? Then you bring in the technology on top of your base knowledge. Yes. That way, if the technology ever goes away, you still have the base knowledge. And I think that goes to prepping, preparedness, and bushcrafting. What we're trying to do is learn all the base knowledge that I wish we could have kept through generations and not have to learn, because
if you're out of big lighters, you can use your ferro rod. If you're out of ferro rods, you can use your friction fire kit.
Yes,
but you're stupid if you're not trying to use the big lighter first.
That's right. That's it. That's why, hey man, internet's good, computer system's good, and we're off an account.
Yeah.
Oh, it crashed. Oh well, I got a tablet for that, and I got a pencil, and we'll carry on, because we can do it this way too. And oh no, the worst thing happened. What's that? My pencil sharpener isn't working. Well, where's your pocket? Where's your pocket knife? Sharpen that pencil.
Shadow, are you getting tired?
Yeah.
Shadow, I adore you, man. You let this thing go on forever.
Yeah. It was really nice talking to you, Sty. I really enjoyed it.
Very, very.
Yeah.
I consider this a rewarding conversation.
Yeah, it was really rewarding. Never seen you before, but I just wanted to join.
I'm sold on it, man. I got to see you again someday.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll drop in next week, or maybe week after that. I don't know.
Yeah. See, I'm fortunate. Joran has his streams on Saturdays, and that's my YouTube day off. I don't do anything else YouTube.
So you have a YouTube channel as well?
Oh yeah. I got
What's
over.
I need to check that one out.
It's Sty North. Just like
North.
my name on the screen here, Sty North. And it's outdoor based variety. And one of my favorite slogans is right on the homepage where bushcrafting and storytelling come together.
Yep, I'm watching it now. I subscribe to you, so I haven't started my
But then
channel
I'll
yet.
just jump on yours and get over and get to you.
I haven't started mine yet. I don't have.
Oh, you
any videos
haven't?
or anything.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm mostly using this as a future thing. I do a little bit of knife making and stuff like that, but sell on Etsy. But apart from that, I haven't made anything out of it. It's like a future project, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah.
But you'll know where to find me when Joran's not streaming. And you'll be more than welcome. You come on over. And
Yeah.
don't be surprised if I shout at you and say, "Hey, do you want to come up on panel?" I got two shows a week where I bring people up on the panel. So So,
I'm happy. I'm not a shy guy.
oh, you're pleasant. You're great. Great conversations today. Joran's fortunate that you found them.
Yeah. And like I said, we had some interesting conversations back in that hotel room as well about preparedness and stuff like that. I remember it, and it was a really good course as well. But I wasn't super happy about it, but it was a good introduction. You always need to know a little bit about chemical, biological, nuclear fallout, I guess.
That's and it doesn't. I've had people say, "Oh, if you get too much of this or that, that's worthless information," unless something occurs.
Yeah.
And it didn't.
2 months
hurt me.
later, COVID hit.
Yeah.
And that's biological, I guess.
Yeah.
Have you gone to any more courses, Shadow, after that, or was that the last one?
I think that was the last one. Yes.
Yeah, I haven't. I went to let me see. No, that's actually the last one for me as well. They have a very interesting course. You should check it out. I got information from higher ups about it. Check it because you're part of the FRG group. FRG. Yeah. You should be able to apply for a first aid course that is really good. It's the same one that they give to Swedish combat lifesavers. You get all the
you mean the combat medic?
Yes, but this is for civilians. So can, even if you're not part of like a volunteer military group, you can actually go to go to it, and it teaches you like the standard course that they give to soldiers nowadays. And I would really advise anyone who can get one of these courses to go to it, and it's free for you. I mean, you even get paid.
That makes
Is that civil defense associations to arrange that course, or is it?
It's FPU, the same one that we went to, but it's the Civil Defense Association buys spots in the course, so you can go as a member of the civil defense, or if you're a member of the FPU, the volunteer, the other organization.
You mean Försvarsutbildarna?
Yes. Sorry. I use.
I'm a member there too, so.
Yeah. But so you can use members from both these organizations can go to it, but I know that there are there are still seats left for some of them, so you should try to go to it, because I already have that course from the military. But if you haven't got it, you should really go to it. It's the same one that they use all over the world. It's the CABCD, something like that course. It's a very good course.
Yeah,
I would.
I need to check that out.
I can send you the information. I think that it's on the FPU Försvarsutbildarna page. You can find it.
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't think you guys in America have this. Like this, the government actually pays you to go get courses, like in some stuff.
It depends. It depends. Like you were saying, if you belong to this organization or that one, you know, you can see now here, when I was with the Forest Service last summer, as long as I was a full-time volunteer with the Forest Service, they sent me through Sawyer training, and they sent me which was a joke. I mean, they actually kicked me out halfway through the course. They said, "We don't need someone like you in this course. You're certified. Get the hell out of here." And that was
okay.
That was
I thought they were like age.
No, it was for transporting heavy equipment and backing trailers in the tight spots and this and that. And same with the Sawyer course. Half the time they had me running the damn group I was in. They say, "Oh, you need to go show these guys how to handle a spring-loaded tree, or you're going to fell that tree, and you need to walk them to." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, I'm supposed to be one of the students." They go, "Shut up, just go do it." And because I logged through my career, through my lifetime, I did a lot of logging, and I ran heavy equipment. I was an over-the-road truck driver, so all of these things are putting me through for certifications. And because
you could be the instructor,
and because it was the Federal Forest Service, they're also influenced by the Department of Defense, our military. So all of our courses were typically military-based course, and so we have what you're talking about is our first responders training, and that's basically you come out of it certified as a field medic. If I was in the military, I'd be a field medic.
That's even better than the stuff. I would say that if you classify it in American terms, what we get in this course is more like combat lifesaver, which is the medic is for like maybe a platoon, while the combat lifesaver, I think you have one or two in a squad.
Oh, okay. Because now the course study I had to take for first responder, in my pickup truck from the Forest Service, I carried a field med kit with a 20-person event supply.
Yeah. So this is more like the IFAC. It's instructions on how to use an IFAC to stop a bleeding.
Right.
More that kind of stuff. But it's very advanced, because if you go back, I remember. How old are you? You're like maybe same age as me, Shadow.
I'm 50 years old.
Oh yeah. I'm 48. So when
I turned 51 this year.
When we did our military service, like the conscription service, a lot of things have happened since then. It's way more complex, and you have a lot more technical equipment as personal equipment for medical stuff. And I would say that many of the things that we do now in the military was at the platoon level before, like putting like chest seals and things like that on. And it's not something that you can do without instruction. Right. Putting a pressure bandage or a tourniquet on, sure, it's easy. But putting in like a nasal tube and things like that, it's very different. And you learn all this stuff at this course.
And the thing is I like that you're encouraging Joran to take that course.
Yeah,
because
I mean,
I'll tell you what, we were talking about preparedness and prepping and the sort and bushcrafting and what ifs. What if this goes to hell, that goes to hell? I'll tell you what, that is a skill set that, to me, those are invisible assets because
Yes.
if the shit hits the fan, people are going to be hurt, and it's going to happen. And I'll tell you what, you want some true allies in a bad situation, and they say, we need medical help on this guy, and you can step up and say, hey, I got training. I have no guarantees, but I'll do my best, man. You become gold. You become gold in that situation. That's, I mean,
and it might not be a shit hit the fan situation. It might just be,
no.
you know,
I've applied
my
own family. I've had to.
or a car accident
Right.
while driving
Exactly.
or whatever. You might, if I encourage Shadow to go to this course and he saves someone's life, I can pat myself on the back. You know?
That's right. That's right. You betcha. You betcha. That's like, okay, I hold my CPR certification, of course. Now, if I can use paddles on you, guess what? That's what's happening.
Yep.
Because, and I've been twice now in a situation where an individual needed CPR and I've nabbed somebody else that I know is trained, grabbed them, said, get on them. And they'd go, I tell them, I'm on the airbag, you get on them. And they'd say, well, no, you're the first responder. No, you get on them. And I'll explain to them after the fact, I'm 65 years old, and I know the time of arrival for the ambulance crew.
20 minutes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll be able to sustain the procedure till their arrival. I need you to do it. You're 28 years old. I'm 65. You're getting on this person and saving their lives, not me.
It's easy. Push as hard as you can and sing staying alive, staying alive.
Staying alive. And I still, some think the world is too small. The world is too small. But that was a skill that I learned. You know, we went through, you know, self-compression. You know, what if you're alone and you're suffering from a heart attack? What do you do? You know, and that has come in handy for me. I had to practice that one time. And I had a major heart attack. I had open heart surgery, quadruple bypass surgery. And so I know, I know what the whole heart thing is. And by God, if you got somebody that knows how to keep that ticker moving until they can save your ass, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Yeah, because I think that's at least what I've been taught, is that if someone is having a heart attack, they can most likely, if they get them to the correct facility, it's reversible, you know.
Oh, yes.
By you know, like the probes that they stick in and they clear
the odds of survival. Okay, if I'm having a heart attack and they can get me, I got a hospital that's within 10 minutes of here. And the ambulance is less than 5 minutes. They get here, get me on board, get me there within 20 minutes, and they can keep my heart pumping. They get me in the door. My survival went up by 80%.
Exactly. Yeah.
Went up by 80%. Now, the worst part is if that ambulance is going to be 20 minutes and another 10-minute ride to that hospital, my survival rate drops to about 40%. So that's the thing is once they get you in that hospital, and there's so many things that go beyond CPR. I'm fortunate. I've had 2 people where I carry nitroglycerin in my pocket. I have heart conditions. I carry nitro with me. And I've had 2 individuals that I open the bottle, I put it in their shaky hands, they're in pain, having their heart attack, and I tell them, you get a couple of them under your tongue right now, and I didn't tell you to do that. That's my prescription, not yours. That's why you have to do it. And I had to help the one gal. I got them in her hand, and she got her hand up there, but she kept dropping them. I kept putting them in, and finally helped her push her hand up. She got them in her mouth. And in both cases, their attending doctors said, when they were asked at the hospital, did you take any aspirin? Did you take any nitroglycerin? to get you through to get here. And they said, yeah, some man give me a couple of nitros and that got me here. Those doctors told them, if you wouldn't have gotten them nitros, you'd never make it.
Yeah.
And that was because my CPR certification had expired. So I didn't dare administer on them. And nobody else there had certification. I was pissed. Nobody in this crowd watching has certification. And I didn't dare, because here, that's one thing here in the US. If you're not certified for CPR,
you can be sued
to hell and back. And then they'll sue you again just for good nature, you know.
Yeah,
and
that is I never understood that. It's such a weird tradition. I guess
I would think that any life-saving attempt should be exempted from lawsuit. I mean,
yeah, I remember when I started the military, they were very reluctant to teach using tourniquets, improvised tourniquets, because there was no, like pre-made, fancy stuff that we have today, because they were afraid, like, oh, if you have a bleeding hand and you put, like above, maybe you will lose the rest of the arm. But they didn't think that you bleed out in 2 minutes.
Well,
and
that's
there
it.
are quite a few bleeds that you cannot stop with a pressure bandage. So they didn't teach tourniquets, and they even said never use them. And then Afghanistan came, and Swedish soldiers went to Afghanistan, and they quickly learned the usefulness of a tourniquet.
That's it. And I've had individuals that I've witnessed kind of they're rescuers getting the blame because they've got a disability or they lost a part of a limb or something, and people say, God, you could be awful harsh. Well, I don't have a lot of patience with that, and I come right out and tell them, oh, let's get you outside and we'll recreate that injury on a different limb and not do anything, and let's see if you like that outcome.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that is something that they, especially like when you're a squad leader, they always say acting is the most important thing. Like, even if you don't know if you're doing the right thing, act.
Yeah, do something. Do something.
Do something.
That is better to do something than nothing.
Exactly, and I think that we've been I mean, everyone has been taught that, oh, if you don't know, don't do anything. In civilian life, I'm talking about now, like in maybe not civilian life, but in society today, most of the time there is like a backup. You have the ambulance, you have the fire department, you have the whatever. Right. They have their specific thing is to come take out the fire, start your heart, whatever. So people kind of step back and they say, this is not my job.
Leave it to them. And that's it is we've become a spectator society.
Yes.
Instead of a participating society.
And in socialist countries like Sweden, because we're still a socialist country. Don't you agree, Shadow?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's even like you don't even take care of your own old people. You hand that over. And some people even don't take care of the kids. They hand that off to the government. Here, take care of our old people. Take care of the.
I was a volunteer fireman. I was the fire assistant chief for 5 years, but as a volunteer for, I think it was 17 years. And I drove ambulance for 5 years. And it kind of made them mad because right away I said, I got to have first responder. And they said, well, we only have our senior firemen go through that, And I said, what if a senior's not present? Well, then you wait for the ambulance. I said, and have them come to a dead guy? I said, that don't make no sense. I said, I want first responder. Well, I had to pay for it myself. It was pretty expensive to get that training. But same with the ambulance. I signed up as a driver. I said, they said, no, we want you as an EMT. I said, no. They said, well, you got first responder. They said, you can take the balance of the education you need and you can be done in 3-4 months and you can be an EMT. And I said, well, that's a woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I ain't doing it. I want to drive. I just want to drive. And they said, but what if we need you? I said, I'm a first responder. I said, I can give field medic aid, but I can't ride in the back of the ambulance and give medical aid en route to the hospital. But in the field, I can provide aid. But I want to be technically just the driver. And you wouldn't believe how many times I had to actually stop and say, well, oh, take over. I can't get on board. I can't go in the back of that ambulance treating this person, you know, because I wasn't qualified to be inside the ambulance. I was qualified to do the exact same thing I would have done in there, but out in the field, but I can't do it inside that ambulance.
Inside like that little square. Okay, yeah.
Right. That's it.
This
environment.
Actually...
And it was like, that was one of the most foolish things in the world, that they'd even have that kind of standard operating procedure, you know. But
they've had like a similar in Sweden right now. I think I can't say for 100% that it's fully implemented, but I think they had I think everyone who serves in an ambulance, driver, people in the back seat, are supposed to be a nurse, qualified or better.
Yeah.
Some even have like doctors, but
well, see,
they used to have like you say, like a EMT or paramedic,
right?
They worked in a team, but then
and our paramedics here now is a new standard. Well, in the town I live in now, we have full-time fire and ambulance crew here. They're full-time. They live right at the fire track. Blah blah blah. We got a big, huge fire department, but they're paramedics. I told them, I said, you know, it's an insult. You even call them paramedics, but they all have to have nurse practitioner status. In other words, they're doctors. They're doctors that just haven't done their internship, you know, and that's pretty cool, man. You know, you're getting some good care.
It is, but it's also kind of, sometimes you can feel that it's a little bit overqualified.
But
in my opinion.
But the way our system works, all the neighboring communities actually depend on our core community here for backup, right? And our hospitals, well, our one hospital now in our town, that's the only hospital, unless you're talking an hour drive. So what they do is a neighboring community, all of their ambulance crews are EMTs. There's no paramedics. It's all EMT crews. They get a client, they pick them up, they need a paramedic. Guess what? It's less than 5 minutes down the road. They might have a 20-minute drive from that community to that hospital.
And they share the same command and control system, so they know where to meet
5
up.
minutes. 5 minutes down the road, the paramedics will tie up with them,
in their
and they're on board.
They will just transfer.
What we have is that they got 2 rigs, and they're all tricked out, man. I've seen them going down the road 100 miles an hour, man. And our intercept, we call it intercept, and that's all paramedics. And each intercept has a driver, and that's all that guy does is drive. And both of the drivers for each vehicle, there's 4 drivers. All of those drivers run our local. They drive in our local stock car races. And that intercept will be there just like that. And those paramedics, I've seen ambulances still rolling and those paramedics running up behind it. The doors open and they jump in. That ambulance hasn't even come to a stop, and off the road, down the road they go. And it's a good system. and the paramedics never get sent out on intercept unless it's critical, and that's good.
Here we don't. The medical care is handled by the hospitals, so we don't have the fire departments doesn't do any, except for like they have like the basics to do some.
See, our fire department and ambulance are mutually dispatched on every incident. So
of course.
If I'm having a heart attack, guess what shows up?
As well.
An ambulance and 2 fire trucks.
There was a like. I live in the region on like the border of between 2 counties, I guess. I don't know, counties. But it's a little bit bigger. The counties here are bigger than in the US. And one of the counties, this is supposed to, it's strange because everything else is standardized, but it's different within medical care. And in the county where I live, they have something called EVPA. It's called like while waiting for the ambulance, which means that they call out a fire truck to heart. Like if someone has the heart has stopped and someone is doing CPR.
Sure.
They call out a fire truck and they will be able to do basic CPR and all that stuff. And then they send like an ambulance from a hospital, and maybe it takes a little bit more time because sometimes the fire departments, they have like volunteer fire departments. So maybe they are just 5 minutes away while it takes 20 minutes for the ambulance to come. So then they do these EVPA alarms. But the problem is living on the border, sometimes the neighboring city, like village or city, might be closer than the one who is part of my county. Right. So the neighboring region doesn't have this EVPA thing. So if they are called, the neighboring cities wanted to have to be allowed to go to these alarms because sometimes the overlap between the borders are
so
they
close.
get called out, but they are not allowed to do this.
Oh
So
no! Oh no!
It's
we
like,
here we call it, if you're within a certain time limit, it's considered mutual aid, and you're all required by state law. Every department and all of our communities have ambulance services, and even our Native American tribes.
If it's a fire,
Well, no,
like
here it's medical also. I just wanted to point that out.
The problem is that the regional government in the other region doesn't allow their firemen to do these kind of
cross
alarms.
that line.
No, not at all. They cannot do it at all. Not even within their own region.
That's crazy.
So then when they want to go to this area, and these guys, they are educated the same, so they all have the same skill set, but they cannot do it because of, I think it's also a cost reason, because if they go to one of these IVPA alarms, the one region has to pay the other region for the, administration and all.
And that comes down to the good old fashioned, so what?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody's going to get paid, right? So if Region A gets paid for what Region B did, Region A does a transfer of those funds to Region B.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. The person got to the hospital and survived. Aren't we all happy? But doggone it, when people that think they know better get involved and they start drawing these fictitious lines on survival issues, on what they're playing with people's lives when they do that, and it's just not fair. It's just not fair. That's true. Hey, I gotta let Jorn go.
Yeah,
and I can't believe it. I haven't even made a latrine run, and I've been sitting here for what's it been, 9 hours, 9 hours.
My coffee and a lot of water, but still.
I don't.
Actually, 8 hours, 27 minutes, 34 seconds.
Oh, Lordy. I haven't done one of those in a long time. Well, since Christmas.
You have to do a 24-hour stream sometime, Shadow.
Actually, no.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jorn. and don't do an 8-hour again. I loved every minute though, man. I made up for all the times I haven't been able to interact with you guys. So.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what I can tell you right now, February 28th, from that day, it is exactly 3 months to my birthday.
Oh.
So I will have a birthday stream.
Awesome.
And what did you say? You were 50, 51? You
I
He's
turned
turning
51.
51. Yeah.
I'll show up if you want to have.
Yeah.
I'll I'm gonna flag that.
But I will
You'll announce it.
Let that stream go for 4 hours from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight.
Oh wow.
And then you have the party with your friends.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
And that happens to be a Saturday, so that is.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
the best thing of all, the best thing is I have already set that stream up, and that stream is already scheduled. I can
Neat.
put in Stay Shack.
Yeah. I'm
Sure.
glad you posted the Stay Shack, boy. I get the YouTube notification, but it's always after the fact that you post it on my Stay Shack on Facebook. So
I just the other day, like last Saturday, I think it was, somehow, because I think I subscribed to your channel 2 years ago, Shadow, and I maybe watched 2 or 3 of your videos or something like that. But then all of a sudden, YouTube just, I was bored Saturday evening. I clicked the YouTube sign at the top, and I like random videos appeared for me to click, and there's someone who's live, and I was checking it like, oh, it's that guy from that course, and I joined. So I guess we have to thank the YouTube algorithm for bringing me here.
There you go.
And you giving me the link to your channel back then.
Yeah. You can't go wrong getting to know your.
I was sitting watching last stream, and I like, oh, these are people like me.
Most of them are.
That's it. Is great conversations over here. I watch them all. A lot of times I don't comment. I give them the old thumbs up, but I've watched the whole stream through and listened to the conversation. And once in a while, it depends on what's going on. Like today, I had nothing going on. So, but I'll watch it after the fact, and I turn it on the big TV, kick back in the living room, eat a snack, and watch yours live stream. But this one, I don't know if I'm going to go back and watch the whole thing. It's a little too long. I'd have to watch it over a few days.
I think I just came in like halftime or something like that. One of my friends and I was sitting on Discord, chatting around like IRL friends, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna go watch TV," and I was like, "Oh, boring." And then I saw, "Oh, he's live again."
He's live again. Actually, still.
Yeah. So yeah. But
I want to thank you guys.
I have both the like and the subscribe bell clicked, but it took the algorithm 2 years to give me a notification.
Now that you've been here, it might ping you more often.
Yeah, I think maybe that's why I got the notification this time.
Yeah, because you had visited that.
Yeah. And now when I'm taking part as well, I guess that I'm there's no way getting away from it now.
No. See, now you're a familiar face, and people are going to wonder where is he? What's he doing?
Yeah.
You know, is he okay? Is everything okay? You know, Yoran knows how we get. That's if we haven't heard from you a while, we start getting concerned. You know.
Yeah. I would just hit me up if you want to have a weird Scandinavian guy coming online sometimes. I'm happy.
Yeah. Oh, I am so thrilled that I found Yoran. I mean, yeah, when we first met up, boy, we had quite a few long chats. Yeah. Yeah.
But he's a northerner as well. He lives. He actually lives where my family comes from. I have a lot of cousins and stuff up at where you live.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I live in the middle. I don't know, Sweden. Not geographically, but how we speak about it. I guess how we say it.
Yeah,
We call it Little Sweden. It's like between Oslo and Stockholm area.
Well, that's over here in the USA, the few friends I have from Alaska, which that state, you might as well say they're in Russia. And I live in northern Wisconsin. Well, down here, that's up north.
Do you know Lenny?
Lenny, no.
Lenny from Far North.
Oh, yes.
I love his channel. I never spoken to him, but I love his channel.
I got an open invitation to come and stay at his place, and he'll take me out to his moose hunting.
He's one of those guys that are for real. He's not faking it. He's not.
No. He is not. He's one of those. I mean, he's a natural. He's a natural. Everything. There's another fellow I follow that hasn't posted a video in well over a year. I hope he's doing well. He keeps telling me he is, and then we stay in touch. And that's MT Woods Runner, and he lives in Montana, not far from where I used to live in Montana. And he's a mountain climber, and he's in his 60s, and he's another natural. I mean, what a bushcrafter, man! What a awesome bushcrafter, and nicest guy in the world. And I told him, I said, I sure wish he did weekly videos, because he's one of those guys you just love watching him, because he's so instructional too, and he invites me out there constantly. You can come out and visit your old stomping grounds and stay at my place, and we'll go take a week-long paddle down the Yellowstone River. Oh my God! Oh, the temptation is killing me. But yeah, there's some awesome naturals out here in the YouTube land.
Yeah, and for some reason I don't know, but I love it that Far North that he found in YouTube, because he might as well just never known that there was such a thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like one of those people who like, oh, YouTube, I'm gonna make a career out of this. I think he just generally wants to share his skills.
Well, and a few of us that talk to Len once in a while, we've told him we think he started his YouTube channel just for shits and giggles, because he had no intention of it really going anywhere.
No.
Talking to him personally, he said, I didn't expect my channel to go anywhere. Well, take a look at it.
I found him because he was. There is another guy that I follow. His name is Lars from Survival Russia.
Yes, so I follow Lars too.
Yeah, I love him. He's my favorite.
Isn't he awesome?
Yeah. And he recommended, like, you have to go check out Lenny, and I did, and I'm totally
in fact, I did a review of my St. Lawrence bushcrafting knife per Lars's request. he asked me to do a review of that knife, so I did that one per his request.
He's also one of those guys who are for real. He's like, yeah.
And he did an awesome shout out video for my channel.
Oh,
And
nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. That I thought, Lars, what are you doing, man? He does a shout out video for my channel. I've got it in a playlist called Special Videos from Friends, and because I did not see that coming, and it just and him and I have talked.
He shouts out the most random channels as well,
Yeah,
and random companies, and I remember him shouting out some weird, like far north Siberia, they making skis and boots, and he's like, "Oh, watch out, these guys! They do excellent skis. Go buy their skis."
I messaged him one time. I said, "Would you quit showing off equipment that unless I move to Siberia, I ain't never getting it." I said, "Cut that out, would you?" I mean, that's the thing too. Is when I talk to you folks over there, and like Crazy Ann over in Norway, that poor girl, I try to send her stuff and I go, "Holy God, that package cost $60." I mean, and the item in it was worth 20, and it's like damn distance and different policies in different countries and such great people in such remote places, stretched out places.
Yeah, but it's interesting how real people always find the other real people, like Lenny and Lars and all these people.
Yeah.
It's you can immediately recognize that they are not.
Yeah, they're not artificial. They're not.
I'm going to give a bad example, but like Bushcraft, this girl, the Austrian girl, what's her name? Bushcraft Lily. It's a completely different world. It's like
that's clickbait.
Yeah.
That's a clickbait.
I mean, I enjoyed seeing her in the beginning of her career because she was still learning, and it was interesting to see the learning thing.
Right.
But then
her early days.
Yeah, then it became commercial, and selling.
It was all scripted and all commercialized, and way too many bikini shots and stuff like that. I could care less what she looks like in the bikini. I wanted to see her doing some bushcrafting skills, and
I found this other channel. It's a young Swedish couple who is farmsteading in Sweden. They're called like Talasbulan or something like. Can I type in the chat from this page?
Should be able to.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a second.
See, and that's one of the issues. That's one of the issues I had with Crazy Ann. She would send me Norwegian articles, very interesting articles, and I had a hell of a time, man, because some of them I can't translate. I can't get them translated. And I told her, I said, if you can translate it on your side, then send it to me. That would be a big help. Otherwise, I can't. Some of the articles I couldn't read, and her ex-boyfriend, he would send me links to certain YouTube channels, and I get to it, and it's all in Norwegian, and it's like, oh Jesus, So I would translate the chat and get the gist of what's being talked about while I watched the video, and that's the only thing is the language bridge,
Yeah, this is in English, and they try to live. They live at like an old farmstead, and they're trying to do it like the old way, without any. I don't think they even have power in their house, like electric.
Oh,
power.
Nice.
And
They are off grid, basically.
Yeah, really off grid. They live in a fäbod, in Swedish.
Yeah.
I don't know what the English word would be. It's like they took the farm animals into the forest for grazing in the summers, and these areas are quite remote, and they live in one of those.
Oh,
and,
wow!
It's really good production value as well. So you have like really beautiful videos. The guy who is doing it is great at cinematography, and they just had a kid, and you can watch this kid growing up in like in natural environment. It's oh, when I'm feeling like I hate the world, I always go to that channel and I watch one of their videos, and all of a sudden, like all the faith in humanity is restored.
Well, that's it. You know, if you can watch something that gives you a little closer view of simple life and someone actually living it, it makes you feel pretty doggone good.
Yeah.
And so I just subscribed to them. I'm going to go over there and watch
Go
them.
and check it. You have a lot of hours of watching if you want to.
I see that. I pulled their video list up, and I'm like, okie dokie.
And when I started watching them, I think I started watching them at like episode 10 or something like that. They had like, 500, 800 subscribers, and then somehow the
250,000.
The algorithm kicked in, and I remember them like when they started their Patreon, and all of a sudden their economical problems went away, and they had like 50 people giving money. I guess today it's different, but it's really wholesome channel. I think really check it out.
It really does look.
And they live like, I don't know, Öresund-ish area, I think, like inland, in the north of Sweden.
There looks like they're right in the middle of a pine forest there.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful country.
Yeah,
I'm going to enjoy this one. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just looking at some of their video intro. It's good wholesome stuff, man.
And they do some they go to different. They have like a completely different interest than me. They are like farming. Like production. Like I don't know what it's called. It's called like when you make cheese and sour milk and.
Totally farm. They're what we call over here farmsteading.
Yeah,
totally
and
farmsteading.
Dairy. I guess dairy work, like dairy products and so their interest in is completely different from mine, because I'm more like I'm out in the forest and I'm cutting my trees and I'm
see I got that way. I found that out when I was living off grid. I had that wilderness camp. I lived the winters out there all winter in a shack. It was called the Sty Shack. And I found out of boredom, I started doing some of those things, and I started learning from some local gals different ways of cheese making and that. And I did something that was totally off the wall weird, and I was thrilled. Like you're never too old to quit learning. I made some of the most awesome mozzarella cheese out of powdered milk.
That's cool.
Out in the middle of the woods. And there was no electricity. It was wood stove, and that, I lived off grid, and I made mozzarella cheese, and I made the most awesome pizza on the wood stove using that mozzarella cheese, and it was just to die for. And I would have never dreamt of it. And then I realized, okay, I made that with powdered milk. And I've got a great supply of powdered milk. It's a great prepping item. I mean,
oh yeah, that's true.
And then I realized, wait a minute. One thing that you can't keep for 25 years is cheese. But I can keep that powdered milk properly sealed in a container. Make your own cheese. And I'll just make my cheese. That doesn't mean I have to go without. And so that's the thing, is people that live that fashion, you can pick up little things they do and say, how can I meld that to my purpose? And so that's how that happened. Is it was a local farmsteading gal that told me, oh, Sty, you can make cheese out of, just go buy a gallon of milk at the store and you get. And I said, yeah, that's pretty cool. And And we were talking one evening over a couple of, we were nipping a few, and I told her, I said, you know, that cheese turned out pretty damn good. It's too bad that there ain't a way I could make that cheese 10 years from now if shit hits the fan and I can't get a gallon of milk. And she looked at my shelf and she goes, look at all the cheese you got sitting up there. And I looked at, where? She said, in those boxes of powdered milk you got there.
I mean,
And
like
we
I would
spent
have
half.
never thought. I never knew that you could do that from powdered milk. I
Yeah,
thought that powdered
it's-
milk somehow, you know, took all the bacteria out of it or whatever. But
That-
that's
well,
interesting.
well, there's things that you need to do. You know, it's the way you handle it. That's like I made vinegar for myself for the first time. Have you ever seen a vinegar mother?
No,
Oh Lordy! And do you know how do you make one?
vinegar is like, is it from wine? Can you make it from
No,
wine?
no. Vinegar. The first vinegar mother I made was nothing but sugar and water in a jar, hung it in a tree off the edge of my porch, and it just got covered with flies, right? And you look in the jar and it's just full of fly shit, you know? And then the mother starts to form in it, and it's just a slimy ball that kind of forms in it. And then you add to it. And I'm not going through the whole process. I should do a video. I should make a vinegar.
That would be really interesting because vinegar can be used for preservation.
Yes. Oh, all the pickling you can do, everything. Pickle fish, make pickles, you know, everything.
And I think more people know how to make picklings than know how to make vinegar.
Right.
So that would be really interesting.
Very few people know how to make vinegar. And
I know that there's
people,
something called I know that there's something called wine vinegar. So I immediately it's a byproduct of winemaking, maybe?
No. You know, what vinegar is formed off of fermented fruit. It doesn't matter. It can be grapes, it can be apples, it can be plums. It needs to be a sugar-based fruit. You know, citrus doesn't work. Citrus will kill it. But any other fruit, especially apples, and that's the first. Well, actually, all the batches of vinegar I've ever made were apple cider vinegar. And I used this big 4-gallon jar that I no longer have. I got to go shop and find me another one. But I had a 4-gallon jar, and I'd fill it full of sliced apples. After I make the mother, which is just a big slime ball in there. Boy, that thing's nasty looking. And you pour that thing in there, and you know that jar's full of fly shit, you know. But it's the bacteria from the fly droppings that triggers the mother to grow. You put that mother in that big jar full of sliced apples that are covered with water, and that mother starts to grow. And it starts changing the nature of the whole chemistry of that jar, and it produces vinegar. What it's producing is the vinegar, and it turns that water into that nice golden color and that strong vinegar flavor. The apples, they don't taste, they're not apples anymore. They're nasty. And you pour off all that vinegar, bottle it up, store it, and feed the apples to the hogs, you know. And yeah, it's amazing how it's made. It's amazing how it's made. And it's some of the best vinegar. Oh God, it tastes good, smells good. And
you just have to erase from your mind that it's originally
you had to have fly shit to make it. You know, and it's things like that that I always wonder back. Most of these things that we take for granted today were discovered by accident sometime ancient years ago.
Yeah. Same thing with like alcohol, wine, or whatever you're making, beer.
Right.
It's like,
oh, I forgot about all those grapes that were smashed and put in that jug in the back room. Oh my gosh, it's been back there for almost a year. I wonder if it's any good. They pop the cork and they go, boy, that smells kind of. Took a sip and they're going, tastes kind of good too. Let's all drink this. Why are the kids acting that way? What? Hey, wife, put your clothes back on. You know, oh, this stuff's pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do that again.
I think somewhere that it said that it's the mead. It's like literally, it's wine made from honey.
From honey, yeah.
Yeah, and they think that it's one of the like original alcoholic drinks because it has enough sugar on its own that it can actually become like an alcoholic drink. Many times when you make like apple wine or whatever, you need to add extra. Sugar.
And that's it. Is think about it. If you're making hard liquors out of rye, barley, wheat, you have to add a ton of sugar to it.
Yes.
Before you distill it. I had a dear friend that he was an old South Carolina boy that got kicked out of South Carolina because of his moonshining. But all other alcohol bases are every alcohol production is based on sugars. It's all based on sugars.
Yeah. Sugar and yeast, pretty much.
Yeah. Well,
you can get wild yeast as well from like.
But right, but you're not using yeast in hard liquors. You can produce moonshine. There ain't no yeast.
Okay, I didn't know.
There's no yeast in
it. Yeah. That's true because actually grains,
just corn.
Grains has their own yeast in it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why you can make sourdough and
but see, it doesn't ferment. There's fermented alcohols versus distilled alcohols.
Yeah.
And the fermented alcohols all require some form of yeast, and the main active ingredient is sugars. That's why wine's not that hard to make because you're using all of this glucose-based fruit.
Exactly. Yeah, glucose is in Swedish is called grape sugar.
Grape sugar?
If you translate it like to English, it would become
grape sugar.
Yeah,
and it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But
so it's
that's the wonder.
Wine is special in that way because if you make apple wine, you have to add fructose to it.
Yeah, and now there's certain apples that are sweet enough that you don't. And we have a couple varieties here in the U.S. where they can make wine right from the apple base. And that's like the watermelon wine over here. You don't need to add fructose or, sugars to it.
Yeah.
But it's so interesting. And I think about
it's in brewing is actually a prepper skill as well because if you want to have some fun, you have to know how to.
I got a kick out of it. A dear friend of mine, true prepper, built this still in his house. Right, he's got it on his stove, and I walked in and I go, "What in the world?" I could see in his kitchen. I walked over there. I go, "Oh my God, you're a moonshiner." He goes, no. I rigged this up. I need distilled water. I go, what? I said, you look at this thing. I said, I got a recipe for some corn mash. You need to run that through that thing. And I give him the recipe, and he did without telling me. He called me up one day. I could hardly understand him. He goes, that corn mash thing that you told me to do, that stuff's nasty. He says, you should see what came out of my water distiller. I said, oh my God, I turned a prepper into a moonshiner. I
did my first batch of wine in December. And
cool.
It was strange somehow because if you never done it before and you drink your first batch, and it was actually quite good. I even sent some of it to my sister, like, try it. I want you to tell me truly, is it tasting like shit, or is it because you know how it is? If you make it
Yeah.
yourself, it's always good, you know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I asked my sister, like, is it good? And she said, yeah, it's like ordinary wine, you know, good.
I've
And-
got two.
and
I
it
got
was-
two.
In New Year's, I drank a couple of bottles of it because it was New Year's and all that stuff.
I've got
And it was
two.
interesting to be drunk a little bit. I mean, like tipsy at least,
Yeah,
on something you made yourself.
you made yourself. I've got 2 bottles of a person that does his own wines and only for himself, his family generally, and never gives any away. Well, I got 2 bottles for Christmas 2 years ago, and I just keep grabbing them. No, and they're nice and clear, good clarity, and they've kept well. I've kept them dark and cool, and I think maybe for Joran's birthday, I'll take the small bottle. The one's just a small bottle. I think that one's peach and apple, and the other one is just an apple wine. And they look so good. And it's surprising, after a person's made a few, you'll have the occasional failure. But in the long run, it's always rewarding. It's always fun to drink your own and
Yeah.
to say, I did it, you know.
I'm making my first batch of mead as soon as I like. I'm not that like I'm poor.
Yeah,
And honey is expensive if you
See,
want
and
to have
that's-
locally sourced honey.
See, that's it, is the honey. My
Yeah.
doctor, she and her husband are beekeepers, and they give me 3 times a year, they'll give me a full quart jar of honey from their hives. And I told her, I said, what do I got to do to get about 6 gallons of that?
Exactly.
And she goes, what? I said, I have never made mead, and I'd love to, but I want about 6 gallons of honey.
Yeah. It's
And-
it's. I think
And
I was checking it out to make like 10 liters of it. It's like $80 in
$80 worth of honey.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's at least in Swedish
Yeah,
economy. Yeah.
yeah. And, you know,
And
I
that's
don't,
quite a lot. That's quite a lot.
yeah,
for
I don't know
wine.
the exchange rate right now, but compared to our US dollar right now, that's quite a lot, I think. I'm thinking. But yeah, yeah. You know what? I'll tell you what, guys, I have to wrap it up.
Yeah.
I have
me
to wrap
too.
it up.
It's exactly 5 in the morning now.
I hate to admit it, but this old fart, he's on pills actually.
And we broke the nine hour mark by 58 seconds.
9 hours, 1 minute, 6 seconds.
That means I started watching you, Joran, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it's now 10 p.m. here. And I promised somebody I'd go with them for coffee tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. So that's 8 hours from now. And
That's
you
in
know
an
what?
hour.
Yeah, for you guys. I mean, I am so glad I'm not where you are. I'd have to get dressed and head out for coffee. And I got a good couple hours of things I got to get done yet. So I'm probably looking at maybe 4 or 5 hours sleep tonight. So yeah. Oh well.
Well, it was nice talking to you, and you as well, Yaram. Is
Yeah.
it Yaram or you say that
Yaram.
Yaram? Yeah, like, but you spell it differently, I guess.
Yeah, I spell it with a J.
Yeah, but it's pronounced
Not
the same
G.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pronounced what?
Yeah, in Sweden, his name can actually be spelled with a G at the beginning, like Goran. But it actually makes more sense to spell it the way that you do.
But isn't it more of a silent J? Yeah. Okay. I try to get as close as I can, and I know he knows I'm talking to him. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, guys, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure and a blessing today. Love you guys. Hey,
See ya.
see you all
care.
soon. You all take care.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. Take care. Stay safe. God bless. ShadowScoutSwede out.